Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. We are going live pretty early because we actually have a storm right now that is heavily rotating here in Nebraska. By radar, it's also rotating quite a bit. Give me 1 second, let me turn this down. Alright, so we have a storm right now in Nebraska near Route 83 going east-southeast. Pretty rural area overall, but this storm's rotating like crazy right now. This is the area of rotation. Actually quite strong rotation. There is no tornado possible label on this storm. Look at this hook echo, actually. You can see it very clearly on radar. Right now in central Nebraska, just south of Thedford. Very impressive hook echo on radar, and there is a ton of rotation with this storm. Bottom right of your screen is Connor Croft. Right now on this storm, we're going to go into him in a second, but notice this storm right now is moving to the east-southeast and has the capability of producing a tornado as it continues to track down to the southeast and east-southeast. But notice that hook echo. It is wrapping like crazy right now. That velocity signature right now is very impressive. Very strong winds going away from the radar. And this thing, I think, is about to produce a tornado. Let's go right to Connor and kind of get you an idea of what's happening inside the storm right now. And here is Connor on this storm. Look at that really strong rotation right now. Let me change the name at the top right. 1 second here.
See if I can do it again.
This thing is rotating like crazy though, both on radar and in person. You can see all that rotation right now, just above Connor's head. Obviously a lot of scud, no organized funnel quite yet, but there is a ton of rotation. And bottom right of your screen, the radar also showing that strong rotation right now.
Drop south more than east, so that's good for our sake, for our roads. Good for our roads. Yeah, it's in a reorganization phase now. Just starting to.
This is right now in central Nebraska. Here. Again, just south of Thedford. We have a great radar site on this, bottom right of your screen.
A little baby funnel over here. See that little funnel, guys? Got a funnel cloud on
this. This thing has had some crazy motion for the last several minutes. I mean, I've been watching it for like half an hour now. And Connor's right on the storm. I mean, the amount of rotation that we've been seeing here for a while has been pretty crazy.
High base funnel. Just had
Let me make sure. Let me know, by the way, if Connor's too quiet or too loud.
Funnel is since dissipated. Now the storm.
Now, with that said, this storm is producing up to golf ball sized hail, but there's obviously a lot of rotation, which is why we're going live early. There's a lot of rotation on this storm right now. Very possible that it produces a tornado in the next few minutes. Perfect, okay.
Definitely needs to reorganize here.
Yeah, I was trying to reorganize again. This is what it looks like on live radar right now. Let's go to this screen. This is what it looks like on live radar. So this is the latest. This is the scan prior to this one. Notice this rotation. That's what we're looking at right here. Winds going away from the radar, winds going towards the radar. There's definitely some rotation with this storm. Still no tornado possible label officially here, but obviously we do have a hook on this storm. At the time of the last scan, this thing was really wrapping hard. Look at this hook echo right here. Very defined hook. It was actually a non-precip area of rotation for quite a while, up until just the last few minutes where we still have a pretty strong inflow. This is where we'll be watching for the potential of a tornado right along Route 83, moving to the southeast and east-southeast over the next several minutes. Even if it doesn't produce a tornado, we are still talking at least about the potential for upwards of golf ball sized hail. But I do think this storm overall in this particular environment would have the best chance at producing a tornado. So we're going to continue to watch this very closely as it moves down to the east-southeast. We do have a few other warnings as well. We do have severe weather further to the north here, northwest of Brewster. Pretty rural areas overall, but this would be the main storm long term that we'd be watching for. Anything that can remain discreet will have an elevated chance at producing significant hail, significant damaging winds, and perhaps even a tornado threat. But this storm in particular right now has really the best chance, I think, of producing something. So again, this storm, make sure that you're watching it very closely. If you're back over near Dunning, Nebraska in particular, it should be relatively rural areas between Route 83 and Highway 2, but we very easily could get a photogenic tornado here, which is what we're watching for right now. Let's go back to Connor here.
I'm absolutely shocked that it didn't produce.
Yes, I was watching Connor in VR. Yes. I like your haircut. Thank you. Appreciate it. By the way, obviously, we had the emergency coverage the other day. I do appreciate all of you guys tuning into that. I was not able to look at chat at all. That was a crazy 4 hours. But
producing.
SLC, a lot of this has been scud. I wouldn't say scary looking clouds though. We've seen a lot of rotation with this already. So we're still watching that potential here. Let's go back to radar. Again, this is the storm that we're watching for. It might be becoming outflow driven already. Now, if this goes outflow driven, it might take a few minutes to actually reorganize, but the rotation on radar, as of just a few minutes ago, even the scan before this one that's coming in, was still relatively strong rotation. You'll see on this latest scan, though, that thing is broadened out like crazy. So I think right now we're in a recycling stage, but I think this storm could produce a tornado in the next 20 to 30 minutes, which is why, again, we're going live so early. I wasn't expecting really to go live until we actually had a warning, but look at the rotation on the last scan, and really over the last few scans there was a really strong couplet there near highway 83 for just a brief stint, and it's kind of fizzled again. But I think over the next few minutes we could see some reorganization with this storm as it moves down to the southeast. And again, this is near Hasley right now and just to the west of Dunning, near Route 83 and just west of highway 2. Regardless of it producing a tornado threat, it will still produce significant hail. There is a severe thunderstorm watch, by the way, in effect from Interstate 80 and northward. This goes all the way for about 6 hours, so up until about 9 o'clock Central Time. Main concern today will be damaging winds and hail, but a couple of tornadoes are possible. There is going to be a strong tornado risk, which with this particular storm is definitely in play. There's a very low strong tornado threat. It's not zero. There's at least a chance, even though there's not officially one from the Storm Prediction Center. It's kind of one of those days, again, where if we do get a tornado, it could be on the stronger side of things with anything that's discrete. For the next few hours, we'll continue to watch storms moving down to the east and southeast. You'll notice this on the future radar. Plenty of thunderstorm activity out there from Broken Bow back through Grand Island. Any of these storms will be capable of producing significant hail, damaging winds, and even an isolated tornado. As long as these stay discrete, there will be a chance for a tornado. I think that greatest potential for a tornado will come in this area here. So anywhere from about where Connor is right now, near Route 83, back into Grand Island, that is where I think the greatest potential for a tornado will exist today in a narrow corridor. Once we get closer to 10 to 11 o'clock, this becomes more linear as it goes towards Kansas City with more of a damaging wind threat. So this threat overall will last probably 8+ hours. We're probably not going to be live for the entire 8 hours, but basically as long as there's some sort of tornado risk here, we're going to be live. And right now there is with this particular storm, so that's what we're watching right now. Let's go back to Connor here. If he loads, give me 1 second. I mean, go back to here, try to refresh it. There we go.
It's a little bit more high base, a lot less rotation. Still got to figure out my road here a little bit.
How's North Platte look? I think North Platte will not be too bad today. I think you'll be all right. Hope you have a great vacation. Thank you. I am leaving tomorrow. I am very excited. I wasn't really gonna go live today, but like, I don't know how long today's live stream will be. Basically, if there's something happening, we'll be live. I was packing and then I saw this and I was like, we need to go live.
I cannot believe it.
But we'll kind of see how things go. But just kind of here. Taking a break from packing,
Ridiculous.
You know, getting ready for vacation. I haven't been practicing my gritties. I've been getting a ton of cameo requests. I've gotten, I think, 12 or 13 different cameo requests in the last like 48 hours. I've been doing those like crazy. So I've actually added the thing that you can actually, you know, make me gritty, for, like a custom gritty or something like that on there. So
it still has mid-level motion. It's just, I don't know what happened. Like, it's back up to like 3,000 foot LCLs. Like before, you saw that scud, Chad. It was low, it was spinning fast, and now it just doesn't quite have that same look.
I have to agree with Connor. This storm. Okay, so you guys, I don't think saw it. Let me go back a few minutes on Connor's stream. I'll just show you what we're looking at a moment ago.
For the time
and this is why I went live. If I knew it was going to run out again, I would have probably not gone live. But this is what we're looking at. This was a few minutes ago. This is back at 3:17 p.m. So this was, you know, 10 minutes ago or so. You'd see how much rotation there was on this. Look at all that spin. I can skip frames. You'll see all the spin in the storm here, right? There's tons of low-level spin. The cloud base is much lower to the ground, and now this is what it looks like in real time. This is live. So what's interesting about this is that this storm in particular, if we go back to radar, initially this had a chance at producing a tornado. I think right now it's become outflow driven, and Connor's like, you know, why does this happen? Well, I think it's because it became outflow driven. This outflow boundary, you'll see it here. This is where the hook is. So that rotation is now basically kind of gone away. The storm has become a bit more elevated. And usually when we get outflow driven storms, they don't usually produce as much of a tornado risk. So in this case, we basically just saw that in real time. It really was wrapping though. you know, 4 or 5 scans ago looked very imminent for a tornado. This is what it looked like a few minutes ago. Here's your outflow. It's connected to the hook echo, and that is where we're watching for that threat of a tornado. But over the last few scans, that's kind of gone away. We don't have that anymore, but we still have a threat for hail. But once again, the outflow boundaries just kind of killed off its rotation. So yeah, but obviously from here we'll have to watch and see what happens. But we'll go back to Connor in a second. Please check out Expedition Everest and Animal Kingdom. I'm actually going there tomorrow. I'm going to Animal Kingdom tomorrow. I already have my magic band on. I was wearing it. No vacation. I'm going on vacation tomorrow. Today was not the beginning of it. Connor is in Nebraska. We're not going to probably cover Kansas, I don't think, today. We'll see. Depends on how long we're live for. If we're live for 8 hours, which is possible, if things stay active, we'll be live for 8 hours. If we're live for 8 hours, we will be live through Kansas. But
so
it's very debatable.
Apologize for that. But we're gonna go ahead and
so jealous.
This thing.
This was planned a year ago. I mean, we were at, I don't know, 50,000 subscribers a year ago or something like that.
Oops, didn't mean to honk.
So like, this is also planned with 10 different people. It's not just like, you know, me. There's more than one person. So I was not the one that planned it. If I could have planned it, I would have planned it in like August or something when the weather's at least a bit quieter. We have hurricane season and all that.
Put you guys right here.
But yeah, you can just see how elevated that storm is now. It's nowhere near the surface anymore. It's pretty incredible how elevated this storm just became.
You guys shouldn't see that mount anymore either. But yeah, this thing is went high base.
Well, anything be able to move over to Omaha later.
Is back
Omaha in particular,
that's the old mesocyclone.
This is the problem with today's threat for people off to the east. Let's go back and kind of zoom out here. Again, it's a bit laggy. I'm in my second studio. I'm not my main studio. Even though we have this new handy dandy light, you can see it behind me. We actually have the LED light that I use at the weather studio now here. So cool stuff. But I just want to kind of show you the dew points, because this is the biggest thing with today. One is going to be if storms can stay discrete and not outflow driven, and also stay surface based, there'll be a better shot at tornadoes. But if we go over to the moisture in terms of the dew points, this will kind of give you an idea of what is going to be happening, because the dew points are really like the biggest thing with today's event. We really have a late surge of moisture, so that basically means is that a lot of the moisture for today is arriving late. All this moisture here is where that best corridor will be for severe weather today. Notice over here to the east though, near Omaha, the dew points are actually lower. Any of that like dark green is going to represent dew points in like the mid to lower 50s. That is not great, but the storms aren't there yet. So once we go throughout this afternoon, closer to 4, 5, 6 o'clock, just wait for the radar to load here. So this is 4, 5, 6 o'clock. Notice that main corridor of moisture will still be back out here to the west of Omaha. Back over in Omaha, that moisture is going to kind of stay right around the mid-50s for dew points. So I think overall, most of the storm activity, if it does impact Omaha, will be predominantly just hail and wind. They should be elevated storms. The biggest thing is if we have dew points that are, in the low to mid-50s, the storms are going to most of the time be elevated, because that lifting condensation level is just so high up into the atmosphere. But if they are not elevated, if we have dew points in the mid 60s or low 60s like these storms here, even though they're outflow driven now, if they weren't outflow driven, that one that we were just looking at would have been almost 100% going to produce a tornado. But it's now outflow driven, so that's kind of killed the chances here temporarily. I do think overall though, the main concern there right along the Nebraska and Iowa border would just be hail with any storms that do develop. Maybe an isolated tornado, but I think the threat there is honestly on the lower side of things. I wouldn't be super concerned about it, honestly.
Problems with that.
All right. It's very hot in Florida. It is. It is brutally hot in Florida.
It doesn't even look like.
In Orlando tomorrow when I go to Disney, it's going to be 96, I think, or 98. Thank you, Pink King, for the $5 super chat. The only thing to worry about there would be hail and wind.
Doesn't even look like
tomorrow. There's a low tornado risk.
Very, very high base. We'll see.
I gotta say though, I mean, obviously, most people do not live in this area of Nebraska. You can just kind of tell by the, the landscape. It is beautiful out here in Nebraska. It is quite literally beautiful. You can see that in real time. There's like literally just fields upon fields here in central Nebraska. I think Omaha will be fine. I just talked about Omaha. I think it'll be mostly hail and wind if you get any severe weather. if you're talking about a meteorology degree, bachelor's
might
is
take a
the
little bit
minimum
longer.
requirement.
Just might take a little bit longer than I originally anticipated.
Connor's on the storm just south of Thetford. It's the one that has, let me zoom into it. It's the one that did have a hook echo. It's trying to recycle right now, so we're gonna watch that closely.
All dealing with the same problems.
Hey, David for the $5 super
roads
chat.
out here.
It's really anywhere from now until later this evening, or
suck.
later this afternoon, I should say. Main concern, isolated hail and wind. I would check the time frame in detail for you, but this computer or this laptop is very laggy. If I was in my studio, I would 100%.
As we get further
go in
south,
depth on that. It's hard to do it on the
visual
studio.
storm.
We're really only doing emergency live streams right now on this, which this was more of an emergency live stream. It just storm actually died out like immediately after I went live. It was kind of crazy. Let's go to radar real quick. I'm going to show you guys this real quick. So this is the storm that we're talking about. Again, just to the west of Dunning, Nebraska. This just got upgraded. It's up to tennis ball sized hail. This right here is your hail core. So where you see the black, pink, and the white colors. That's all representing the significant hail core that we have with this storm. Now, again, there's really nothing in between Highway 83 and Highway 2. It's a very rural area here in between these two areas. But if you're right along Highway 2, that is where the greatest concern for hail is going to be. So upwards of tennis ball sized hail will be a possibility. Damaging winds, not really right now a threat. We are going to watch for redevelopment here. If we can get a new hook to form, we could start to see this become surface-based again and produce a tornado. That right now still remains to be seen. We don't really know if that's going to happen, but if it does, this storm would be the one to produce a tornado today, in my opinion. So this is really going to be the one that I would watch for the closest. The storm further north here, this one that's back over northeast of Thetford, this one is heavily outflow driven, and it would take a lot for that one to produce a tornado. But either one, honestly, could produce something. They both have, hook shapes to them, but again, the outflow boundary is just so out in front of the storm still. If it gets a bit closer, that's when we'd be watching for the threat of a tornado.
If this thing
Thank you, Matt, by the way, for the $5 Venmo. I appreciate that. Thank you for the vacation fund.
Coming up.
I don't need a vacation fund, but I do appreciate your generosity.
It still doesn't look that good at the moment. It's hard to tell because the sun.
Also, thank you,
the sun is making the contrast pretty hard.
Labs for the $4.99.
You guys might have a slight.
I think it would be worth it just to see the storm. I don't know if we'll see tornadoes. It's going to be kind of contingent on these storms not being outflow driven. Because everything's there for there to be a tornado today. With one of these storms, it's just going to depend on if it can stay surface based and if it can remain not outflow driven. If either one of those two things, if both those things don't happen, or if we don't have an outflow boundary, we have surface-based storms, I think there's going to be a tornado, which is going to depend a lot on that. If you're chasing, I would recommend probably either this storm that's right now ongoing near Hasley or the one that's back up to the north of Thetford, which that one north of Thetford I think will be more of a hail threat, honestly. But this one here I think has the best chance of a tornado. I'm not dancing with Disney characters, no. If you do a cameo, I'm not dancing with Disney characters. I would literally never do that.
For now, I'm gonna put you guys right back up here. You can look at this beautiful truck.
Strong tornadoes are possible today. Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility. It's a possibility any day. With that said, it's a very low chance. It's not a chance that's statistically probable, at least from the Storm Prediction Center. So, it's not really a, big threat at this point. Connor does think it's also recycling. I think it is trying to. We'll see if it actually happens. It's going to take a lot for this thing to recycle, I think, but it's definitely possible. Severe thunderstorm watch has just been condensed as well. Again, it still includes a large chunk here of Nebraska. Just to the northeast of Stapleton is the storm that we're talking about right now with tennis ball sized hail. West of Dunning. It has a chance to produce a tornado again if that outflow boundary just becomes less relevant here. If it kind of, if the hook echo forms right near that, outflow boundary, that's where we'll be looking for the potential for a tornado. Still don't know if that's going to happen, but it is a possibility as this storm does drag to the east-southeast over the next several minutes. Yeah, I mean, Maryland, for reference, obviously Maryland had a tornado outbreak, literally 2 days ago. We had to go live for that out of nowhere. That event ended up being pretty big, and that was a 2% tornado risk. Today's a 5% tornado risk. It is, I would say, slightly conditional, though, just basically off the outflow boundary and whatnot. But it's still a conditional threat. It's not a guarantee for us to see anything today here. in Nebraska, but we could end up seeing an isolated tornado, and that is why we're live. We're kind of just seeing if we could see a tornado here. If we did have one, it would be north of Stapleton on that storm that's north of Stapleton right now, eventually going in the direction of Broken Bow. So that's the one that we're watching. That's the one that Connor's on. We'll be mostly focused on that. If anything else becomes concerning, obviously we'll focus our attention there as well. We have a severe thunderstorm warning over in Vermont apparently right now. We have one in Colorado. We have one in Oregon. Like it's kind of a random day today. It's Flying Fences Friday. It's not Wacky Weather Wednesday, but storms are kind of all over the place right now. We have one in Vermont that's severe, which actually is surprising, even though it's June now. And we have one in Oregon. That's also, I'd say, equally surprising.
I want to freaking face the storm for a second.
Yeah, the one that was PDS yesterday, that one was, or not yesterday, the day before Maryland. That storm in particular was a EF1, I believe. So it wasn't even a, you know, it wasn't like, it wasn't an EF2 plus, even though I thought it was, and I think many people did as well. All the tornadoes in Maryland were either EF1 or EF0. We had 7 confirmed, we had 5 EF1s, and then 2 EF0s, so. Vermont mentioned, that's me. That's actually kind of wild. Do I use calculus in your current line of work of YouTube or just in meteorology school? Just meteorology school. There's no calculus involved with what I do. Calculus is more based for coding and also for technical stuff in meteorology.
Really weird shaped. Again, struggling to find an identity.
How do you sync up your lights with tornado warnings? It's magic.
Identity.
Absolutely magic. Glad to hear that, Eric. That's awesome. Glad to hear that.
I still have hope for this sucker down the line. Right now, it's looking slightly rough.
Welcome back to
sand on the freaking
Tabitha. I think that's how you say your name. Welcome back. DFW? DFW is not in the risk today. I think DFW will be quiet up until about Sunday or so. I think DFW in North Texas, anywhere in North Texas, will probably have a very active weather pattern between Sunday and Wednesday. So, I think the weather's going to ramp right back up again. By the way, I just want to let you guys know our limited release 250,000 subscriber merch is going to be going away tonight at 10 p.m. Central. So if you want to pick that up, it is going to be the top link in the description, and it is also pinned in the chat. Just letting you know, just in case you want to get it last second. We also have a fully decked out new merchandise store. There's actually a Drunknado wine tumbler and a pint glass that we've added as well. So a lot of cool things there. It's a completely revamped store. We're still revamping it. It's not completely done. But yeah, just want to let you guys know that is now out on shopmaxvelocity.net or the top link in the description. It's also pinned in the chat.
Guys. Let me check Mezzo analysis.
We're not doing any 300k merch or anything like that. The next one would be like 500k. That's if we get there. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Lander County and Humboldt County, Nevada, for 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Mezzo analysis really quick.
You know, it's high plane season when we start getting severe weather in the southwest. It's something that you don't usually see until like August, honestly. Severe weather in the southwest is not very common until usually August. Actually kind of early this year.
Yeah, it's working its way into better dews, guys. It's working its way into better dew points.
And this is the storm that we're looking at right now, just to the south of Highway 2, southeast of Thedford. Again, it's right now not surface-based. It is elevated, so we don't have an imminent tornado threat, but we're still watching to see if this starts to ramp back up again. There's definitely a possibility as this moves down to the southeast, it enters a more favorable environment and produces the potential for a tornado. Again, if we go back 14 scans ago when we first started this live stream, it looked almost 100% guaranteed that this was going to produce a tornado, and then it actually went outflow driven. So, I mean, it really made a quick change, but you can see how this wrapped so hard here. Velocities were really strong at the time of this radar scan, too. It looked like there was going to be a tornado, which is why we immediately went live when that happened. But good news is that it became outflow driven. It's a very rural area. Again, we're kind of in, you know, a very rural part here of Nebraska. It's a lot of, you know, fields, farms. That's what Connor's looking at right now, is a tractor. So you can tell it's just farms, a lot of fields. But this could still produce a tornado down the road. We're going to stay live through at least the next hour or two, just kind of watching this, see if anything happens. If nothing really happens in like an hour or two, this is not going to be a super long stream. We could always go live after that too, but we're going to kind of wait it out and see what happens. mean, I'm not going anywhere right now. Again, I'm not on vacation until tomorrow, so there's no pressure of ending the stream anytime soon, other than having to pack. So
right now,
thank you, Landon, for becoming a 1-month VIP Velocity member. No days off. It's basically been like that. You know, for the record, you know, obviously we do live streams, we do videos, but I literally work 10+ hours a day. I've been doing that for the last 3 months, I think now, or 2 months. So every day, there's literally no days off.
We're gonna go with the original plan.
Now, with that said,
we're not gonna go all the way
I will not be working at all from Saturday until
so
Friday. If anything, very minimally.
So drop south. We're the blue dot. We're gonna go
Saturday through Friday off.
Arnold,
and again, I'll be on vacation, so no severe weather coverage from Saturday until Friday. We might have something Friday if it's needed, but that's kind of like the last day of vacation or whatever.
I prefer just kind of follow
we'll return to normal on next Saturday.
Kind of south of the highway.
I've never taken a week off from YouTube or anything like that, so this is the first.
And then once
but I will have a video tomorrow in the morning. I'll have a video possibly sometime during the week if I have time to do it. If I'm in the room or whatever, I'll make like a video.
I think the tornado threat could also start to peak, so let's clean a little windshield action here. Look at this.
Talk about here. Connor's talking about the 2 different storms on radar here in Nebraska. The one up here to the north, back over northeast of Thetford, that thing's been wrapping pretty hard here. But again, it's an outflow-driven storm right now, so the tornado threat very low at this current time. Rotation, there's a little bit. Even though it's outflow-driven, there's actually a little bit of circulation just off to the west of Highway 7, so something to watch for. I think Storm Intermedia might be on that storm. Connor's on this one down here west of Dunning. And he's in position here for an intercept if this does go tornadic again. Right now producing tennis ball sized hail, so pretty significant hailstones. And again, this is right now in Nebraska is where we're at right now, so just south of Hasley or Halsey, I don't know.
Reorganized. We'll have a little bit of a better chance at.
It's also a new warning.
Actually doing.
That's gonna be in Nebraska as well.
So.
Is it this one? We have a different storm.
Stick with me though, because I'm gonna put ourselves right back.
New warning in Nebraska. Don't know where. Thomas Custer. Oh, okay, there it is. All right, we have a new warning system, so it's actually sometimes quicker than what it shows on here. So, that came out early. This is going to be for Thomas, Custer, Logan, and Blaine counties in Nebraska. That is going to be for damaging winds that are not going to exist, and then hail up to the size of 2 inches. So right now, the main concern right now is hen egg-sized hail or lime-sized hail. Still a potential for a tornado with this if it can recycle and reorganize. That is what we're going to be watching for over the next several minutes as this storm does track to the southeast. Thank you, Green Fox, for the $5 super chat. No problem at all. Burnout? I'm not burnt out by any means. I mean, if I wasn't going on vacation, we would be live no matter what, basically, if we had to over the next 7 days. But I'm not burnt out. People think I'm burning out. I'm not. That's not why I'm going on vacation. This was planned literally a year ago. So I mean, it's also with a lot of people. It's not just going to be me. So, I mean, if it was just me, I would possibly consider just rescheduling it. But, like, you know, it's not that sort of thing. And even then, the weather does not look that bad after today. And even today doesn't look horrible. It just kind of depends on what happens with these storms. And if we go to tomorrow's outlook, which tomorrow could be interesting, because we have a tornado risk in Missouri and also in Colorado. A second so I can zoom out here. We have that tornado risk. It's a low one back over here in southern parts of Missouri and northern Arkansas, and another one back over in parts of western or the western high plains, so back over in eastern Colorado. So a couple of tornado risks. Kind of looks like almost like a fish or something like that, or a whale for a risk. But overall, the main concern will be damaging winds. There will be a tornado threat. This is today's tornado threat for reference. There is going to be a risk for tornadoes anywhere from Nebraska back into Kansas and western Missouri. That's going to be, again, highly contingent on there being discrete cells. As long as we have that, there will be a potential for a few tornadoes. But, again, that's going to really depend on if these storms don't become outflow driven, which right now they are, but that can always be something that can be recovered. Here's tomorrow's tornado risk for reference. You got a couple of small 2% areas. Got one back over there in the lower Midwest and in the Mississippi Valley, and then the other one near Denver. So very low risks, nothing I would be super concerned about, just stay weather aware. And if you want more details on either one of those risks, you can watch my video from today on Max Velocity on the channel here. Just click the channel name. We talked about it today. So feel free if you want to. Thank you, Bojack, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities. By the way, I forgot to mention this, but if you're a VIP Velocity member, we do now have a merchandise discount. So if you actually get merch, any of the limited release merch or anything like that, you do get 10% off. Make sure you go to the perks tab to check that out. The merch is, again, the top link in the description, and it's also going to be the pinned link in the chat. So, just an FYI, if you didn't see the announcement. The Tinder weather stream. It might turn into that at this point, because I don't know if we're going to get a whole lot other than hail here. We'll see. This storm can organize. That's going to be more concerning for a tornado, but I think it's going to take a little bit of effort for that to happen. Connor right now is, well, driving south. He's just repositioning for the storm right now. Not sure where storm intermediate is, but we missed it. Never mind. We'll go back here. Lost 2 trampolines in the last storm in western Iowa. How'd you lose 2 trampolines? I can barely hear you over Connor. That's exciting. Yeah, change that. Alright, should be a little bit better. Sorry, the sound is going to always vary, at least on this particular laptop, because we are not in our weather studio. Our weather studio has the better computer and all that, so we're not in the same sort of, you know, setup that we're usually in. And the audio is just going to keep changing. Any golf planned? Nope. Not golfing. I would, but no. Disney golf courses are absurdly expensive, so no golf is planned right now. For those that watched today's video, by the way, did you guys like the format of it? It was a little bit different, I think. I'm just curious. Today's video is more of a localized sort of video. We usually do more stuff that's like broader, like the entire country, but today was more focused on the Central Plains. Bit more niche-y, if you will. It's a little bit more niche-y. Viewership, I think today's video was like a 10 out of 10, which is bad. That means, like, you know, not many people watched it, but I kind of like doing it. It's a bit more niche-y. A bit more in-depth, if you will. Because tomorrow's video will be a broad overview of, like, the week to come. Today's video is more of just a detailed breakdown of what's happening today. So, it's a little bit different. This right here, by the way, would be where we're watching for new development of rotation. I don't see anything imminent still, but that would be the area that we're watching for. Just off to the west of Anselmo here in Nebraska. All right. If you have any questions, anything like that, feel free to leave those in the chat. This will probably be a pretty interactive stream until something happens. This is really the main area that we're watching right now. Production quality. Yes, we use Windows Movie Maker for editing videos. It's very exciting. Yeah, fix this camera here. There we go. I will try to do a weathers blooper video at some point here in the near future for members only. I'm trying to get to it. We just haven't had a chance. Anything for Kansas City? Kansas City will be predominantly a wind threat. So if you're in Kansas City, be ready for damaging winds, basically. I don't think we're going to have much else other than that. Maybe some hail. Let's go to the future radar. I'll kind of pull up the Kansas City area here. I know we have a solid amount of viewers over near Kansas City, so just kind of a broad overview of what to expect. This is tonight, so right around 10 to 11 o'clock, these storms continue to push down here to the south and southeast. We have another area of storms that will merge with this discrete and semi-discrete supercell activity. So right around 10 is when you can probably expect that. And what will end up happening is that these will basically combine into one line of storms, and it will be very, very disorganized. But anything that can remain severe will be producing some damaging winds and maybe some hail. Tornado risk, close to zero. I honestly do not expect a tornado risk out of this, but can't rule it out. I think it's a low chance, though. It's not zero. But it should be a low chance. Let me go back to here. I'm in Kansas City. There's a lot of people that watch from Kansas City. One of our very own mods, actually, is from Kansas City now. Or one of our chat mods. Yeah, this northern storm, I don't really think it's really rotating that much. I don't know. I don't see it. I think it's mostly just wind right now, that northern storm. I mean, there might be like a little bit of something right here, but it's I wouldn't say it's tightening. I think it's just really broad circulation. This storm right now, the one south of Dunning, that one's just not doing anything right now. EDS cow interception. I thought you went on vacation. I'm on vacation starting tomorrow. I don't know why people don't know that. I feel like I've said it a lot, but for some reason, a lot of people still think I'm actually, like, supposed to be on vacation right now. It's not till tomorrow. It's always been like that. I have heard about that tornado that happened in Africa. Yeah, I saw that. I saw a bunch of videos on it. Yeah, that was pretty crazy. No doubt. Yeah, you can't really rule out any tornado risk at this point. But yeah, tomorrow's risk, I don't know. I was looking at tomorrow. The tornado risk for tomorrow did not look very impressive to me. Honestly. Let me go back to Connor here. Stay on him for a second. But yeah, tomorrow, in my opinion, it does not look heavily favored at tornadoes. I'd say more than anything, I'd be expecting wind. Because tomorrow looks a lot more linear. Today is more discrete, which makes the tornado threat higher in nature. Which that's what we're seeing right now in Nebraska. But, yeah.
Making good time here. Here's a reminder of our plan. Okay, we're gonna get to Stapleton and blast.
Somebody suggested that I wear my Culver shirt into Culver's.
Out in front of the supercell, ready for
and make it like a members only video for that. That'd be hilarious.
Won't be too long and we'll have another beautiful view of this storm coming.
Well, I hit the gritty. I'm not gonna hit the gritty. I don't have space for it. This is the second studio, so we're still working on this one. We just got the light working, by the way. This light, you can see it behind me, the blue. Excuse me. We just got this light working. So whenever there's a tornado warning, everything will sync up again. So like the red flashing and all that. I'll quickly do it. I'm not gonna play the audio, but like if there's a tornado warning, which there isn't, but it's synced up now. It's a bit bright still, but we're working on it. So let me go back to here. Yeah, we got all that stuff going now. It's a little bit bright, but everything's synced up. Pink, we do have pink too. Yeah, we got everything set up. We got there's a tornado emergency for whatever reason today, which let's hope there's nothing like that. If there was one, then, you know, that thing would be flashing pink. But it'd be more of like a pulse almost. So, yeah. So that's really the biggest thing that we've done though over the last couple days. We didn't really have anything that was synced up. We didn't have this light working on our last live stream because I literally walked in the door and then I saw a tornado on the ground. So this is an upgrade to this studio. So our second studio, we just added this. The next thing we're gonna upgrade is the computer, which who knows when that's gonna happen, but that's gonna be a boatload of money too for a new computer for this studio. Not sure when that'll happen, but it's probably gonna happen at some point. And even if, you know, after I'm done college and stuff like that, we will probably have 2 different computers and then 3, including the laptop. What I'll probably do is actually make a green screen studio with the second computer so that we can have multiple different ways to provide weather information. Whether that is through, you know, the green screen or that's through what we're doing like right now. So a lot of different stuff. And this is also a standing desk. So there's just a lot of different things that we can do. But a lot of those upgrades won't happen until I'm done. So I don't have enough room where I'm currently at with the main studio. We had a long funnel in Twinsboro, Ohio yesterday. Really? You got a funnel cloud there? Tucker water. That was pretty funny the other day. Tucker wasn't watching, by the way, believe it or not. It's unbelievable. I thought Tucker was watching. I bought a standing desk 2 years ago and legitimately never used it. I would use this on live streams, so the problem is the lighting that I have right now is not going to be very cooperative. I could probably do it right now. Let's try it. We're gonna try it. While nothing's really happening. Let's try it. See you guys later. Okay, so this is the standing desk.
Oh, Popo got him. Popo got him. Rest in peace.
Yeah, let me. I gotta fix the face cam here.
Red buddy.
Look at that lighting. That lighting's fantastic. Yeah, this is the standing desk. So now I'm standing. Oh man, this is. I don't have the right setup for this. Like I only have one light for this too. It's really not a great setup. I don't think we're gonna be standing here for very long. It's better to stand though. I do like the standing aspect. Thank you, Rob and Sumner, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Put smarts in the chat for Rob and Sumner. It's the highest tiered membership on our channel.
Warning on it. Lime-sized hail it's warned for now. Lime-sized hail.
I've had the standing desk for a little over a year now, but I don't really ever. I'm not at the studio usually, so.
Due east. Our storm is moving south, east, south.
Oh wait, I'm on the wrong screen. But yeah. I just realized my time is in Eastern. Let me change that to Central. There we go. All right. Where is the chat? Here it is. I'm looking directly into the light whenever I'm looking at chat now. That's fantastic. With the light closer? Yes. Well, the problem is the light is at an angle now. And this camera just does not show enough. So, a lot of problems. I'm not a Swiftie. What? Who in the world said I'm a Swiftie? And I'm not into that. I mean, I listen to like a song or two, but like, no shot we think I'm a Swiftie. Thank you, WD, for the 199. I just had Culver's. Yeah, I don't think he'll jinx it. I don't know. Today is kind of 50-50 in my opinion. I was originally, again, I wasn't going to go live. I went live because we saw that rotation on that one storm. And I thought we would actually get probably a pretty sizable tornado. If this storm didn't become outflow driven, that thing was going to drop a big tornado. You guys didn't see the whole thing because I was watching it before we went live, and I kind of watched it a little bit when we were live. But yeah, that thing was rotating almost violently. I mean, the amount of rotation that we had was insane, and then it became outflow driven. It's no longer surface based. It's become a lot less concerning, at least for now. Again, we're still waiting to see if this recycles, because if it does, I think this would be the supercell that does something. There's also a storm up here near Thedford, but I think that one will also stay mostly outflow driven as well. Probably not going to be really surface based either. So, but we'll see. Hey, you moving Mark for the 499. I like the green screen idea. That's awesome. Yeah, I that video was pretty good. I would say it was like an 8 out of 10 for a weather forecast, though. That video I posted. Don't jinx it. I'm not jinxing it, guys. Don't worry. Today's not a jinxing kind of day. Oh, wait, Heather, let me get you. 1 second. I got you. All right. Welcome back, Terrible. Swiftie Velocity. Oh, Lord. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. New to the channel, make sure to subscribe. As a friendly reminder, again, our limited release March is going away tonight at 10 p.m. Central. It is not going to be coming back ever again. This is what it looks like. It is shopmaxvelocity.net. Got the hat, we got the t-shirt, a completely revamped store. The store is not done quite yet. We got some new merch, though. We do have a Drunk NATO wine tumbler and a pint glass, which are kind of, you know, ironic because, you know, Drunk NATO. We also got a new Max Hydration tumbler. So not really a water bottle, but it is a new addition also to the store. Got a 3-pack of stickers. These are all separate stickers. We got the Drunk NATO, Max Hydration, and Max Velocity sticker, and then a bunch of new merch as well. So if you want to check that out, shopmaxvelocity.net, top link in the description below. It is also the link that is pinned in the chat. But again, that's the last chance. If you want to get the 250k merch, tonight is the last time. Don't regret it. If you want it, get it, because I'm not releasing it ever again. Again, that'll be going away tonight at 10 o'clock Central. So about like 7 hours or so from now, or 6 hours from now. I give you tips on starting a YouTube weather channel. Honestly, I started it because I like doing it, and I didn't mean to ever become as big as I am. So I don't really have many tips, honestly. The only tip I can give you is if you're passionate about something, just go for it. I mean, there's not much to lose when you're passionate about something. If you're forcing something, though, there's a lot to lose. Because if you're forcing yourself trying to get to 1 subscriber to 1,000 or whatever, or not enjoying what you're doing, you're not going to get anywhere. You're just gonna feel miserable. So, I mean, I love doing what I do. That's why I've been investing heavily into, you know, new equipment and all that sort of stuff, and, you know, improving the live streams and whatnot. But, you know, You gotta be passionate. If you're not passionate, you're not gonna enjoy it, and you're not gonna want to do it. Thank you, Dave, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. I needed to hear that. I mean, it's just the truth. I mean, a lot of people think this is easy or whatever. I mean, for me, it does not feel like it's... It feels easy for me because I just like doing it. Now, if you don't like doing something, don't do it. Like, unless you have to, if it's like required or something like that for whatever it might be. But like, you know what I mean. Just gotta enjoy what you do. When's the Gritty World Tour? Oh, Lord. You know, what's crazy? I mentioned this earlier in the stream. I don't know. Where's my phone? That's right here. I mentioned this earlier in the stream. But the other night, when I was live for the Maryland tornado outbreak, and this is unrelated to weather, by the way, I all of a sudden got a notification on my phone. And I got a Cameo request. I forgot I had a Cameo account. If you guys don't know what that is, it's like a place where you can pay a person to basically make you a personalized video. Some random person found my Cameo, and I made it over a year ago and never touched it. And then somebody was like, oh, I want a Cameo from you. I'm like, well, that's interesting. So I actually just started up doing Cameos again. If you want a personalized video for Father's Day or anything like that, the link is going to be the Linktree link down in the description. There's a good chance if you do buy one, it's going to be happening when I'm in Disney. So you might actually get some sort of interesting personalized video. I might be in my hotel room. I might be in a Disney line. You never know. So that'll be interesting. It's the Linktree in the description if you actually want to get one. I have like 4 other ones that I have to do for Father's Day. So yeah, very interesting. That's now become another thing I'll do over vacation. That's the one thing I actually will willingly do over vacation, because it's not like I'm doing weather or anything like that. It's like a non-pressured sort of thing. Cameo a list of Midwestern town names. No, please don't do that. You can do whatever, though. You can also get me to Gritty. I added that option this morning. I'm not grittying to Taylor Swift. I barely listen to Taylor Swift, by the way. Oh, well, the link is in the chat, just an FYI. What kind of music do I like? Mostly pop and rock. Thank you, Chase, for the $9.99. Appreciate your generosity. We have an update on the Colorado warning. There's no update, really. Prowers County and Baca County, Colorado, still for damaging winds up to 70. And ping pong ball sized hail. Where in the world is that? That's southeast. That's southeastern Colorado. So little storm down here. This down the road, by the way, will eventually evolve into a little mesoscale convective system, probably. So damaging winds will become more of a concern with that as it moves to the east and northeast. But once again, not super concerned about that. It's mostly just wind. If you're in those areas back over in like southwestern Kansas or central Kansas or wherever it might be, just stay weather aware, you know, protect loose lawn items, protect trampolines, all that sort of jazz. Panthers or Oilers in finals. I don't watch hockey. I'll go with Panthers because it sounds better. Cameo for Max to spin around like a tornado. Oh my goodness gracious. That would be something. It's like stronger rotation on the Nebraska storm. This one up here to the northeast, or the east of Thedford, I should say. That one right now is just mostly wind. I don't really see much rotation with that one. Maybe broad circulation at best. The one that's over here that initially had a potential at a tornado going towards Anselmo, that one has some spin, but again, does not look super concerning to me. Looks more like a wind threat right now. We could get an isolated tornado with it, but I think that's still a little ways away from actually happening. I'm not super concerned about it right now. This is the latest radar scan here, just south of Dunning. And I got a hail core and everything right here, just south of Dunning, west of Anselmo. Still the same thing on the latest radar scan. Celtics in 4. I think they'll be in. Celtics in 5 or 6 probably. I don't watch basketball, but I am a Celtics fan, and so I think they'll win it in like 5 or 6 realistically. Oh, I am standing, so if the lighting looks weird, that is why. I will probably be sitting at some point soon, so it looks more normal. Thanks, Bombcat. Yeah, I'll be on vacation tomorrow. We're not gone yet. We'll be gone tomorrow. This storm, by the way, just got upgraded. It's up to tennis ball size tail again. So the one going towards Anselmo, Nebraska, back up to 2-inch size tail, or 2.5-inch size tail. So tennis balls are now raining out of the sky here. Haircut looks good, thank you. Only reason why I got it is because it's gonna be about 100 degrees tomorrow in Orlando. So it's gonna be hot, and I don't want much hair with it being so hot. Hair on the top's a little bit long, but it's fine. How tall am I? 8'6". It's so hot in Florida right now. It is. And it's not going to be ending probably until at least next week. Let me check real quick. Orlando, Florida weather. Let's check it out. Right now, it's going to be 97 tomorrow, 97 on Sunday, 96 on Monday. This is the conditions I'm going to be dealing with at Disney World. That's fantastic. Mid-80s as we go through Tuesday through Friday, but that's contingent on there being rain. And it could be raining for several hours on end from basically late Monday until Friday. So that's something else. Yeah, high 90s for the next 3 days. That's going to be something else. I'm not excited about that part of it, but we're going to Animal Kingdom tomorrow, so it shouldn't be too bad. There should be a good amount. Should be at least a good amount of shade there. So, but if you couldn't tell, I'm excited. You know, I'm excited. Now, while everything was happening, my Magic Band just broke. So this thing just came off my Magic Band. It's now split into 2 parts. So, good times. I just bought this not even a year ago, and it snapped off. And that was while we were here. I like literally this just snapped off. Like I wasn't even touching it. So that's gonna be like $40 at Disney to get another Magic Band. Unfortunate. What is the worst tornado outbreak of the year? Has to be one of the ones that happened in Iowa, I think. I mean, we could even say the one that happened in a couple weeks ago, back when we had the tornado. It was near Tulsa. I can't remember the town name. We had a big tornado there. We also had the one in Valley View, Texas. I would say that one was also pretty bad. I don't know. Maybe the Iowa one, but also the other one definitely in play for being one of the worst. But it's kind of an opinionated question in a way, because unless you're just talking about factually which one was the worst, you know, there isn't really much there. It would have to be, if it's factual, you know, it's gonna be one of the outbreaks. It's usually not multiple. Thank you, Brent, for the $10 super chat. Wait, what did it say? My fiance keeps trying to get me to go to Disney. Should I go? I mean, it depends. If you're local, it's not hard to do. If you're trying to travel, it's pretty expensive if you're traveling. So, I mean, it's very situational. I mean, if you just want to go for the heck of it, you know, you only live once. Do what you love. I just got another cameo request. Why do people keep... I can't believe how many people actually want cameos. It's kind of crazy. Lots of Father's Day cameos, which is interesting. I've had a lot of those. If I ever see you, could I get your autograph? If you have a pen, then sure, because I'm not going to be carrying a pen on me. You messed up telling them about cameos. I don't mind doing them. They're actually, you know, it's not weather related by any means, but I think it's interesting. You know, I think it's kind of like a little cool twist. And I kind of forgot I even had it. I forgot cameo even existed. So there you go. Learn something new every day. Let's go back to Connor here for a second. I will be covering hurricane season. Yes. I am now flossing while I'm standing. And we just lost The second we change to Connor, we lose signal. Wow, that's crazy. He has less signal up until now. What prompted the live today? The only reason why is because this storm that we're looking at right now had a lot of rotation. When we first went live, it looked like it was definitely going to produce a tornado. If I waited 2 more minutes, I would have not gone live because the rotation died out like immediately. It became very outflow driven, and it's also elevated again. So the tornado threat went right out the door. It was very strongly in play, but not saying it won't happen again. It just, at least when that happened, it died out. We will stay live for at least another, what time is it? Well, we'll stay live at least for another 45 minutes or so, or 35 minutes. If this storm doesn't start to rotate again, or if nothing really interesting happens here, we're not going to be live for the entire event. We could be live for as long as, 8 hours if we need to, but it's going to depend on how active it stays. Now, if things do if this storm doesn't really do anything, and, whatever happens, we might go live again, like, later this evening, if things ramp up again. It's just going to kind of depend, There's something happening, we're gonna go live. The reason why we went live again was because something was happening, so. Running, yes, you can. If you want one of those cameos, though, you gotta do it now. Otherwise, like, I'm not gonna be able to do it for, like, a week. And so that cameo will just not go through at all. Is this storm rotating again? Wow, that's crazy. Connor's still Connor's cutting in front of this storm. Apparently it looks kind of crazy right now. Rotation is still awfully broad, but apparently this storm is trying to organize again. So we'll have Connor there here soon. Yeah, I saw Freddy. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, this storm I think might do something. It does look like it's trying to cycle again. It's trying to organize. And this would be the storm. I've been saying it for a while, but this would be the storm to produce a tornado. Connor has a view of it here. Just kind of from a distance, but it's definitely organizing. He loads in. There you go. That's the distant view of this storm right now.
Yeah, that can... It looks more outflow dominant right now, but if it can build a mezzo...
My packs for my trip, for the most part. The only thing I have to pack at this point would just be the monitor and all that. Just our weather studio, basically. That's temporarily here. I'm currently wearing the limited edition 250,000 subscriber hat. Yeah, a lot of them should have shipped by now. The only ones that haven't shipped are the ones that have been ordered in the last, like, 3 days. That's awesome.
About to head into Arnold.
Cool beans. Now, once again, our limited release merch does go away at 10 p.m. Central Time or so tonight, approximately. So if you want it, you have about 6 hours to get it. Not even. A little under 6 hours. And it'll be gone forever. So if you want it, top link in the description below or the pinned link in the chat. But yeah, again, what we're looking at here on Connor's feed is the storm that is beginning to rotate again. As long as it becomes surface-based again, definitely has a chance at a tornado.
Wow.
So we're going to be watching this closely. Again, we are pretty distant. He's at least still pretty distant from this, but he's getting a bit closer. Road network here in Nebraska is not fantastic. So. We're in Nebraska. Again, we're mostly going to be covering Nebraska. We might cover another state here and there, but majority of these storms will be in Nebraska today.
Brings our temperature dew point spreads down just enough, maybe. We'll see.
The 500k merch. 500k merch probably wouldn't even happen until at least next year.
Got more supercells trying to form right behind this one. We'll see how those...
As I'm well aware, I cannot show other storm chasers. I know. Thank you. I got it. I've seen Freddy. Thank you.
Lots of storm interactions about to happen here, Chad.
Yes, the storm is definitely rotating.
Bad for the storm.
With the next velocity scan shows. Crazy looking storm. Yeah, like on radar, there is really not much rotation. This is, what time is it? 4:17. Yeah, so this is the latest scan. There really isn't a whole lot of circulation here. It's just a broad area. It's a large, broad area of circulation here. There isn't much in the middle. Just a large area of rotation. Still appears outflow driven on radar. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. One second. Let's go back to here. So this is what we're looking on the velocities. Again, it's just a broad, large area of circulation here. This is all just, you know, no wind at all, basically. So we have rotation. We probably at least have at least some sort of lowering, but nothing that's at least getting close to the ground quite yet. Definitely a lowering, definitely something that's developing there, but it's probably going to take a few minutes for this to really drop something with how broad it is currently on radar. Still has an outflow boundary. It's still a bit outflow driven, but it's definitely organizing. So definitely a possibility that we get something, maybe even up in here near the leading edge. That would be probably where we're watching for a tornado threat, but it's definitely trying to come together right now, for sure. And this is currently dropping to the southeast right now. Connor right now, again, is going to be approaching the storm pretty quickly. I think he's about to be driving right towards the storm after he gets through the Asgold area. So we should have a view of that here soon. Thank you, Joanne, for becoming a moderate velocity member. I do appreciate it. Welcome to the velocities. Yeah, I saw there's a huge group on his stream. Right, let's see. Connor right now is in... Oh, sorry, this is in Arnold, not Art. This is in Arnold. So he is currently... he might be just going towards Pleasant Hill. I'm not sure if he's turning north towards this. Yeah, definitely some rotation right now. It's broad, but there's rotation. I'm not doing cameos for Disney stuff, no. Not dancing with characters or anything like that. Welcome back, JD. How's it going, Chase? Yeah, this inflow has been the problem. If there wasn't an inflow, this thing would have been producing a long track tornado, in my opinion. There's a lot of rotation in the atmosphere today. A lot of spin. But this storm's definitely trying to spin right now. It's just, I think, again, it's going to probably take at least a few minutes here. Have you ever seen a tornado in Washington State? I've never been live for a Washington event. Here's Connor's view here of this storm. It's a loading screen. Just give it a second. There you go. That's his view right now. This storm has a pretty low base right now. You can see that out in the distance. It's definitely trying.
Good.
I'm not on vacation yet. I'm on vacation tomorrow.
What'll happen, guys? Here we go. About to get back.
We'll go back to Connor once he gets a little bit closer, or we get another view. Here's the latest scan. So again, still some circulation right now. It's still broad. The storm behind this one is beginning to produce hail as well. So we have a new storm near Hasley. Again, very rural areas with ping pong ball sized hail. The storm going towards Anselmo is producing tennis ball sized hail. So this storm's more intense. Has some circulation as well. So we're going to be watching that very closely. Connor is getting closer to the storm. So once he gets closer, we'll pan back to him. Thank you, Mike, for the 5 gifted members. I do appreciate it. If you got a gifted member, make sure to thank Mike in the chat. I appreciate your generosity. We are in Nebraska. And the thumbnail kind of shows you where we at least are in the general vicinity of, but we are in Nebraska today. I just got another cameo request. Oh my goodness. This is getting absurd. I don't know how many cameos I have. I've probably missed a few notifications. On the Culver shirt, it'll ramp up for sure. I'm not putting on the Culver shirt. Not doing it today. I do have it on me, but I'm not putting it on today. Can you guys hear my phone vibrating, by the way, or no? Oh, you can? Okay, let me take it down. Hopefully up here it will not vibrate. I did not realize you could hear it vibrating. My bad. Thank you. Yeah, again, this microphone that I'm using is not the normal one that we use, so it picks up a lot more. It's the Shure, or this is the Blue Yeti, which is not what I would recommend. The step for the $5 super chat. Just a few storms. Yeah, nothing too crazy yet. What we're watching for is any of these storms here in Nebraska to stay discreet, which we have multiple discrete cells here. But the biggest question will be if these do stay discreet, like this one here near Anselmo. The biggest question will be, can these produce tornadoes? We're still waiting to see if that happens. Just south of Thetford, we had that chance there. But as of right now, this storm's still outflow driven. It looks like it's reorganizing, though, finally. Connor has a view of this now. If you look here, let's go to Connor. He has actually a better view of this. He's still a few miles out, but look at that storm right there. I mean, that storm looks unbelievable. And this is what we're talking about. This one in particular would be the one that could produce a tornado.
Oh, yeah.
He's just north of Arnold now, or just east of Arnold.
Look at this,
and he's getting a better view of the storm now.
Incredible supercell. Incredible supercell right here. Coming right at me.
This is definitely crazy. Again, you can't see the entire thing, but once we get a bit closer with Connor, he's gonna see probably a pretty beastly and gnarly looking storm here.
Alright, we're about to get to a point where I should be able to find somewhere to pull off and view it.
The echo tops on this are about 50,000 feet, just a little over that.
Point.
So it's definitely a pretty tall thunderstorm.
Major structure show here.
And the biggest question mark with this storm is if it will go back to being surface-based or not. That's the biggest question right now. The storm's moving down to the southeast at about 30 miles per hour, so it's kind of in the middle, being slow and fast.
Alright, we got one more last jog north here. This thing's got major structure on it.
We're gonna go back to sitting.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, should be getting towards a little more flat land too. Wow.
Alright. Back to sitting. In case this gets interesting.
Alright, pull off up here. What a beautiful spot this is gonna be, guys.
That's unbelievable. Look at that. Look at that, like, curvature on that storm. Wow.
It's gonna go major mothership mode.
That's actually crazy.
Go. Pull off right up here. Wow. Major mothership mode. Holy.
Wow. That's
Holy
unbelievable.
Chat. This is crazy. Wow. Might be trying to do
That's
something way back
unbelievable.
there, too. We'll have to keep an eye on that. It's coming at us though, so we'll be able to see it if it does.
Look at that thing.
Might
Wow.
try to do something way back in there. We have to
That's
go at it
unbelievable.
if it does.
And this is back over west of Anselmo, Nebraska.
Incredible mothership.
It's not really rotating a whole lot on radar.
I've
I've seen some rotation with a chaser that was closer up to it,
that starts to drop.
but it was very broad.
Might go up there.
This thing is insane, though. I mean, once it gets closer to Connor, we're going to see a lot. I mean, that's just an unbelievable structure. Wow. Upside down ice cream bowl. It's not a bad description. Do I ship to the UK? I think we are, I think, international shipping. Yes, we're still international. So worldwide shipping on shotmaxvelocity.net.
Wow, Chad, look at that in there. Looks interesting on on radar. That's for sure.
Yeah, we're just gonna stay on Connor here until we have something on radar or like that. We're back to 9 warnings, by the way. Warning counter does not update like it does when we're in the studio, so I have to kind of manually do it.
I think I'm gonna go down there. Which way is this?
Mr. Worldwide? Yes, absolutely.
Towards Myrna. Decent road network up there in case it drops. We're gonna get a little closer.
Connor's gonna drive into this a bit more now. This is, again, pretty and crazy supercell here. It's the shape of it, it's insane. On radar, again, bottom right of your screen is a storm. Still outflow driven, but might be organizing, we'll see.
I don't know what you just picked up from the road, but put something there.
I will be posting photos of my vacation periodically on Facebook and on Twitter, so if you want to follow either one of those are in the description. It's at MaxVelocityWX. So, yeah. I might post a couple to the YouTube community tab, but it probably wouldn't be like a daily thing or anything like that. I'll post more frequently to Twitter, Facebook. And again, my vacation does start tomorrow, so we're not going to be live anytime after tomorrow up until next Friday. Yeah, this is an unbelievable looking storm again. This is in Nebraska, south of Dunning. And this storm right now is producing tennis ball sized hail. The one in Hayes and Chase County is also producing tennis ball sized hail. That one just got upgraded. I am on Instagram, but I don't use it yet, so don't follow me. Well, I mean, you can follow me there, but I'm not using it yet. Wow. Imagine I intercept one of these at Florida. Or at Florida, yes. I intercept one of these at Disney. That'd be crazy.
This thing's a beaut.
Still outflow driven as of right now. So again, tornado risk does still remain low on this storm until it does recycle.
This thing is a beaut, chat.
But, I mean, just an unbelievable looking supercell right now. Actually looks like, if we go back to radar real quick, we'll have a new velocity scan in a second. This is the latest scan. I mean, it's kind of doing something here. It's just a large, broad area. Yeah, it's outflow driven, but we could still get a tornado with this. It's just, it has to organize. It's trying. At least trying to organize right now, so we'll see. Look at that thing. Oh, man. It's getting even crazier. I should do a storm chasing stream. We probably will at some point. We'll see, though. The storm is also not warned right now. I think they may have forgotten to put a new warning on this. Yeah, because it just expired. There's currently no warning on this storm, but I'm guessing they just forgot. But Anselmo, make sure to continue to stay in your safe place in Nebraska. Looking forward to any rides or attractions? No, I'm honestly just looking forward to the break. Also, this storm just got warned again. Here it is. Just got warned, so tennis ball sized hail for Anselmo and Myrna in Nebraska. Down the road, this will be going towards Broken Bow, so a bit more of a populated area. Kind of just traveling along Highway 2 here in Nebraska. That's the track of this storm. Honestly, I'm just looking forward to the break, seeing family and stuff like that. So, it'll be nice.
This one's gonna be fun.
The storm is unbelievable.
This looks like my only way, though, to get where I want to get. I have to take this slow.
There's an enhanced risk today for severe weather in Nebraska, Kansas, and northwestern Missouri.
Really? This is the only option? This is like a C road. You know, B grade road. This is like C grade.
There's no tornado possible label. I mean, again, there is some scud, there's some very broad circulation, but visibly on radar, there is really no rotation here. Or at least very minimal rotation. There's definitely rotation, it's just, it's not enough to be a tornado warning cell, or even a, I would say even a tornado possible label at this point. Storm Intermedia has an excellent view. Are they looking at it?
Making it happen.
Where are they?
Making it happen here. Oh, hang on. Don't want you guys to fall. Hang on.
Oh, yeah, they have a pretty crazy view too.
Not need you guys falling again.
Ow.
Going off road.
This storm is kind of crazy looking. I'm trying to pull this up as fast as possible, but this laptop is killing me. This is what they're looking at right now. This is Storm Intermedia. Give me 1 second. Trying to load. There we go. That's kind of crazy. They're looking right into the storm too, and I mean that's a pretty big lowering.
And look at the layers. Wish I could be in that field. Why?
So this is the supercell that we're talking about right now.
Power line talking about. Nothing we could do about it.
This is a close-up shot of it.
Yeah, I can try to find a different.
In Taylor, Nebraska. Are they looking at the same storm? Is this the northern one? Let me double check where Taylor, Nebraska is. This might be a different storm. It doesn't look the same.
It is massive.
Maybe it
yes.
is.
It's
No,
one
this
for
is
10
actually the
balls.
northern storm. Okay, this is
Really?
the other one.
Yeah.
That's actually kind of crazy. Okay, so sorry. This is the other storm off to the north. This is the one near Taylor, Nebraska. Bottom right of your screen is that storm. Actually looks pretty crazy though. This is the other storm. My bad. I thought this is the same storm. They're usually, both Storm Intermedia and Connor Croft usually do chase the same storm. Or usually they're pretty close together, at least for the majority of the chase. So that's what they're looking at. Just at least a large scuddy lowering. It's kind of fizzling again, but that's pretty interesting.
The whole storm is spinning rapidly, though. You can see it up above.
And look at that, look at that. That's crazy. That's a large circular base.
Just gotta hope that the storm number 3 or whatever it is isn't interrupted. Which is back behind it.
I mean, that thing, if it wasn't, I mean, I think again, it's just been kind of outflow driven, but definitely might produce down the road, we'll see. Pretty crazy though. Nice.
Possibility of a wedge today? Probably not too high. But our greatest chance.
Test. Alright, we're back.
Here we go.
Test, test, test. Alright. Cool. Guess the stream decided to cut out for a second. Test passed. Thank you. I'm glad I passed.
I don't know why the glare's so bad today. Oh boy, we're definitely losing service here, guys. We are definitely gonna lose service for a second. Hang with me.
We'll go back to Connor in a second. Again, this is the storm that we're looking at that I think might be a little bit closer to producing a tornado comparably to the one off to the north that we're looking at with Storm Intermedia. Again, there's some circulation here just west of Anselmo. That would be where we're looking for any sort of potential. I still think it's a low chance. I think it's still really more of an outflow-driven storm, so more of a hail threat right now. But could still produce a tornado. That's what we're watching for. The northern cell has a circular base, which also kind of, gives an idea that it might also do something here soon when it comes to a tornado threat. But We'll have to kind of wait and see. Both storms kind of in different phases right now. This one in particular, though, that is currently off to the northwest of Broken Bow, I think has a better shot of doing something. One thing to watch out for is this shower here that's moving west to east. That could kind of kill out this storm a little bit, at least use up some of the energy. So, definitely something to keep in mind. Is my microphone bugging out, or is it just one person? I think it's just one person. Let's go back to Connor here. I am bugging. Test. Test 1, 2, 3. Test. I think it should be better. If you're cutting out, I would just refresh. Yeah, just refresh if you're cutting out. Or if I'm cutting out on your thing. Back to Connor again. Bit of mic noise when you bump it. Yeah, again, I'm not on the same microphone as the studio, so this is not as quality of a microphone as we usually have. So again, this is the storm that Connor's on near Arnold.
Right under the sucker now.
And then the other one that Storm Intermediate is on, that one is we're gonna be watching too.
Under the sucker.
All things considered, you sound really good. Yeah, I mean it's a pretty robust setup here. It's not very clean.
It's really outflowy.
Not seeing as much as what we did see initially. I'm not sure what part of the storm Connor's on right now. It looked way more impressive from a distance. We're gonna go back to Storm Intermediate again. And both these storms right now kind of feel like they're in the same place, though.
Hello. Like to say that. Still warned for tennis balls. Gotta be careful. Not trying to destroy the car here.
Yeah, let's go back to Storm Intermediate here. For the time being. Because they're looking at more of a circular base there. That storm base looks more impressive to me.
What's Tornado's favorite song? Maybe needs the song "Get a Jiggy with It."
Here goes much dust.
Connor should have a better view of that storm here soon, but he doesn't yet.
Maybe you'd be the one getting stuck again.
Well,
yeah, this storm right here looks more impressive to me.
For me to pull him out, but then again, I don't really have an actual tow rope anymore. I'd have to go buy one and then go get him out.
A rain wedge? That's kind of what it looks like. A big rain shaft with a strong right to left wind.
10 of them in here now. Whatever these things are.
That's a good one too. Spin me right around.
I can't get them. They're way too quick. Okay, I just got.
I don't know what Connor was saying. I don't know anything about tow rope. You might have been saying that. I'm not sure.
There's literally like 15 of them over here. All these tiny little nets.
There's just a large, broad area of circulation on the storm that's near Taylor, though.
Oh, that's intriguing.
This looks like a large storm base to me. I don't really see a whole lot of rotation on radar visibly. Some crazy scud activity on the right side. Look at that thing. Scary looking clouds all the way here.
Yeah, see how the scud.
That scud cloud is scudding.
Rising up.
Somebody in the chat, I have to agree. That scud cloud is scudding.
Is Nebraska going to Nebraska?
I'd be trying to organize though. We'll see.
Crazy if Nebraska'd right here.
There's a bit of a tail there, so this might actually be an
You
organizing...
you guys see that scud being risen right up into this?
I think it's trying to organize. We might actually get something here. And it's kind of crazy looking scud, obviously, but look at that inflow tail. I mean, everything's kind of coming together on that one right now.
This new wall cloud thing that it's trying to form right in front of me is looking really weird.
It's a straight, it looks like a snake. It looks really weird. And this storm right now is near Highway 96 north of Taylor. Gonna eventually go towards DeVary, Nebraska. Very, again, rural areas here of Nebraska.
To buy them both the same radio, so they're always on.
Yeah, to the untrained eye, somebody would think that this is a tornado. It's not. It's, again, it's organizing scud. It might turn into a wall cloud, though. I saw this earlier on Connor's stream. It's a pretty similar sort of thing. Where it's trying to organize. And that's the large circular base, so again, it would make sense if that happened.
A hole in there.
Oh, right there.
Green.
Yeah, look at that's neat.
I wonder if that camera can see it.
It's trying though.
There's one.
There's a better shot there of the storm base.
Real nicely. I just gotta see if I can. Hold on.
With 2020, with it being 2024, I mean, again, this storm very well could do something. We'll see. It's trying to organize a nice little wall cloud there.
Dust and stuff flying around. But...
A very low wall cloud though. It's trying to develop.
I can hold it out the window. Oh,
wind noise. It's
Yeah, very bottom of your screen. That is what we were just looking at. It's kind of organizing into a little flat area there.
How close is that precip to? I mean, I know we don't have far to go, but I just...
I mean, that precip shield to us is 2.2 miles north. We should be at least clear for about another 7 miles before whatever precip out in here comes in.
Gotcha. Why don't you dry off?
Wow. Wait. Is this the same storm? This is the same storm. Never mind. This is the one that Connor was looking at too. Okay, never mind. That is not the one near Taylor. This is the one near Anselmo. Their location tracker's wrong. I was kind of looking at Brandon Kopic's feed too. He's on the same storm too. They're both on the same storm. So this is the one near Anselmo.
Yeah, it looks like
Nebraska.
it's anchoring in on the backside
location
of
tracker
this
was wrong.
ring.
Sometimes it doesn't update unless there's an actual town here.
Which would be this.
Yeah.
This is the storm though that's going to probably try to produce. Does have a bit more of a hook on radar again. It's trying to organize.
Spot.
This thing is crazy looking. It's gnarly.
Hey, anybody on this thing?
This thing, again, I think this will try to produce a tornado, in my opinion. Look at that wind.
I got freaking
I mean, like, the inflow's crazy on this. I am checking the velocities periodically, by the way. So we're watching them.
Responding.
They're trying. It's still not tight yet.
Yeah, that's why I haven't been using Zello.
But this is 100% trying. There's no doubt.
I've never seen such bad service in rural Nebraska.
Yeah, we've been having the same issue.
I was watching Brandon Kopic earlier. He's with his kid.
Of all things, so
pretty cool.
It's been in and out for us. Are you guys like on the back side of this, or are you out ahead of it?
I'm due south of it, and I'm heading to Myrna.
New radar scan should be in here in a second. We'll hop back to radar once we get a new scan. I'll show you what the storm looks like on radar too.
Cool. We are directly in front of it. I'm on like a minimum maintenance road that if it gets rained on, I'm screwed. So I'm gonna have to run in a second, and then I'm gonna go down to.
Looks like a pretzel cloud. Got all sorts of different analogies for this one. Hasn't fully come together yet. I mean, again, it's trying. It just has not fully come together quite yet. The storm has been trying for quite some time. You see the wind, it's getting pretty strong, so there's definitely some organization trying here. Here's the new radar scan that we have on this storm. Again, this is what we're looking at. So we got our large hail core near Anselmo. We got the hook right here. Again, where we would be watching for a tornado would be in this spot here. We'll see what the velocities correspond with here in terms of how strong, if there's really any sort of solid rotation, if that's there. Just a large, broad area of circulation currently, but it's definitely trying to organize. Connor also is on the same exact storm. He's kind of near the inflow, but once he gets a little bit closer, we'll keep a close eye on him. Actually, let's go to Connor. Is Connor looking at the rotation right now? Let me go back to here. I have to go back to Connor on this. Yeah, there's definitely fast moving clouds, that's for sure.
Looks like that could be the third cell that the HRRR was shown.
Oh, the better one?
Because it's already got.
Well, I'm watching Connor now. He has a lot of fast moving clouds, nothing organizing yet.
92 still wouldn't.
Latest velocity scan still showing broad circulation.
No.
Going towards Myrna and eventually Broken Bow.
But look at the hail that just blew up over
Just to our north.
Anselmo.
If you guys are enjoying these views, make sure you're smashing that like and sub button. We really appreciate it. Trying to hit 1,000 likes and get however close to 43K we can get today.
Let's go to Connor here. That's what we're looking at right there.
Crazy storm.
But Connor's looking at where the actual rotation would be.
More scud. More interesting.
The storm's currently producing ping pong ball sized hail. It's not tennis ball anymore.
Scud monster.
It's happened with the storm earlier too. It's basically just a, as Connor just said, it's basically a large scud monster.
Sure wants to be.
That's one way to put it.
Right in the notch, right in the hook. Well, hook slides if it drops, just like usual. Just like usual, hook slides if it drops.
That's where the lowering is, at least for right now. Oh man, Storm Media's looking at crazy stuff now too. Look at this. This is the other view. This is their view. Well, look at that. Look at the speed of those clouds there. Connor's kind of like in there too. He's in there. They're from a little ways away. Definitely some spin. There's a lot of scud right now. Ryan. Doesn't look super organized yet, but I think it is trying. I mean, the velocities on radar, bottom right of your screen, they do not look impressive at all. Like, there's very minimal rotation. It's definitely trying to organize. Now, this is, again, the storm that we went live for initially that was trying to produce a tornado, like, well over, a couple hours ago. Or not a couple hours ago, an hour and a half ago, whenever we went live.
However, this precip is fading on our hook half.
I just got another cameo. Oh my goodness.
I mean, we're right under.
Cameos I'm gonna have to do it in Disney. It's gonna be crazy.
Right here.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Man, it's really low contrast from where I'm at. It's hard to tell what's going on. It definitely still has, I guess you could call it a lowering. It's just hard to tell what's going on.
This is very interesting.
We're like pretty much right underneath where it's trying to develop a new wall cloud right now, so I'll let you know if anything interesting.
Look how we can almost touch that.
Dude, I could throw a rock at that. That is so low.
What? I just heard their audio. They're throwing a rock at who?
Guys, I think that's like new wall cloud forming right here. This is crazy. I haven't had this happen too many times.
Well, this storm, I have to say, is way lower to the ground than it was like an hour ago.
Yeah, here's rotation
After
right
it had
here.
its initiation of rotating.
Look at the spin right above us.
Way lower to the
yeah,
ground
yeah.
now.
The center of this rotation is passing directly over the top of me right now.
Yeah, they see it. Is it on the camera or is it on this?
That is awesome. Alright, we need to go.
Yeah, this right now is south of Anselmo, Nebraska,
Yeah,
eventually going
it's
towards
a little
Broken
bit
Bow
of
and
some sprinkle
Myrna.
action.
Myrna.
It's right up here in the field.
That is so cool though.
It's trying.
Dude, look, if you look behind us, it looks like it's down, like on the hill right there.
It does.
I know it's not, but it's still pretty cool experience.
No, I know.
Oh.
Seeing that rapid
Let's go to
motion
Brandon.
right
This is
there.
Brandon Kopic. He's live on Radar Omega and on YouTube. You can actually see the rotating base here. So that's the rotation. I'm not sure what this is. I think it's just dust kicking up from the wind, but this is definitely organizing. We definitely have rotation. To some extent. This might produce a tornado. It's coming together right now. It's trying to come together at least.
We do not.
I can stop sitting on the mic for 2 seconds.
Wow.
What is Connor looking at? This is, again, Stormrunner Media. Let's go back to Connor. I don't know what in the world Connor's looking at right now. If he loads in. There we go. It's like a scud monster.
Strange storm.
I don't know what's going on right there. What? That looks like it's on the... Whatever that is, it's on the ground. It looks like just, like... low scud. Like...
So bizarre.
Unless there's, like, a hill there that's blocking our view of it being a little bit off the ground. I mean, this is just so low to the ground.
I have to go north here for a second. We'll
This
lose
looks
visual,
crazy.
but only for a second.
I just want to know what in the world's on the very far right of the screen there.
Pretty soon I'm gonna drop south. Pretty soon I'm gonna drop south here.
We go back to Stormrunner Media here. Actually, I think we could stay on Connor. I think Connor's gonna see it in a second. And this is trying. Connor's going around a road. We'll go back to him in a second.
Back around here.
This is Stormrunner Media on the same storm. Looking at trees. Oh, let's go back to Connor. Connor has a view now. Sorry. Going back and forth. This is what it looks like right now. Okay, so what we were looking at was not on the ground. I thought there was like some sort of hill there. I was about to say, I've never seen a cloud look like that all the way to the ground. There's definitely a base to this
I'm
storm.
probably gonna go back west, I think.
Just doesn't feel like it's gonna produce. I don't know. At least yet.
We're gonna drop south and we're probably
Trying to come
gonna go
together.
back west.
Organizing.
I'll explain to you guys here in a second. First, I want to get off this road, man.
The storm has had 2 different peaks, though. I feel like that was another peak of rotation. I mean, it peaked with rotation when we first went live. It's kind of in the same stage again. It's like it just peaked and now it's broadening again. Connor's gonna have a better view here in a second.
Road? Not really. Oh, okay, yeah, no, that is not a road. That is not a road. Good to know.
I mean, the clouds are just so low, the rotation's been struggling, though.
This is not a road that we can take anyway. Hopefully this next one is. Just gotta keep on zigzagging. Now I'm just trying to get off this dang road so I can go back west. There's a new storm forming to the west. It looks a lot more intense than this one now.
This is storm under media.
He went that way.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. That's the storm that we're looking at right now. A direct head-on view of it right now.
It's doing that, but you never know.
So that right there is the view of the lowering. Right in front of them.
That must have been the weirdest looking wall cloud that didn't touch the
And the storm back out to the west of this one also looks like it's trying to organize. So there's definitely some stuff happening here.
So far, anyway.
This is all scud for the most part on the lower half of it, but we do have at least some sort of lowering.
Yeah, we're...
You can see it clearly. I mean, it's a large lowering out of the, you know, the actual supercell.
Looked a lot more wicked a few moments ago.
And this is the storm going towards Myrna and Broken Bow, Nebraska.
Still, it's definitely wall cloud. And it's definitely right in front of us.
It's definitely spinning.
Yeah, this storm, again, the last time it looked something like this was back probably about almost 2 hours ago now.
Yeah, we're right in that hooky spot.
I just want to bring our attention to radar real quick. So this is the storm that we're talking about right now. There's a new one behind this as well that we're not looking at that actually has some rotation. So this storm also something to watch for. Looks mostly outflow driven for the time being, but the winds are definitely really strong there. Just to the east of Stapleton. So again, a couple different storms that we're looking at now. In the same general vicinity of each other. This is a huge lowering.
It's a slow NATO.
It's a slow NATO, guys. It's
So do we still have them because we just lost...
new type of tornado.
Yeah.
Slow NATO.
We just lost Starlink.
Slowly developing storm here.
It's just shy.
If it was gonna do something, this is a spot.
Shy NATO? Could be a shy NATO too.
Hardly anything back here. I mean, there's a couple farmsteads, but that's kind of unavoidable, unfortunately. But it's better than if this thing moves way southeast, like towards like Lincoln or something, and then wants to start producing.
I gotta tell you, these storms have looked crazy. This one's another example of that.
Cloud's
It just
looking
looks
a bit
crazy right now.
On the backside now. See how it's pushing out like that?
Yeah, right.
I mean, like these line features. I feel like you see that on the back of like shelf clouds when stuff we start speaking of outflow dominant. How does that storm behind this one look? Well, it looks dark.
I'll have another radar scan in a second. We'll await that.
Could be starting to hook in there.
This is Storm Runner Media.
Holy crap.
Not Connor Croft. This is Storm Runner Media.
So if you play that...
This is the latest radar scan on both storms. So again, this is the storm that we're looking at. Still has kind of a hook here. This would be where we're looking for rotation. That's what we'd be looking at there on Storm Runner Media. This is the storm back to the west of this one, which actually looks more healthy and organized, honestly. These two storms might end up merging, depending on how fast this easterly one goes, but possibility for a merger does exist. We will look and see what the velocities look like on this next scan, which looks predominantly just like very high damaging winds right now, pushing to the southeast, going towards Arnold eventually. Don't see a whole lot of rotation on that storm right now. Looks mostly like wind, but it could organize. We'll have to wait and see. That storm definitely is a contender here for a tornado threat. And there's that storm that we're looking at on Storm Media right now.
The west storm looks pretty good right now. I'm not gonna lie about that. That west storm looks fairly decent.
It's a wannabe NATO.
Yeah, maybe we mess. Yeah, that's the one we should mess with.
Okay. All right, guys.
Maybe we can say because we have time on that. But
well, if it's going southeast enough, we don't have time before that thing crosses. So, okay, yeah, I see the edge of it down there.
Yeah, I mean, the chasers are probably aware here that this is storm back to their west, too. The one further west, honestly, looks pretty interesting.
That's her.
Like, this one that we're looking at here, I mean, there's definitely a... You can see the outflow boundary pretty clearly on radar. But if this hook can get a little bit closer to the outflow boundary, there's definitely a chance that we get some interaction there, and then eventually a tornado moving southeast. That's a possibility. Again, the storm that we're looking at right now is this one, which has at least some circulation. Velocities on radar don't show much. There's just a large lowering. It's not really rotating a whole lot, though, by the appearance of what we're looking at on radar. I think this one back to the west, though, has a better shot at doing something. I mean, you can see how strong the velocities are. This storm looks a lot more organized to me. We'll see. Back to Storm Media again. We're still looking at this storm.
There he is.
If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Friendly reminder, our limited release 250,000 subscriber merch goes away in 5 hours. 10 p.m. tonight is a limited release. It will never come back again. If you want to pick it up, top link in the description below, or shopmaxvelocity.net. It is also the link that is pinned in the chat.
No waiting for us?
Honestly, that's still looking...
Oh, let's go back to them again. This is what we're looking at right here. This is the lowering. Got a view of it again. How much that comes off the storm base. It's crazy. Like, I don't feel like this is gonna produce a tornado. I just think it looks crazy visually. I think the one to the west might. This one, I just don't feel like it is going to. The one west looks insane when it comes to velocities.
You can see the structure. Oh, I don't know if the camera can see it that well. I just know that I can see it.
This is the one back out to the west. Look at these velocities right now. Upwards of 90-mile-per-hour winds going away from the radar on this particular storm, which looks more organized right now when it comes to a hook and whatnot. It's still outflow driven, but if it can not be outflow driven, this could very easily produce a tornado that's strong. But that would have to probably happen sooner rather than later. It's not really wrapping hard right now, but it's trying. There's at least some spin there. And I honestly think most of these storm chasers will probably end up going for this one, because this one looks way more organized in my opinion. This one over here near Anselmo, I think is just, I mean, it has a pretty decent lowering, right? It has a wall cloud or whatever, but it's not really rotating. There's really not much rotation on this storm. The hook is kind of gone, but the storm back out here looks way more interesting. I think Storm Media might be looking at that. Let's see.
Anything I can think of.
Can't tell what. I think they are looking at that storm.
It does.
Kind of see it right there. That's kind of... That looks like a beast out there, too.
Dust crossing here.
So there's definitely something there. Let's go back to them again. Stay on them for a second. That's the new one that would have a potential of producing a tornado.
This is the one.
I think this is inflow being pulled in.
The storm just got upgraded to a tennis ball sized tail, by the way.
It could be.
There's all the dust going across the road from the strong downburst winds. So the one that's back over northwest of Anselmo is producing tennis ball sized tail.
Whoa.
That's some blowing dust. Wow.
Whoa.
Okay. That is something.
What is
Jeez.
happening?
I have no idea.
That is dangerous to drive in, I'll have to say that.
Okay. I got my rear lights on too.
You can see all the bugs
What's
flying.
going on here?
We're caught in the inflow, man.
Oh my goodness, I literally can't see the car anymore. Oh, now you can.
Just go
See the car in
slow,
front
I
of
got
them.
My rear flashers on, you're fine.
What is happening? Is it just, I think it's just a downburst.
Are we in a gustnado right
Oh,
now?
look at that rising on the right. Are they like inside of like a,
Crazy freaking like.
I don't know what's happening. They're pretty far south of that storm now.
Yeah, it's doing that
Must just be
weird
the
inflow
RFD
thing.
surge or
I'm
something.
watching this from a distance, not right next to it.
It's all kind of kicking up to their right. Jeez,
That was
that got kind of intense for a second.
That was wild.
That was interesting. CGI? That'd be pretty crazy CGI. What is going on? I think it was just the RFD surge that they just went through. There's nothing there on the right anymore. That was where it was going. Well, that was interesting. Go back to radar again. They just updated the radar. Or radar just updated, I should say. So again, we're watching this storm back out here to the west. This is the one that we were initially looking at. The one that's north of Highway 92. Again, probably some very strong winds right now. Might not be 90 miles per hour, but they're definitely up there. Going towards Arnold and Highway 92. Still seeing if we can get some sort of circulation, some sort of rotation on this. It's very possible that we do get a tornado with this storm. Strong tornado is not impossible in a storm like this if it's able to organize and become more surface-based. So that's the storm that we're watching for right now. And again, Storm Winter Media.
Decide to produce like we gotta.
Let me try to reload this again. Got Connor too. Let me go to Connor. I think they're in the same spot again. Go to Connor again. Connor's looking at this storm too. Full screen Connor. Connor's looking at this storm right now. Look at that thing. That looks gnarly too.
This thing is freaking hauling, it looks like. I'm not sure how we're gonna stay ahead of it. Wow.
And just sit up here for a minute, and then bail east, and then drop southeast on 2, and then maybe get it again.
Hey, Step for the $5 super chat. Is it possible for these two storms to merge? They could merge. They're probably going to, actually. That could end up increasing the threat of a tornado here. We'll see. Hey, Doge the 999.
That highway.
Mostly a wind threat, Doge. Upwards of 70 mile per hour damaging winds being the main concern. Could get up to 80. But main concern would be wind. So this is the new storm that we'll be watching. While he gets a bit closer, I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. I'll be back.
Oh wow, that looks like a freaking alien. Does not look earthly right there. Holy crap, look at the striations on that. Crazy dust-nado intercept to freaking wild spaceship supercell. This thing is wild looking.
All right.
Holy crap.
This thing looks crazy.
Chad, look at that thing.
This storm, it looks crazier than the first one, honestly.
Holy, that's a beast. Look how it goes.
This might be coming together.
Shelf, just like that. Just
there's some rotation on radar.
Striations on that too.
Hey, Loretta for the $5 super chat.
Oh my gosh.
Main concerns: large hail and damaging winds. If this can organize and stay discreet, tornado threat's definitely in play. I don't know where Cario is in front of this, but if you're like within the next hour or two, tornado threat definitely there. I think after it passes I-80, it becomes more of a wind threat. Okay. Hunter's just blocking half the camera. It's back to radar, by the way, just for reference. This is the storm that we're talking about. Correlation coefficient, again, no tornado right now. If we were to get one, this would be what we're looking at, is we'll be right there, just west of Anselmo. And there is definitely some circulation there. So this is something to watch for. The storm back out here to the east that we were initially watching does not look concerning when it comes to a tornado threat. This one honestly does. Again, outflow driven still, but I think it does have a chance at producing something as it moves southeast, eventually going towards Callaway and Broken Bow. But I mean, this storm structure right now is insane. It has definitely a damaging wind threat.
It beats center, like dead center.
But yeah, this is a pretty impressive looking storm right now.
On radar. It might be trying to drop.
That you sat for the 499.
Where did that strike?
That's unfortunate. I mean, when I say mostly a wind threat, doesn't mean that it's only going to be wind. There could be a tornado still.
Looks like it's coming for us right here.
Well, like short term on this storm, it would be more concerning for a tornado threat if it's able to organize.
It might be further up there.
Again, really right now, this storm's going kind of in the middle of nowhere right now. It's near Arnold,
Like right in the path.
just to the west of Myrna in Nebraska. The storm's moving fast. You can see how fast it's moving on Connor's feed here. And there's still some circulation on this storm. It's definitely trying to rotate. It would kind of be embedded in the rain here.
I'm waiting to see for the next scan. It almost looks like it's turning right at us. Only play around here so long. I'm not trying to die today. I'm not trying to die today on this storm. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I haven't decided. I'll have to decide. Wow, it looks like it's.
Let's go back to Storm Runner Media again. This is their view of it. They're a little bit closer to this.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like close up.
I don't think.
Actually, I think they're in the same spot, maybe. But he's a bit more zoomed in. Pretty gnarly looking storm right now.
Yeah. I mean, there is.
Okay, good.
Yeah, there's a couple. It's right there. It's gonna be right in there where that dust is getting lifted up in.
Well, we're on the road, I guess. Everyone else is on.
Yeah, it's not good.
I really think this could be the one that produces a tornado. But we'll see. It's still outflow driven.
I gotta angle a little bit.
It's gonna be a little bit difficult.
That's what I was saying.
That's what it looks like on radar right now. It still doesn't have any tornado possible label or anything, but like that circulation is right over this hook right now. So there's definitely some level of rotation embedded in the storm. I do think that this could drop a tornado. So we're watching this really closely. Again, moving southeast just to the northeast of Arnold is where the storm is currently located. Let me go back to, we'll go to Storm Media first. I might go back to Connor.
Wait, what's been reported?
Blowing dust.
Back to Connor here. See that wind really blowing now. There's definitely some circulation here. And that rotation would be embedded in the storm, just for reference. You wouldn't really be able to see it from here. It would be more kind of in the rain almost. It'd be kind of behind that first layer of clouds that we're looking at. So it's a little bit harder to see.
It's gonna show itself back in there in like 2 minutes. Watch in there, chat. Watch right in here. Watch right in there. Alright, yeah, it'll be back there. Starting to be able to see it.
Bottom right of your screen will be the rotation. I'm just gonna keep that on.
Way behind there.
The velocities.
It might be behind the rain still. See how it's still.
Ooh, latest scan really just tightened it. I mean, it could be some sort of contamination too, but I kind of think that's rotation. This is the latest scan on that circulation that we're looking at. Let's see what the reflectivity looks like. CC. Again, there's no debris signature or anything. There's a chance it's contamination. I mean, there's a big hail core back out here just to the northwest of this storm, which is where the radar site is. But I think that's rotation to some extent. It's, again, the outflow boundary is well out in front of it, so I don't know. Still shows pretty strong area of circulation.
It's awesome how this just adjusted that. Yeah, yeah. There might be something in there. Look at see the new scan, Garrett? Yeah, it's coming right at us too. I'm only gonna stick around a couple more minutes. It's coming literally right at us.
If Stormer Media has any other view of this.
Yeah, this thing is looking wild on radar now. Got a couplet heading.
Hey,
right
that rotation would be embedded in the storm. I think this could do something.
Myrna here pretty soon. Looking wild back in there.
This is Stormer Media, which again they're looking at the same storm.
Oh yeah, it's behind the rain, I think. Yeah, it's behind the rain.
Looks like a mean storm, that's for sure.
You sure?
It's trying to come together.
I'm almost positive it's in there. If it is on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just wraps back around. It's just the inflow knot, so it's definitely back in the rain. That's why no one's reported it.
Yeah, this storm again. The rotation on radar is still pretty strong, so I mean I wouldn't be surprised if we got something with this in terms of a tornado. Approaching Highway 92 right now, just west of Myrna.
That might be a tornado.
Oh, down. Yeah, right there. I see the left side. Yeah. That might be it, right there. Yeah. You see it right there, Theo?
Connor thinks there's a tornado.
Right there, look.
Let's go back to Connor.
See the left edge. I just see the left edge of something. I don't know what it is, but that's the spot. That's the spot it'd be.
Connor thinks in the left there might be a tornado. It's just hard to tell because it's, again, kind of rain-wrapped.
I'm not confirming that, but there's a left edge in there, Chad, of something.
I can see what he's looking at. It's hard to tell, though. It's just, again, it's really dug into the rain right now.
Yeah.
They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail.
Could be a big tornado back there, guys. There's a couplet.
Eventually going towards Broken Bow.
That is a left edge if I've ever seen one. That is a really weird... That is a straight diagonal. That is a straight diagonal left edge right there.
Yeah,
Sorry, guys.
I just don't know. It's hard to tell. The rotation's strong on radar. They haven't issued any sort of tornado possible or tornado warning or anything like that. Latest scan here, it shows awfully strong rotation. I mean, look at this. This is the rotation on radar now. I mean, that's tight and confined right there. There's a debris signature. I think there's a tornado on the ground and it's not warned. I believe there is a tornado on the ground here. I mean, there's a CC drop now. The rotation as tight as can be. I think this is on the ground. There's no warning on this. This is going to be going towards Pleasant Hill, Nebraska. Eventually on track for Myrna and Broken Bow. I believe this is a confirmed tornado now just by radar. So if you're in Pleasant Hill, I would seek shelter. We got a debris signature too, which would go to show, at least it's a very minimal one, but there is at least some sort of signature here right where the tornado would be, with there being a tornado. It's almost a little donut hole kind of showing up on there too, but it's a little bit too far-fetched with how early the scan is. I think there is a tornado here. If you're in Pleasant Hill, Nebraska, Myrna or Broken Bow here in Nebraska, I would seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Possibly an unwarned tornado right now heading down to the southeast, which honestly, I would not mess around with this, because if it is on the ground, it could be on the stronger side of things. We already have a debris signature over a field, so I mean, that to me looks like a tornado, and there's no warning on this right now. Let's see if Stormer Media has a view of this. Yeah, Connor's currently looking into this too. I think this is on the ground. Yeah, right now it's on track to go towards Broken Bow. It's a pretty slow-moving storm, so that's at least the, you know, I guess good news. It's at least slow. It's not speeding anywhere right now. Just back to Connor, and he's looking into the storm right now.
I get into trouble here.
He loads. I'll have to load him back in. Give me 1 second here. There we go.
We're not playing with this thing. Could be a rain wrap circulation in there, chat.
All right, he's going away from it right now. Let's go back to Stormrunner Media's looking into it too. The wind is crazy on this thing. Go back to him.
So.
And this is possibly a tornado on the ground right now heading southeast towards Highway 92. Could be an unwarned tornado. This is what Stormrunner Media is looking at right now, which looks pretty crazy.
Definitely rain wrapped, for sure. No doubt about it.
Probably not something we want to mess with.
It's only warned for quarters and 70.
They're just
That's insane.
looking into this thing. With how windy it is, I mean, it's at least an RFD surge, but
That is a
very strong
low
possibility
level.
there's
Okay,
a
everybody else
tornado
is
on the
running.
ground, and it could be
The
large
last
if
one
it is
will
on the
happen if
ground.
it didn't run.
This is what it looks like on radar right now. Velocities are going to update here in a second. Yeah, we'll kind of see what it looks like on the velocities first. This is as of 5:22, so a couple minutes ago. There's the latest scan. Again, if there's a tornado, it'd be right there. I'm not seeing a debris signature on this scan. It could just be completely contamination. It's possible, but I mean, the rotation and on this picture just looks. It looks like this is a tornado. It might occlude pretty quickly, but that to me looks like a tornado on radar. I'm not seeing anything that really would contaminate this at this point. So I think there is a tornado that's just unwarned here north of Highway 92. Back to Stormrunner Media again. That's what Stormrunner Media is looking at. Again, if there is one, it's going to be kind of wrapped in the rain here. I'm not saying it's 100% on the ground by any means, because we don't have any sort of clear picture of this, and there's no debris signature, at least on the latest scan. It's obviously a good thing, though, if you are in this warning, just to get to your safe place, just in case. At the bare minimum, there will be wind damage, because the winds are crazy.
Gonna start throwing rocks?
I'm telling you, it's very difficult to tell in
throwing
this
dust
storm.
at us.
And correlation coefficient won't always pick up anything, because, you know, we're in kind of in a field here. Back to Connor here.
Should be able to right up here, I think, guys.
I have not seen anything
Man,
officially
that was such a
confirmed.
sus
I have not
looking
seen anything officially confirmed. And we have not
black
officially
bag of
confirmed this either.
something.
I'm just saying it looks like it would be a tornado on the ground. Like 99 out of 100 times, I think that's a tornado. But we just don't have any CC verifying it. There was like a small little drop, but you never know what that could have been. Let's go back to radar. So yeah, this is what it looks like on live radar right now. So again, that circulation that we've been talking about is this right here. Here's your CC, nothing showing there. That's your rotation. Again, it's on the stronger side of things. If we go back a couple scans here, I mean, it really tightened right there. So very possible that there was something or is something on the ground just north of Highway 92. But again, nothing officially confirmed here. I'm just telling you, it's very possible that we have something on the ground. And if it is, it's going to be eventually going towards Anselmo and Myrna in Nebraska. Let's go back to Connor. He has a view again. This is when storm chasers come in handy. It's very hard to tell, but velocities are strong.
We may try and like stop off on one of these dirt roads just to get another look at it, stay ahead of the precip, but long-term plan is to go down to Broken Bow, maybe get it as a cross, because I think it's going to cross a little bit south of Broken Bow, unfortunately.
Yeah, no chasers. There's been a chaser here that says it's on the ground. There's a chaser that doesn't say it says it's not on the ground.
I don't see anything back there anymore.
Not verbatim right now.
But
very hard to tell.
That was a wild left edge of something.
I'll tell you what, we have another radar scan coming in, so we'll see what it looks like in a second.
No, I agree. I could never see a right edge, so I couldn't be like, oh yeah, that's definitely a tornado. But it could have been, especially with how strong that rotation was.
Yeah.
And they're talking about it right now.
Are you guys close to that super tight couplet over there?
Super close? No. But like there was a left edge of something, bro, and it was beefy. All right, I'm gonna get to Myrna here, I think.
Here's the latest scan. I mean, I just feel like it is. I'm not saying it officially because we don't really know. But I mean, that rotation, this scan by scan has looked like a tornado to me on velocities, unwarned as a tornado or anything like that. But that right there, it just kind of, for me, it feels like it's something. No debris signature. Once again, it's going through relatively rural spots here. But from my experience and what we've covered over the last couple years here, that looks like a tornado to me. The radar could be playing mind games with us. We don't really know, but it's still very tight. There's not really any sort of indication that it wouldn't be one other than there's no debris signature. Now, if it is on the ground, it'll be eventually going towards Highway 92. No chasers have said that this is on the ground. There's a possibility that, again, there's some sort of either contamination or whatever it might be, but, to me, it looks like something. So, I don't know, again, there's no tornado possible label or anything like that, which doesn't always mean we won't have a tornado, but it is kind of, yeah, somebody said in chat too, it's kind of obscured by rain. It's a bit rain wrapped. Just made it also more difficult to tell. Again, I don't think there's anything officially on the ground. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there is some level of rotation here.
Saying a decent
it could be tornadic.
Guys. Try and get some structure shots.
Yeah, I think that's a good play. Also just had another gust tornado kick up and cross right in front of us just now.
I don't know if that's you ahead of me, but I think I just saw the same gust-nado.
Gust-nados? I guess Connor just saw a gust-nado. This is Stormer Media on the same storm. They're a bit more into the hook here, which they're not seeing anything.
2 cars behind you, DL, yeah. That's still good. Gust-nado's still going.
So you want me to go south out of Myrna?
Well, we don't, I mean...
I'm just making sure that's the right...
It's going down here, right?
Right.
So if you want to, we can get out ahead of,
Actually, it's just two vans separating us.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
2 rubber bands.
Two tour vans.
Oh.
2 rubber bands.
Like,
well, those are really big rubber bands back there.
Oh, decent size hail coming down.
If you guys do see anything, report-wise on this storm, feel free to at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'll see if there's anything that, if anybody's seen it. I feel like with how many chasers are out here, we would actually have verification of it being on the ground if there was one.
Yeah, we got.
I'm not sure if we do, but again, it's...
Oh, it's not even...
The rotation on radar just looks strong enough to me. Latest scan has now occluded that rotation entirely. If it was a tornado, it is now fully on radar occluded. So this is what we're looking at on the storm here. So this right here. And that rotation was right here, and it is fully occluded. So any sort of tornado that we may have had is definitely gone now. But still, definitely looked like something to me. But we don't really know officially. Now, this out here, I can definitely tell you, is contamination. That is not a tornado. That is definitely contamination. First one, though, again, it kind of looked like one. And now with how outflow driven it is down here to the southeast, it appears more of this as if it is going to be more of a wind threat here until it recycles again. Which, that's probably what it's going to be doing over the next several minutes. Ryan Scholl saw it touch down a few moments ago. Did Ryan see it? He might have saw a gustnado too, but they are different. Gustnado and tornado is not the same thing. Where can I become a member? It's the join button down below. I'm just gonna see if there's any photos or videos of this. There was a tornado. Yeah, there was a tornado. So we were right. And never got warned. At least according to at least one of these photos. From Aaron. I mean, a couple people observed this. That was a tornado. Yeah, we were right. I kind of thought it was. It never got confirmed. Nothing. There's no warning. I mean, again, a very rural area here. I don't think there's really. I don't know if there's any homes here. There's only a couple roads, but regardless, I really thought that was one. We never had a debris signature here, but just visually on radar. I'm seeing photos on Twitter. I'll be retweeting anything I see, but Aaron Brigsby, who's a chaser out there, he saw it. Max Olson also just tweeted on Twitter about it, that he saw it. So, yeah. That was likely a tornado, at least from the photo that I saw. It was a rain-wrapped tornado, so it's still kind of hard to verify, but that was. I really thought it was gonna at some point get warned. So, I don't know. I mean, it's occluded now. It's not on the ground anymore, but I really thought that was a tornado. I didn't want to say it 100% because, again, it could have been contamination. We don't cover this part of Nebraska that often, so it's not. Some radar sites sometimes show things that others don't. It can vary, but again, on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX, I'll be retweeting any photos that I see of it. At least one photo of it. Which we did have a CC drop for the record on this. It was very, very minimal though. Like this right here was the only debris signature that we ever had on radar. Very tiny one, so that's why it was also kind of hard to verify. Velocities though, if we go scan by scan here, you can see that. That was when it happened. Very tight rotation, and it lasted for a few scans and then it occluded. So it was a quick little tornado. It was only on the ground for maybe 5 or 6 minutes or something like that, but yeah, on the latest scans, it's definitely not there. This is the latest radar scan. Thank you, Jessica, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. I mean, for the record, the storm that we had earlier today that Connor was on, he was on the storm that initially was rotating, had a lot of crazy rotation just south of Thedford. That one never got warned either, but that one never dropped. That one had just a crazy amount of rotation in the low levels. And then it occluded very fast. With how there's an outflow boundary well out in front of this storm, I don't see why they wouldn't have put a warning on this, but still. Again, no reason to disrespect the National Weather Service. They have a lot on their hands and stuff. And again, it wasn't clear by any means. It was not clear at really any point, in my opinion, even though the rotation was really tight. But again, nothing's still official. The tornado that I'm seeing, at least on Twitter, looks very rain-wrapped. So it's still hard to tell. But it does appear likely that we did have a tornado, at least on the ground for a few minutes. Just very rain-wrapped. Now, as this moves down in the southeast, I do think it could recycle and produce another tornado threat. So, Broken Bow, right along Highway 2. Definitely stay vigilant. Could get another tornado with this as it moves southeast. That same area of circulation that we were talking about before, looks like it might be trying to cycle again a little bit. We got a little bit of circulation maybe right there. It's just, again, very broad right now. Might be a new area to watch for, but really the area that we'd have to watch for the greatest potential would be right along the outflow. So that boundary there. The greatest chance at something. Let's go back to Storm Intermedia. They are inside the storm right now. Literally. Ryan Scholl saw it. Yeah, I do think it was a tornado. At this point, guys, again, it's the past. It's kind of irrelevant for right now. Because the tornado already lifted. Yeah, Storm Intermediate right now, they're inside the storm. They are right now in Myrna. Hey Max, I just come for the dentist. What? What does that even mean? Sorry. The message got retracted, so I'm guessing that was a mistake. That must have been like a typo. Alright, here's the latest scan. Let's go back to a radar while they're driving out of the storm here. This is right now the area of at least some broad circulation that we're looking at. That was the initial rotation. This right here, again, is contamination. That's not rotation. There's still a little bit of rotation embedded in the thunderstorm. That was where the initial tornado happened. That'd be the one area that we're looking at right now. Let's go back to Storm Intermediate. They have a view of the storm again. There are severe thunderstorm warnings in Oklahoma. Is that in the panhandle? I don't want to zoom out too much because this computer's like dying. Yeah, there's 70-mile-per-hour winds down there. That's not surprising. That event will continue here for the next little while.
This thing is look at
this is the real threat. Are we expecting more? This will be the main concern, but it's going to last for like the next 6 hours. I don't know if we'll be live for the entire thing, but we'll at least be live here throughout the duration of any of these storms that look interesting. As long as coverage is needed, we'll be here.
Dustin Hill. Imagine a combination that we're used to. Thank you, Bartman, for being here.
These storms going to continue into tonight? They will. They're going to continue into the night, especially across areas in like the Kansas City area, for example. These will definitely be storms that we'll have to watch for, even into tonight, near Kansas City. Again, I'm not sure if we'll be live all the way until then, but like this threat will continue for the next several hours. So, go back to radar here. Back to radar. I'll show you real quick. So this is right now what we have across Kansas. Right now across Nebraska, and we got a couple of different discrete cells. We got the one near Ord, we got the other one near Broken Bow, and this storm in particular would have the best chance of producing a tornado threat as we go throughout the rest of today. The other one down here near McCook is actually a new one. This one in particular, not really a tornadic threat, at least for now. More of a wind and hail producer as that moves down to the southeast. More concerningly, though, down the road, this activity here will eventually move towards Kearney and Grand Island, producing more of a wind and hail threat. We could get a tornado out of it. That's what we're watching for. We'll see if that ends up developing. We also have the other line of storms that's developing back over here, or cluster really more than anything, back over in Texas, Oklahoma, and southwest Kansas, where those storms will be capable of damaging winds, and also some lightning, maybe some hail. Not much of a tornado threat out of that activity. That's another action area to watch for. Now, as these storms move down to the southeast, they'll eventually become more linear, producing more of a wind threat down here near Kansas City. For the next 2 or 3 hours, though, the tornado threat will definitely be there, which is what we're watching for right now. Any of these storms could produce a tornado threat all the way down near I-80, or maybe even a bit further south of that. That tornado threat will at least exist to some extent. And that's what we're watching for right now near the Broken Bow storm, for any sort of tornado risk.
She's kidding.
Thank you, Heather, by the way, for the $50 super chat. I appreciate your generosity. I can't even see the message. This thing is so slow. I appreciate that a lot, Heather. Thank you very much. Put some hearts in the chat for Heather. A very generous $50 super chat. Have there been any tornado warnings today? We've had no tornado warnings. We may have had a tornado, though, without a warning. We're not entirely sure. They have actually just added a tornado possible label to the storm. So they just added that now. For the storm near Broken Bow. So there's now officially a tornado possible label on this storm. That's going to include Broken Bow, Berwyn, Ansley, and Mason City and Westerville. Under that new warning.
Runza is a restaurant out here in the Midwest. Pretty wicked. It's looking pretty wicked.
Think they saw it after the fact? I think they did too, but I don't know. Again, we don't really 100% know still, but I think there was a tornado.
Nice.
Previously. This is Stormer Media's view of that storm near Broken Bow. So again, just a large storm. There's a storm base obviously to it as well.
Should I stop for a moment?
Still a little bit elevated. If we can get another lowering, we could get another tornado with this. Again, this is the one that likely just produced a tornado west of Myrna. Could produce another one. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning for Oxford, Maine. We've had one in Vermont now. We've had one in Maine. We've had one in Oregon.
Tails, be careful.
Yeah.
Crazy. This storm is capable of hail up to the size of ping pong balls, or actually quarters
We're
now.
getting to a little bit of a core coming into town now.
And downgraded just a little bit. We have a new warning for Oxford County, or sorry, not Oxford County. Greeley County and Valley County in Nebraska. That's for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That's a new warning on the storm off to the northeast of this one.
Tornadoes.
I had one of those tourists yell at me.
Yeah. Yeah, one hail at, or one of them was getting a big amount of Congress.
Still looks like a fierce storm, and there's definitely still a chance we get another tornado with this.
Like, you're directly in my territory, bud. Go back to Washington.
Go back to radar real quick. This is the storm that we're talking about right now. Again, it has a tornado possible label on it, meaning that there is a chance for a tornado as this moves down to the southeast, eventually going towards Mason City and Ansley. At this exact time, we really have mostly a hail threat. The rotation on this storm is, at least for the time being, a little bit broader. We, again, initially had a tornado back over here, at least that's what we think it was, north of Arnold and west of Myrna. That was a very tight couplet. It was actually a bit stronger the scan before. Now, as this moves down to the southeast, you'll notice that thing just occluded really quickly. And we have a new little broad area of circulation southwest of Myrna. That one does not appear imminent by any means, but it is something to watch for as it moves down to the southeast. That rotation that you're seeing near Broken Bow, or at least it might look like rotation, that is just contamination. That's not rotation. So the main area of any rotation that we would have would be pretty close to where storm media would be. Maybe a bit back more into the storm, though. It's a little bit more rain-wrapped for circulation. This is cheese curd-sized hail right now.
There's like a dog trying to run across the road behind us. Poor dog.
Now, for those wondering, once again, tomorrow is the vacation. It is not today. I'm not on vacation yet. I would not be live if I was on vacation.
Tag. There it is. Okay, let me line this up.
We are now tornado possible.
Ryan Scholl, by the way, did say that he intercepted a heavily rain-wrapped tornado. So, yeah, he presumably did also intercept a tornado.
Yeah, well, now it just looks like it's going to produce a tornado. I don't know how there wasn't a tornado possible.
Let's go back to live radar as I drive through this. As they drive through the town. I think both Connor and Stormer Media are driving through town. Let me double check. We also have Brandon Kopic on here. He's on Radar Omega, and he's also on YouTube. We'll see what he has. Wow. Okay, that's interesting. They're looking at a big rain shaft right now. It's not a tornado. That's a rain shaft. Lots of hail falling. You see all the hail falling. This storm's definitely producing hail. There's no doubt about that. Wow, that guy's running to catch whatever he just lost. He lost his hat. Oh no. Hopefully it wasn't a max velocity hat. That's again Brandon Kopic. He's live on YouTube and also on Radar Omega. That's the storm there. And then we have pretty strong winds right here. You'll see that right here on the velocities. Very strong winds, at least going towards the radar. Kind of a mix of winds going away from the radar here as well, just south of Myrna. So this storm's definitely producing damaging winds. No doubt about that. Back over in Broken Bow, Nebraska. And Broken Bow is pretty used to having storms like this. There's obviously no doubt about that. Still got a large hail core here. You can actually see the hail core. This here is just a large scatter spike that we have back over here near Ansley. So this all here near Broken Bow is hail that's falling. And there was definitely hail falling there, right there in Broken Bow. So this storm's definitely producing hail right now. Let me go back to this screen. There we go. So again, this is a tornado possible label storm though, moving down to the southeast, just south of Myrna. Right now, the main concern is going to be the threat for damaging winds and hail. We could get another tornado with this as this moves down to the southeast, so that'll be the next thing to watch for. The storm that's back up here north of St. Paul, that one looks mostly like a wind threat at this time. Maybe some broad circulation, but I'm not really too convinced that that storm there is going to produce a tornado threat. It's going more into an environment right now that is going to be more elevated, meaning the dew points are going to be much lower comparatively to the environment near Ansley. So that storm in particular, I think will have a lower chance at producing a tornado threat down the road. Back to Storm and Meteor real quick. I don't know what they're looking at.
So I wanted me to go.
They're still kind of inside the storm right now. They're trying to avoid the hail.
I'm just trying to line it up where I think it's going to cross.
Oh,
Miller,
just took $20 worth of damage. It's basically what it was. Max velocity hat. It's like
storm moves
$30 almost now.
Come on, raindrop, get off my screen. Come on, wind, do your thing. What is happening? Oh no.
I don't know what in the world's across the screen right now, but
it's the
I don't know if it's like a wire or something. That's the storm though, they're right there. Pretty clear shot of it. With the velocities on the radar, this probably has a pretty big RFD surge right now southwest of Broken Bow, and I think that's what Brandon just saw too.
contact lens. It's the
no, it looked like a contact.
It's the gasket that goes around the edge of the camera for that case that it has. That's about the ball.
Potato chip sized hail. I don't know what kind of diameter that would be. I think that's like, I mean, if you, it depends on the chip. We might have a better view of this in a second. I think we're going to get closer to fields here in a second. They're traveling on Highway 2. There are some homes and whatnot along here, plenty of trees.
What does that look like out your window? I'll try to turn this on.
That's the storm right there. That's a pretty impressive super
that
cell
looks
still.
wicked.
Got multiple impressive views of this storm. Wow, that's a really impressive view right there. This is still a gnarly storm here in Nebraska. velocity's never updated on... Oh, no, they just did. Velocity's still showing very broad circulation. But regardless of that, this is still an impressive supercell, definitely producing significant damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour near Broken Bow and Merwin. Brandon.
What a shot. Still dropping.
Now, Brandon's in the RFD surge. This is Brandon Kopic. He's live on Radar Omega and also on YouTube. He is in the midst of the RFD surge right now. You can see how strong the winds are here. This could be possibly destructive winds. They might be close to 80 miles per hour right now. There's no doubt that this is some very high wind speeds going through Broken Bow right now. Can't really tell very clearly because there's no like trees or anything. Well, there's one right there in front of you, but like, you know, you can just see the wind going from behind now to, you know, the front here. You can now see it very clearly. This looks like hurricane force winds right now, going right through Broken Bow, Nebraska. That's just, you can clearly see it now. There is a massive surge of wind right now going right through Broken Bow. But that is more than likely the rear flank downdraft that's surging right now into Broken Bow right here. That'd be all our RFD surge. There's no doubt about that. That's pretty impressive. I keep clicking the wrong button. Let's go back to... Again, this is a storm on radar going down to the southeast. Still got a hail core in there. It's definitely still producing some level of hail. You can see the correlation coefficients showing a pretty definitive area of hail there. And we got that scattering effect out here since the storm's pretty far away from the radar. Definitely producing some hail, though. We saw that also. Let's go back to Storm Runner Media. Maybe. Maybe. There we go. That's the storm that we're looking at right there. A little bit laggy. Give me 1 second to refresh this. Try this again.
Doing the best I can to keep showing you guys this right now, but we're just kind of going to lose our view of it for a while we position to head out of it.
Alright. They are starting to drive away from the storm. They'll be back in position here in a moment, but that right there, looking back into the storm, they're east of it now, near Broken Bow, Nebraska. Looking westbound is what we're looking at now. They're looking on the backside camera. Still a pretty impressive supercell. Again, more of a wind threat right now. Not gonna be able to see any sort of tornado with this since we're so far away, but rotation on radar does still appear pretty broad. Yeah, right now Texas is kind of off duty right now. Texas is not really looking at much of a severe weather threat unless you're in the Panhandle for the next couple of days. So again, this is a storm on radar that we're looking at near Broken Bow, Nebraska. And currently we do have 14 severe thunderstorm warnings, so the counter is way behind. This is the storm activity kind of across the state right now. We got one supercell back over near Ord. That's moving more to the east-southeast. We got the storm near Broken Bow. That is moving down to the southeast. That'll eventually go towards Kearney and Grand Island. The main concern being some hail and wind. The storm near McCook and west of Norton, that is also producing a level of hail and wind. Tornado threat with these storms currently is on the lower side of things. Not zero, but it's definitely on the lower side in southwest Nebraska and northwestern Kansas. And then we have some storms back over in southwestern Kansas and back over into Oklahoma. These are really clustered together right now, just kind of training almost. Could get a flash flooding threat out of this, actually. But the main concern is going to be damaging winds. Some hail. Tornado risk with this is going to be very low to zero, so I'm not expecting much of a tornado risk there. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm watch for those in northeastern Kansas and probably southeastern Nebraska. This goes until 11 o'clock tonight, with damaging winds, large hail, and an isolated tornado or two all being a possibility. So definitely make sure that you're staying weather aware there. This is a live shot out of northwestern Missouri right now. Notice we still have some mid-level clouds right now across parts of northwestern Missouri. Nothing too crazy, just cloudy skies right now, but that'll kind of keep the instability down for the time being. across those areas. But once again, Broken Bow is really the main location that we're looking at right now when it comes to any sort of chance right now for a tornado. And again, that storm will be moving southeast, eventually going towards Interstate 60. But as a reminder, we do have a lot of severe weather, obviously, in the Central Plains. That's the main area that we're covering. We also have a bunch of warnings that are also back over in areas like Maine. We have one in Maine. We have one in, we had one in Oregon. I don't know if we do anymore. They're kind of all over the place, so... Thank you, Heather, for the 10 gifted members. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Heather. That's parts of the chat for Heather. And if you got a gifted member, make sure to thank Heather. I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Heather. Alright, Diet Coke is done.
If you need to get out, just let me know. I'll move.
What? The storm still looks pretty crazy. Still a very circular base.
Could be good use if you roll it up into your window.
I do want to move. I do want to take a picture. Okay. But I am going to put this in my window. Actually, I'd probably do that when I get out of the car.
Okay. I'm going to be kind of blocking the road while I let you out. So.
How often do unwarned tornadoes occur? They're not super common.
If you want to just get out, I can.
They happen here and there. I don't know. I don't know the frequency of it. It's not that high. I know that. It's less than 10%.
Okay, I'm watching myself.
It's probably less than 5%, but I don't know the actual statistical number for that. It's not high, I know that.
Oh, you're gonna move that.
Yep.
It's definitely a low percentage. Might be like 2%, maybe 1%. But the National Weather Service has gotten better over time, so I would have to say it's probably not a high percentage. Friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Also, I do want to remind you that our limited release 250,000 subscriber merch is currently out on shopmaxvelocity.net. We have 4 hours until that merch is officially gone. So if you want to pick up a limited release 250,000 subscriber hat or shirt, you can pick it up with the top link in the description below. It is also the pinned link in the chat, all right? You don't want to regret it. If you want to get one, get it now because they're going to be gone in about 3 hours or so, or 4 hours actually. Right at 10 p.m. Central Time is when they'll be gone forever. So again, shopmaxvelocity.net, top link in the description below. We also have a new Drunk NATO wine tumbler and also pint glass. So those are also new on the store. And those will be there probably for a while. Those aren't limited release. And this is Storm Runner Media. They're currently looking at that circular supercell. Looks pretty crazy. Over here near Broken Bow, Nebraska. What's the outlook for tomorrow? Should be mostly wind tomorrow with an isolated tornado risk. I don't think tomorrow is super concerning. Now, we would be live if I wasn't on vacation probably for that, but we won't be because I'll be on vacation. Actually, I don't know if we would be live for that tomorrow. It depends on what the outlook is tomorrow morning. But honestly, tomorrow doesn't look horrible. It looks mostly like a wind threat with maybe a tornado or two. That'd be mostly, I think, in Colorado, honestly, for a tornado threat. But maybe even in southern Missouri. This warning, by the way, is no longer a tornado possible label. They have just downgraded it to 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. Good news. Still have some storm structure, so we'll definitely be watching that, obviously. It still looks pretty crazy on radar. Or not radar, but in person. Also, just quick reminder, I just mentioned this, but this is what the store looks like now. So, shopmaxvelocity.net, if you click on the link in the description, it is a brand new overlay. These are the two items that, again, will be gone in about 4 hours. These are limited release. They were supposed to be gone yesterday, but we had a technical issue with our website for like 6 hours, so we extended it to tonight at 10 p.m. If you want to pick that up, again, top link in the description below, shopmaxvelocity.net. Don't regret it. It's the last time you can pick that stuff up until it is gone. Nice haircut, thank you.
Yeah, I'd say this is a pretty mothership.
Until something happens, we'll just stay on Storm Intermediate here. Get a really solid shot of the supercell.
It's a big raindrop. If I take a softball to the head, just make sure we're in the car when we intercept.
That drunk NATO tumbler is fire. I know. That's what we can do now. We have a lot more options with our provider. So, we have a lot more options. We have a max velocity magnet, too, that you could actually put on your car now, too. We'll have a drunk NATO version of that probably in mid or late June. Brian, I cannot. I will consider it, though, in the future. Brian, I think it's Brian. Brian. Gonna buy the tumbler. It looks lit. It is lit. Literally, it is lit. Thank you, Mower Man, for the $25 super chat. I appreciate your generosity. Hey, no problem. Appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, again, obviously we're not in the studio. We don't have the mic quality, all that sort of stuff. But I'm hoping in this studio to get a new Shure MV7 microphone. That way we can have better microphone quality when we're traveling, at least. Like a travel microphone, almost. I gotta say, though, I mean, even if we don't see anything crazy today, at least we can say that we've seen a crazy supercell like this. Like, this is insane. Insane storm structure here. Near Broken Bow, Nebraska. And again, it might not produce a tornado or anything like that, which is good news. But, I mean, man, the photogenic supercell here, it goes hard. Rotation's pretty weak on radar still, so I'm not seeing an imminent tornado threat. Really impressive storm. I think the top part of the storm is the outflow boundary. Or at least the outflow.
Yeah, it's right there. It's right in the middle. Yeah,
There's still an outflow boundary. It's still outflow driven.
Yeah, that's what's tightening up right on that left side. You can see more right motion. The left.
The lower half of this storm still looks wild. It still looks crazy. Has this entire time, too.
Guys, you see how thick that inflow tail cloud is?
This might be one of the most photogenic storms that we've seen all year. It's definitely one of them. I wouldn't say it's the top one, but one of the top ones that we've seen this year. Your haircut has great structure. Thank you. Appreciate that. Be shocked if it doesn't drop another tornado. I don't know. It has. I mean, it might. It did probably west of Anselmo, Nebraska. Right now, rotation's pretty broad. The storm's moving quite fast. It's moving southeast at about 30 miles per hour. It's actually moving pretty fast. It looks faster in person. Was it Brandon the other week that had the insane UFO storm structure? Yeah, that was him. And I honestly think that was probably the craziest storm structure that we've seen this year. I said that the other day, but like I think that was the one. That was definitely the craziest. Because that storm structure, like, you just can't see that many other places. Like, that was just insane.
I'm trying so hard to see what shot. Well, what's the best shot?
I gotta say though, this is contender. Really it's not the top, I would say, but this is a contender. Just look at the multiple layers. It looks like pancakes.
Look at the blue. It's rapidly just popped open.
Need J for the 199.
In the middle.
Are you trying to move the camera?
I was trying to see if I can get them, like, because they're more, I mean, I was going to pick it up, because they're more slanted to the ground than they are up.
Oh, okay. Well, I can mess with that.
So, okay. That's what I was going to come in here trying to figure out how to move that so they're up more.
What's this cloud structure called? I'm going to call it the pancake structure. How does that sound? Actually, it really isn't a pancake structure. There aren't that many layers.
Down more?
Just a tiny bit up. Just give it a barely little tap.
Still a mothership supercell, though.
Too strong?
There's the shot. That's a wide shot of it.
That looks a lot better, yeah.
Okay.
And this is the storm that's just southeast of Broken Bow, Nebraska, that we're looking at right now. Stacked plates.
Yeah, see,
I wouldn't say it's really stacked
benefit
plates.
Okay. Honestly, though, I probably want to.
Biscuit layers.
We lose
Absolutely.
one view, but we gain one view better. We lose one.
I should have never moved it in the first place.
Okay, this view is awesome.
Do you have a donation for Bald Max? I'm not going bald. No way. Looks so low to the ground. Yeah, the clouds that are back there on like the right side, they're very low. You can see the storm base, like at the very top, it's pretty elevated, but like there are some hanging clouds there. I mean, this definitely could go tornadic. On radar, it's still broad circulation, but it's definitely trying to organize. I still think there's a chance at a tornado here. You know, on radar, there isn't a whole lot right now, but it could organize, we'll see. Very possible. But it is insane storm structure at the bare minimum.
If you guys are enjoying this view, man, make sure you're smashing
Nebraska storms are built different.
This is low cloud.
If you're just tuning in, this is the storm southeast currently of Broken Bow. Has the potential to produce a tornado.
Look, the clear slot.
Yeah.
All around it, it actually reassembles this.
Huge shout out, by the way, to Richard. Picking up 4 drunk NATO wine tumblers is literally insane. I do appreciate your generosity. Wow. 4.
Oh God, look at those layers.
A whole party for drunk NATO
You
wine
can actually
tumblers.
see the spin in real time.
We're currently in Nebraska.
Just in general cloud.
This storm structure is quite
Everything
unbelievable.
around this is circular. It's pretty awesome.
We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Wow, that's crazy. We have a new warning for Decatur, Kansas, and Red Willow, Nebraska. Those are the counties. 60-mile-per-hour winds, $half size hail.
Sorry
Main
guys,
concern.
I missed a few donations here. Teresa, thank you for the PayPal. Nicholas and Tim, thank you for the Venmo. Frankie, thank you for the Cash App, and I think I missed one more Venmo as well.
We may want to head down.
Okay. Alright, alright. Oh, well, let me let this guy move, and then I'll move.
This is one of the more angry-looking storms we've seen. It's not like a cute supercell. You know, sometimes there's a lot of curvature, sometimes it's cute. This one's not cute at all.
Awesome, thank you.
It's just an angry-looking beast.
Over your feet, bro. Alright.
You want to roll the window down? Yeah. Yeah, that precip shield is.
Looks like my ex before I left her.
Oh crap.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's one comment.
that's why I was like, go!
One way to describe a supercell here in person. I guess. I have to say though, there is actually rotation with this. We are starting to see some rotation, so there's a chance. There is some circulation right here, so this does legitimately have a chance at producing something. Maybe in a little bit. It's not there yet, but it is trying to produce. So it's coming together right now. Going towards Ansley and Mason City.
Wrong camera. My bad.
Hi, Connor.
There goes Connor. And here comes me.
They're gonna
Oh my
reposition,
God,
it looks
that is
like.
Right there. God, why?
Yeah, this is the storm that's southeast of Broken Bow right now in Nebraska. Good old Nebraska.
I'm gonna beat this line of cars coming out. Oh, never mind. I think this mount has just about had it. I think we're gonna have to buy a new one.
I don't know if they're gonna put their back camera on. If they do, we'll stay on.
Unfortunately.
I don't know if that one's working.
Yeah, it's having it needs that warm air.
I think it is.
Yeah,
We'll probably have it in a second. Just go back to radar again real quick before they do that. Again, this is the storm that we're looking at just southeast of Broken Bow. little broad area of circulation right now heading down to the southeast. We have a new radar scan. We'll see what the velocities look like here. We'll see how much this is coming together. Because again, this could produce a tornado down the road. And we have two really good shots with both Connor Croft and Storm Intermedia on the storm. So Connor Croft, bottom right of your screen, you can see him. He's on the same storm right now too. He's a little bit actually, he's kind of closer to Berwyn, so he's a bit closer to this. They did issue a new warning for Loop City, Litchfield, and west of Rockville. That's going to be for half-dollar sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Here's that area of circulation that would be in question. There's definitely some rotation. So, tornado threat definitely might be in play again here soon, as this moves down to the southeast. So, it looks like it is trying to reorganize here. And that's the view of the storm here from Storm Intermedia. It is spinning again, so we have some rotation. No, the last time I got a haircut, people were talking about it for about 2.5 weeks in my stream chat. If I come back after vacation and people are still like, nice haircut, I don't know what to tell you. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, this storm is southeast of Broken Bow right now, does have rotation.
She's a beastly beast.
Hey guys, we don't all have to say nice haircut, thank you. I appreciate it. You could rock a mullet. I'm not gonna go Connor Croft style here. Oh goodness. This is gonna be around for the next 3 weeks, I bet. And actually, it might be around forever at this rate.
Wow.
You know, I can't wait till somebody says, when's the haircut merch coming out? It's bound to happen.
I love structure days.
Bound to happen. Just waiting on a new radar scan, by the way. We'll go back to radar once it updates, see if there's any rotation. Rotation is trying to intensify here. Currently broad circulation.
Or at least looking up towards the clouds back behind us.
It is a beast of a supercell, though. Southeast of Broken Bow, Nebraska.
Alright, donation counter has been updated. Thank you to those that contributed to
Haircut stream? I'm not doing a haircut stream.
Thank you, Ricky, for the super chat. Let's get, yes, I agree. Get us at 50K.
Yes, I agree. Sorry, I got distracted.
How many beers do I drink per
Thank
day?
you guys for 1,000 likes, by the way.
None. I drink like maybe one every like 5 weeks. Now when I'm on vacation, that's a different story. I'll be definitely drinking to some extent. Probably not that frequent. I'm not really a big drinker. If you like round the number, it's probably like point. It's probably like. There we go. We got a tornado warning on this storm. All right.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have issued a new tornado warning now in Nebraska. That is going to be for those in Mason City, near Ansley. If you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building, as there is a tornado warning in effect for this storm. So we are going to change gears a little bit here. This storm has been rotating quite a bit here for the last little while. Again, radar-wise, doesn't look super strong. The problem is that this storm is coming together pretty quickly. That's your area of circulation right now. Moving down to the southeast. It's going to be going towards Mason City. That's really the main location in this warning. So if you're in Mason City, Ansley, or Westerville in Nebraska, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Again, the storm structure on this is quite wild. It is definitely capable of producing a tornado as this does continue to move to the southeast. We are going to probably go back to Connor Croft here. Let me go to this. Let me change the overlay here. So, It's not on the ground. Ignore that. It is not that. It is that. All right. So again, Connor Croft, bottom right of your screen, he has a crazy view of this storm. Storm Runner Media also has a pretty similar view right now, but that's the area of circulation that we're looking at. So again, moving southeast, you're in this warning. Again, get to your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Let's go back first to Storm Runner Media here. We'll go to them first. That's their view. Again, it's still a beast of a supercell right now.
If you're in Ainsley, though, please be taking shelter.
Give it 1 second, should come back here. Okay. That's their shot right now of this tornado warning cell. And radar bottom right of your screen. Keep a close eye on the rotation here. Going towards Mason City right now. The odds of this being a rain-wrapped tornado do appear slightly high.
The best spot, or one of the spot everyone wants to be in.
If you're tuning in again, Berwyn, Ansley, Mason City, Westerville, Nebraska, you are all in the warning. You need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. If you're in a mobile home, you have to find sturdy structure or into a ditch. Broken Bow, again, that is just, this storm is just southeast of Broken Bow. That's where we're at right now. It is a monstrous supercell, though. Very capable of a tornado. It already produced one that was unwarned, and then this would be another one that we'd be watching for here. Velocity should update here in just a second. Hey, Yuki, appreciate your $9.99. Thanks for your generosity.
Just brief. This thing's coming at us quick, but
waiting for the velocities to update. Yeah, latest scan. Let's go back to radar here. Here's the latest scan. So that's where we'd be looking for rotation, which that doesn't appear super strong. I mean, we have this would be, you know, at least very strong winds going away from the radar. Problem is, that's where the inflow is. The inflow notch going into the storm. So really what we'd have to be looking for is back in here, just to the southwest of Ansley, would be where the greatest threat of a tornado currently exists. All right, let's go back. I'm going to put Connor back on the screen here. Give me 1 second.
Quick. This might be... Okay, I'm going to say what Garrett...
Connor has a pretty crazy view of the storm right now.
Craziest looking storm.
This is Connor Croft, not Storm Runner Media. They're looking right into the storm right now.
Might be buried in rain.
Look at it swirl. Wow. It's a whole rotating thing.
They probably, I think Connor has the best view of it. If there is a tornado, he will probably have the best view of it here. If you're just tuning in again, this is southeast of Broken Bow near Ansley and Mason City.
Yeah.
Heavily rain wrapped.
Yeah.
How close do you want to get to a tornado again? Very close.
I don't know if you want to get close to a rain wrapped one.
Hey, it was rain wrapped as all get out when we were next to that thing, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If there is a tornado, guys, it's rain wrapped. Buried in there.
Ports of a funnel.
I love how it's tornado warned now, but not when there was an actual tornado.
Yeah. Big motion in there.
I'll have another radar scan, probably about a minute.
We're gonna go to our south here.
We're looking right into the storm. I think if there is a tornado, it would probably be somewhere in the, like, kind of that opening slot there, like left middle. Maybe a little bit behind that rain curtain.
Might be a nasty tornado in there, guys.
If there is one, it would be more than likely in there. Tucked back in there.
Back there, chat. It's hard to tell what's going on.
All right, we have another radar scan coming in. We'll see what it looks like.
Rain, whatever it is.
The hook is closing a little bit, so it is becoming a bit harder to tell what's going to be happening there. I have a little bit of at least a small drop-off on the correlation coefficient. Doesn't always mean there's a tornado, but there's a small one. Here's the velocities. Again, this is your rotation. This will be the area that we're watching for that threat of a tornado. Rotation does not appear super tight here, but it's definitely not weak. It's definitely strong enough for there to be a tornado. And again, we're quite far away from the radar site, so we're not going to have a perfect view on radar of this. It's going to be a little bit more dependent here on the storm chasers in the area. Which again, there was a report of a funnel cloud, so it's very possible that we see a tornado with this.
Tornado again would be right back there. Big motion back there. It'd be tucked in the rain.
Connor's saying the same thing here. He thinks it might be tucked in rain too. See if I don't know where Stormer Media is at. Let me check.
Thank you. I saw you drive by. I was like waving as you went by, and I was like,
might be able to get a visual here in a second. That's why I'm waiting this out.
Stormer Media is kind of closer to it. There's definitely a lot of motion right now.
Right there, guys.
Definitely some spin.
Waiting to see if it's going to become visible.
it's been a monster for a couple hours. Oh yeah, it's incredible.
Dang.
You might have to run soon, Allie. All right, stay safe, man. Look at that hail core. See the hail coming in.
All right, guys.
No problem, Beauty. Appreciate you tuning in.
Time to go here.
Thank you for your generosity. Yeah, this is Connor. He's looking into the storm. I'm watching Stormer Intermediate too. I'm kind of watching both of them. I'll pull back up Stormer Intermediate if anything gets interesting there.
See if we can get a visual of something inside of there. Hail core's coming.
Waiting for another radar scan again. If you're just tuning in, this tornado warning is southeast of Broken Bow near Berwyn, Ansley, and Mason City, Nebraska.
No visual of any tornado at this time.
Just waiting on another radar scan here. We'll see if we can confirm anything.
Towards Mason City here.
Unfortunately, this is a pretty rain-wrapped area of circulation, so seeing this will be difficult.
Right here.
Unless you're like right under it, because you could probably see it if you're kind of in the hook. We do have a new radar scan coming in. There's definitely a lot of spin though. I'm watching Storm Intermediate too. There's definitely a lot of spin.
Really hailing.
It's a large, broad area of spin.
Chance we could see
cloud activity and whatnot.
Be to our south. It's just so rain wrapped. So
you kind of see the spin a little bit on Connor's feet too. You can kind of see it going right to left a little bit there.
All right, almost time to roll out. Yeah, let's get out of here. Gonna have to get back out ahead of it a little bit anyway.
Waiting for the velocities to update.
Tornadoes, rain, wrapped.
Okay, there is some rotation. Let's go back to radar. It's getting a little bit stronger just south of Ansley. So that would be your rotation, and it is wrapped in rain pretty heavily right now. It's embedded in this large hook. So there is definitely a chance that we get a tornado. As that rotation is definitely becoming a bit stronger here. That would be the main circulation that we're looking for. So again, just going towards Mason City right now. Again, if you are in this warning, make sure that you're seeking shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. We're going to pan to Connor real quick, and I think we're going to go back to Stormer Intermediate. Yeah, we're going to go back to Stormer Intermediate first. Let's go back to them. They have it. They're kind of right where it would be. There's definitely some. You can kind of see the bottom left, top right spin.
The storms are flowing.
It's pretty typical. You got some counterclockwise spin. It's kind of broad.
That's the storm we were waiting for all day.
Turn it down just a little bit here. They had a better view there a second ago behind them. They might go back to that behind the shot view.
Moving south.
Brandon might have something. Let me check. Oh, yeah. This is Brandon Kopic. He's on Radar Omega and as well as on YouTube. Yeah, that's quite a bit of spin. I mean, these clouds are moving really fast right to left, so definitely looking at more of the storm motion here. Not seeing any definitive really lowering yet, but there's definitely a lot of storm motion here. Wow, those clouds are racing right now. A fast-moving storm, and again, if we do get a tornado, it could be on the stronger side of things. It's not impossible in this sort of environment, so... warning was just updated, by the way. It is still radar indicated. By the way, if you can hear that, I do apologize. It won't do that, hopefully, after we're back in the studio. But it has updated. It is still radar indicated rotation right now for Custer County, Nebraska, just southeast of Broken Bow. If you're in the tornado warning for Ansley or Mason City, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. Nice. All right, let's go back to radar. This actually, we have another radar scan. We'll check this out first. Yeah, if we have a tornado, it'll be in here somewhere. Which again, more than likely gonna be rain wrapped. If we have one, we'll see what the velocities show. Again, if there is something here, it could be strong. That's the concern right now, just south of Ansley. Ooh. Okay, let's check this out. Storm relative velocity show. That looks like a pretty big ramp up in rotation. This is not far from where Connor is. It could just be some sort of contamination. Again, we're pretty far away from radar site. Let's see. They update. Is that in the hook? Yeah, that's right there where it would be. Yeah, that's pretty strong rotation right there, just to the west of Mason City now. So the rotation has intensified yet again on the latest scan. Let's see if Stormer Immediate is back. If not, I'm going to put it back over to Connor. They have a view of it. Connor has a view. We're going to go back to Connor. This is Connor Croft.
Watch if it drops.
All right, that right there in the middle is where to watch for this tornado. Rotation has strengthened on the latest scan, so it's definitely possible that we get something here. Connor's inside of the actual inflow notch.
Keep an eye.
The opening between the hail core and where the hook echo is. So he has really a pretty good view of this if it does drop.
Be right there.
Now, in track of this, by the way, after the tornado warning, areas that are not in the warning yet would be Litchfield and Hazard, right along Highway 2 in Nebraska. Be mindful of this storm because it could be tornadic once it gets to you. Ravenna will also be in the track of it down the road.
Tornado warned with $50 sized hail.
That right there in the middle is at least where we're going to be looking for a tornado.
It is just straddling this highway, guys. Major motion over here. That is all just streaming into the storm.
It's confirmed? Who's confirming
Not the
it?
area of interest in terms of rotation.
Anybody have a view of it?
It's moving. Look at how fast those curtains are moving, guys. Let's get clobbered by the core here.
I don't see anything officially confirmed anywhere.
Goal is to keep straddling the inflow and the outflow.
Still radar indicated as of right now. I don't see anything confirmed. It wouldn't surprise me if we had something at any time with how strong the rotation is. I think what Connor's looking at right now would be the area of where we would have a tornado right there in the middle left.
To get the hail.
And Connor's now getting hit with hail. Alright, we have a new radar scan.
Alright, almost time.
This is the latest radar scan. We're starting to lose this little slot here. The rotation would be back over here on the west side of Mason City. No debris signature as of right now, but again, we're far away from the radar site, so we don't always get a debris signature. Let's see what the velocities show here. Wait for that. And so again, that strongest area of rotation right now is going to be right over the west side of Mason City. So if we have a tornado, it would be there, which again is not far from where Connor is. He's literally within half a mile of this. So if there was a tornado, we would probably know. But this is going to be moving to Mason City. Again, if you're in Mason City, seek shelter away from windows on the lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building, as this does continue to move down to the southeast. Still a relatively strong area of circulation. Right along Highway 2. Approaching Litchfield here pretty soon. And yeah, this will be moving southeast. Let me see if we have any other live shot of this right now. And nothing as of right now. Connor obviously is on this bottom right of your screen. But again, after this, it'll be eventually going towards Litchfield, Hazard, Ravenna, right along Highway 2. Then it kind of gets off Highway 2 after that, and it'll more than likely go towards Cario, Wood River, Doniphan, and Grand Island. Those are long-term tracks of the storm. Again, that's still well over an hour out, but those will be the next locations to watch for some sort of threat here of severe weather, as this does continue to move to the southeast. So if you're in those parts of Nebraska, continue to stay vigilant, continue to stay weather aware as the storm moves down to the southeast. Even if it doesn't produce a tornado, you're still looking at a wind and a hail threat. So those are all still in play. Go back to Connor. So Connor's looking into the rain shaft right now. We'll see if we can see anything. Not seeing anything clear. Let me see Stormer Media real quick. Stormer Media is kind of in the same boat. It's nothing clear.
Close now. Right in there.
Wow. This is Brandon Kopic again on Radar Omega and on YouTube. Look at this crazy cloud motion here. You can see it right up here. It's going towards him. Very fast moving low level clouds. I mean, these are like near the ground, these clouds. They're all near the ground here. Very low to the ground clouds. There's a lot of moisture here. Again, I'm not seeing any sort of, tornado or anything like that, but those clouds are low to the ground. And they're also very fast moving. Again, that area of rotation is basically where all three of these chasers are, actually, right along Highway 2. Those are very fast-moving clouds, and that's why I keep saying, I mean, again, a tornado that's strong cannot be ruled out in this environment. Even though there's no hatch tornado risk, it doesn't mean we can't see a strong tornado. In this particular case, it's very possible. So, by the way, every time an alert pops up, can you guys hear those dings? I might have to change my audio. I forgot that's our warning system. Whenever a warning gets updated or is new, those dings pop up. I forgot that was on. My bad. That's been going on, I think, for hours now. That's not my phone. That is legitimately just... That's another warning. There you go. You just heard it again. Wow. That is really strong rotation right now on the south side of Mason City. Yeah, radar site back down to the southeast shows more of a wind threat. Sounds like Discord. It doesn't really sound like it to me. Yeah, this is the storm that we're talking about. Honestly, it looks more like a wind threat from the southern radar site. There's another update. Let me turn off notification sounds. Let me just turn it off real quick. There we go. I turned it off. All right. Shouldn't hear it anymore. My apologies. I forgot that was on. All right, let's go back to Connor here. Well, we might not be on Connor for long. He just went gray screen. Never mind. We'll go back to him once he has a clearer view. But yeah, rotation right now on radar, it's very strong from the radar site to the northwest, which is much further away at this point to the storm. The one that's southeast does show rotation. Appears a bit broader, though. This is that circulation near Mason City. So there's rotation. It's embedded in the thunderstorm. Does not appear super strong, but there's definitely rotation there. Again, this will be moving towards Litchfield over the next few minutes. And eventually going towards Hazard. This warning expires in 7 minutes. Which they might issue a new one. We'll see. We're in between a bit of a radar hole here. Not a big radar hole, but just a small one. So it's a little bit harder to tell exactly how strong this rotation is. If we go back to the southeastern radar site, to me it still looks like there's at least some circulation. If we go scan by scan, there's definitely still some rotation. That rotation, again, would be kind of embedded back in here just to the south and really right over Mason City. Back to Connor. He has a view of this again. Stormrunner Media has a view? Okay.
New interest right there, chat.
Just back to Stormrunner Media. They have a view of the rapidly moving clouds here. There's their live shot right now.
Whoa.
Those clouds are moving very fast.
A little delayed.
I was gonna say just a tad bit.
You should extend this.
It is an absolute monster storm here. Just again, it's been struggling to produce a tornado.
Yeah, I'm getting them all over here too.
And this is Stormrunner Media.
You think it's over
Looking
there?
at the very fast motion right now of this storm. Right to left motion.
Reason tells
By the way, for those near Omaha, all those storms are
elevated.
elevated right now, mostly just hail. Not concerned about a tornado risk there. There's tennis ball sized hail near Norton, Kansas right now. Another significant storm. I think this warning will probably get extended. There's definitely still rotation via radar.
Shot.
Yeah, those low-level clouds, you can see how elevated the storm is, but how low those clouds are, too.
There's Ryan. There's
Near the ground.
Assuming that. Right here. Yep.
Was there a tornado at some point recently?
Over, around,
Who?
Check Twitter.
the bands.
Probably, but the ones with the flashers on the back like that, I'm pretty sure those are research.
I'm not seeing it right now.
I think there's a set of like 2 vans that have a bunch of ambers on them, and they're deploying probes out here.
If you guys do see any reports on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX.
No, that looks like a tour group.
Yeah, this is the tornado warning cell southeast of Broken Bow. It goes for 4 more minutes. They might continue the warning. We will see.
Side.
There is still rotation on radar.
Hold on, guys, let me get that camera
Looks to me more like a wind threat, but we definitely have some rotation.
What? Those
Well,
are
look at that
fancy
right there in front of
vans.
us. See the little little baby cone thing.
It looks a lot more coney on the camera. Oh, that was either a mosquito eater or the biggest mosquito I've ever seen. I'm trying to get it just now.
Yeah. But it's down right there on the edge of that lowering. Trying to stick out.
Oh.
I think Connor might have a view of a lowering. It's not clear. I think they're both looking at the same thing. If you're in Litchfield, by the way, you're next in track for this tornado warning cell. I would seek shelter just as a precaution. You're at least gonna get some wind and hail out of this. You might not get a tornado, but definitely some wind and hail at the bare minimum.
How define that is. Jeez. You know what, actually, it might be that.
Might be that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like there might have been a funnel on Connor's stream, but it did not look very long lasting. It looked like something. Again, they're kind of looking at the same thing, so. Both Stormer Media and Connor.
We need to keep moving.
It's possible, Raymond. We're getting into that time.
Oh, wait a minute. You look what's happening between the two.
Yeah, you see how
there's rotation like in between both of them right now.
Yeah, this tornado warning does expire in 2 minutes, so
I was talking about for tornado
we'll probably know in the next moment or two if it does get extended or not.
It's like wrapping back up right there.
Yeah, Mason City right now, the main location in this tornado warning. After that, it's Litchfield and Hazard in Nebraska.
That'd be pretty cool to watch happen.
That very left side of your screen.
But at the same time, look how heavy that precip
you can,
is.
I think that was what Connor was looking at.
Yeah.
Everyone's gonna be like funnel right there. In the middle.
Yeah, I see it.
Is it gonna go? Yeah, close. Yeah, that's a funnel right there.
On the left?
So that was what Connor was looking at, that funnel.
Right there.
Looks like that is the funnel that is attached to that wall cloud.
I'm not going to say it is or it isn't, because it's too rain wrap for me to see motion in there, but...
Can't really 100% say it is, but it's not far from it, if it isn't. Topeka, Kansas, mostly a wind threat for Topeka.
Could be, though, but yeah, that precip's coming, so we gotta
skedaddle. That was right there.
Look at that precip divide, guys. Look at that.
No, we got it. Now we're gonna punch pretty much through that.
Are we really? We sat here too long.
Yeah, the problem is it's just such a rain-wrapped storm. It has been this entire time.
They have, like, TVs
I
mean, like up at the front showing what the radar looked like?
Yeah.
No, this is not a good time for this to be happening right now.
This is back to radar. Again, this storm right now is actually, this warning will expire right now. So we're going to be back to no tornado warnings, and that could change. We'll see if they issue a new one. Right now, there's no tornado warnings, though, on this particular storm. They have added, though, a tornado possible label to the storm that we're looking at going towards Pleasanton and Ravenna. So they've not continued the tornado warning for the time being. With that said, there is definitely at least still some circulation here. We may have just had a funnel. It's very hard to tell, though. Again, this has been a very rain-wrapped storm this entire time. We kind of expected more photogenic sort of storm activity, but with it being outflow driven, it's definitely a little bit, harder to see that exact rotation embedded in this thunderstorm. But we still got a big hail core near Litchfield that's producing at least some variety of, $quarter to $half sized hail. Maybe some cheese curd sized hail in there as well. And then back over here, just to the west of Hazard, that is where we have an RFD surge that is pushing damaging winds to the south and southeast going towards Satoria and Pleasanton. So those areas all on the track right now of that particular threat. All right, let me go back to... Connor right now doesn't have a view of it. Stormer Media is also kind of in the same boat. They're both driving down to the southeast. I think Stormer Media has a view. Let's go back to them real quick. There you go. That's the view of the storm right now. Coming a little bit harder to see here.
We're gonna punch to that core. It's directly off. It's right over here.
Oh, no.
Do I expect it to die off at sundown? I don't. I think we'll continue to see severe weather, but it should be more of a wind threat by then.
What's it warned for, hail-wise?
Ping pong.
Oh, these are bigger than ping pong. Oh boy.
Friendly reminder, if you're just tuning in, make sure to subscribe to the channel, like the stream as well. And we'll keep posted with the latest. We got both Connor Croft and Stormer Media storm chasing. And we'll be going back and forth between the two. Stormer Media right now is looking at the storm that was tornado warned. It is back to a tornado possible label. And that there's still some rotation to the point where it's not enough for a tornado warning, but it's at least something to be watching for. On radar, it still appears as broad rotation to me, so I don't think there's any reason right now for a tornado warning, unless we see something clearer here in the storm. right, they'll keep driving to the southeast. I will be back in 60 seconds or so. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Taking a quick 60-second break.
Yeah. Literally nothing I can do about it. I guess I'll just have to take it back out, but until we get out of the hail, you get the front view.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
That means more DDP. Might be a lot of small here.
I hope so. Oh, I see the darker area up ahead. Yeah, see that darker area up in front of us? We gotta go through that. Oh boy.
Alright. Well, Storm Intermedia is right in the middle of the storm now. I think, let's go back to radar real quick. Was that 2 minutes? Was that legitimately 2 minutes? There's no shot, right? That's crazy if that was 2 minutes. Back to radar, just for a brief second. Look at this hail core here. We got a massive hail core right now over near Litchfield. Which doesn't actually seem to be too big, at least on Brandon's feed there. But look at this thing. This right here, this, you know, blue and green, all that, going up this direction, that is all hail that is falling right now near Litchfield, right along Highway 2. So there's a ton of hail falling with this storm right now. Let's go back to... Connor has a pretty good view of this. Also, let me just show you rotation real quick. These are the velocities. This right here, I don't think is rotation. I still think that's kind of where the inflow is. I think this is more of a wind concern right now, but again, we are kind of in a radar hole. So if you are in Litchfield or Ravenna or Pleasanton or Satoria, here in parts of Nebraska, I would just be seeking shelter, err on the cautious side of things, just in case we do end up getting a tornado or something like that. It's not impossible to see something like that in this environment. Let me go back to here. We'll go back to Connor again. Have I looked at the storm behind this one? Yeah, the storm behind this one, I think it's getting more of a threat for wind and hail. There is at least, yeah, it looks like more of a wind and hail threat. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation on that one. Back to Connor here. Connor has a view of this storm. He's a little bit out in front of it. There's your mothership supercell. Trust me, I'm looking at the storm south of Broken Arrow. Or, sorry, Broken Bow. Oh, Broken Arrow. Oh, that's a different state. Wait, one moment, please. Where is Broken Arrow at?
For the most part. I'll have to turn it more.
It sounds so similar.
Oh my. Look at that, chat.
What state are we talking about? Oklahoma?
Probably drop south.
Definitely not Oklahoma.
Drop south towards I-80.
Are we talking about Oklahoma? I mean, why in the world did I just read that? There's nothing even in Broken Arrow. I don't know what broken bow. Okay, guys, I'm not even. I'm not good. I don't even know anymore. I'm just going back to what I'm gonna cover. I'm going back to Nebraska. Broken Arrow. Let's go check out no storms in Broken Arrow.
Balls, and now there's another tornado possible.
It wouldn't surprise me if they had a storm, though. I mean, they've had a lot of storms this year. Shout out, by the way, to Sensation for becoming a member. And welcome to the Velocities. Yeah, the storm south of Broken Bow in Nebraska, mostly a wind threat. Alright. Check the bats. It's not even time. Still got over an hour and a half until we see any bats.
Sorry guys, low data zone.
Alright, let's go back to, we'll go back to radar.
Gotta point you out the front here.
Let's go to, one moment, let me see if Storm Media sees anything. Nope, they lost connection. Alright. Again, this is the storm that we're talking about right now in Nebraska. Bats? Yes, we see bats at about 8:35 or so in Texas on radar. We've seen it the last few nights that we've been live. We weren't live yesterday, so we didn't see it, but it happens just about every night. Pretty cool, or at least during this time of the year. But yeah, back to this storm again. I'm not really seeing much rotation. I see more of a surge of wind right now heading towards Pleasanton and Ravenna. As a reminder, this will be going eventually towards Kearney. We do have a live cam out of Kearney, so we'll be watching that closely as this storm does get closer. But nonetheless, very impressive supercell still moving down to the southeast. I do think that this still has a tornado potential between now and about 9 or so. I think after 9, the threat starts to dwindle more. Right now, the tornado threat, notice it's a large 5% tornado risk across Nebraska. We got a large 2% tornado risk, which is that green area. That goes all the way down to Kansas City. So Kansas City, Topeka, Manhattan, you all have a chance at least of an isolated tornado, but it's a very low risk. I would not be panicking. Just stay weather aware. But I think the greatest concern right now is going to be these storms, and as long as they stay discreet, there will still be a potential at a tornado as these storms move eventually towards Lincoln and eventually getting closer to Interstate 80 and maybe even a bit farther to the south of Interstate 80. We could get an isolated tornado. This storm activity here, more of a wind and hail threat, maybe a brief spin up, but I think the main concern there will be hail and wind. But these storms right now are the most concerning storms that we have when it comes to a tornado risk. We also have storms in southwestern Kansas and even in the Oklahoma Panhandle. Those are clustered together. They're kind of training as well, so a flooding threat could materialize, but it'll be more of a wind threat overall as those storms do continue to move eastbound. All right, let's go back to radar. And before we go back to one of the storm chasers here, I just want to throw this out there again for those that are looking to pick up one of our limited release merch items. There are only 3 more hours until both the hat and the shirt for hitting 250,000 subscribers are gone forever. If you want to pick one of these up, again, top link in the description below. Shopmaxvelocity.net. Again, the limited release hat and shirt go away in 3 hours, and they'll be gone forever for hitting 250,000 subscribers. You've had 2 weeks to get it, but I'm just letting you know real quickly before those go away. And just another thing as well, we do have limited, or we also have, not limited release, but we do have now a Drunknado pint glass and a wine tumbler. So if you want to pick one of those up, again, shopmaxvelocity.net. The link is in the description. It's the very top of the description, or you can click the pinned link in the chat. Here's this is Connor Croft. He's looking at that storm right now. I think we'll go back to Stormer Media though. They are around. Wow, Stormer Media is driving through hail right now. Back to them. Oh, they just lost connection. Good timing. We'll go back to them once they come back. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to include Ravenna and Pleasanton. It's the same storm. It's producing golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there is a tornado possible label on it. This is Storm Runner Media driving right through the storm right now. So they're getting pummeled right now with golf ball-sized hail.
So you have a nice view of this thing again if I ever get it back. Oh, we have it back.
Wow, they're really getting pummeled. Alright, we'll go back to them in a second. Wow. That is legitimately hail that is pummeling them. Also, right side of your screen, these are the virtual railfan cameras that we'll have as the storms get closer to Kearney, Nebraska. The one on the right side of your screen that's currently in Kearney, that is looking to the west. So that's actually looking at the storms that are west of Kearney. We also have another camera, so there's two different ones there. So we'll be keeping a close eye on both of those as the storm gets closer, as Kearney is right here. So we will have a couple of live shots there as the storm gets closer. Should be good live shots. I'll change the Kansas City one to Kearney once we get a bit closer. I know it's La Plata, I know. But nobody knows where La Plata is, so it's a general area. Or, you know, unless you're familiar with the area, people wouldn't know. Even then, I'm going to change it anyways, so it doesn't matter. Could be cycling. I don't know. I mean, it could. The storm, again, has been rotating for a while. It still has broad circulation. I mean, it's outflow driven, though, so that's the one problem. If it can get surface-based again, though, this could produce a tornado. It's definitely producing hail. There's no doubt about that. Next time, remember to bring your lightning cloud with you. What, you don't like just the general blue light in the background? But yeah, right now this storm, again, still producing the potential for at least hail and wind. I'm not seeing any crazy rotation on the latest scan. Should have another scan in a second. And again, we'll go back to Storm Runner Media once they do come back. And they've kind of lost connection. They should be back in a moment. But still a tornado possible label on this. So we're still watching for that threat. By the way, as a reminder, I haven't said this in a while, but I just want to mention that, again, we are going to be gone after today up until next Friday. Or, like, a week from today, basically. I will be on vacation, so I just want to let you know. For anybody that's a regular viewer here, which I know many of you are, we will be gone for about a week, starting tomorrow. We will still have a video tomorrow morning. We'll have a video probably at some point during the week. No guarantees, though. If we do, it will be just like a normal weather forecast, if there's any big storms or anything like that.
Alright, thank you guys for waiting.
I will not be live at all between Saturday and Friday. I'm taking a full week off for the first time ever since starting this channel, which is kind of crazy to say. We've never taken any time off.
See it kind of twist around a little bit up there. It's not straight on anymore.
Live stream from Disney? I just don't think so. Alright, we'll go back to them in a second. They're losing connection here and there. Am I packed? Yes, I'm packed. Did you see this, by the way? The Magic Band is broke. It literally broke on me. We're gonna have to spend like another $40 on a Magic Band because it broke off entirely. Unbelievable. It was just sitting here and it just snapped off. That's how loose it was. Alright, latest scan. Let's see. This is 658. So this will be the area of rotation that we're looking at. Again, it still looks really broad to me. I think this is more of an RFD surge still, with mostly a wind threat. Could still see an isolated tornado as this moves down to the southeast, but it looks more like wind for the time being. We're going to continue to watch it as it approaches Interstate 80, though, here pretty soon. One week without Max, I know, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, we've never taken a break. Never. Even when we do go on vacation, or whenever I go on vacation, I'm usually still doing videos and live streams. But this one, I'm going to try to avoid at least the live stream aspect. We might still have a video or two, but I wouldn't rely on it. Not a real Magic Band? It definitely is a real Magic Band. I literally bought it in a Disney store, like a year ago.
I said it in chat, but thank you, Teresa, for the gift and membership.
Thank you, Teresa. Appreciate you.
But we've had over 65 live streams, I think, in the past 2 months, so we've been busy. But it doesn't look like, honestly, like I was looking at long-term trends here for the next 7 days. I don't see any big weather events. We could see an isolated tornado tomorrow in like Missouri or in Colorado. You know, maybe in northern Arkansas. It's very low risk. Sunday looks quiet, other than the high plains. It looks active Monday through Wednesday across the Gulf Coast, but nothing significant when it comes to severe weather. And even then, I mean, after that, it just kind of looks quiet up until next weekend. Again, I'm saying quiet as in, like, it's not going to be any, like, major storms, like, anything, like, that's organized. We could still have some small-scale severe weather outbreaks, like Maryland, for example. But next, like, Saturday or Sunday do look to be bigger. We'll be back for that. So, we'll be live if we need to on either Saturday or Sunday. But those 2 days look to be pretty big when it comes to severe weather. More than anything, though, that'd be in, like, the Great Plains. Kind of central and southern plains, that sort of stuff. So, yeah. It still looks kind of big then, but I mean, like, over the next, like, 6 days or so, it looks like mostly small-scale events. What is my gaming channel? I don't have a gaming channel. What? X is actually an AI, so it won't matter. Imagine? That'd be crazy. Yeah. Let's see. Connor has a pretty good view of that storm still. On right of your screen, that's what the storm looks like. It is quite elevated right now. I don't know if this is going to produce, but we're going to continue to watch it, at least up until it gets to Interstate 80. Because this really is the main storm that we have right now. When it comes to a tornado risk. All the other storms that are out there that are, you know, across the board, most of them are mostly just wind threats at this point. And hail. There's a view of that storm as well from Stormer Media.
That is something. That we'll have to see.
Like gritty today? No. I did not. I'm gonna have room to gritty in this place.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn south here in 1 mile and we'll stop and we'll look at this thing for a few minutes.
Can you guys hear Stormer Media, by the way? Can you hear them?
Stop here for
The audio bar looks weird.
a little bit. So we can just go south, and then yeah, we can just go south for a while.
All right.
This is right now in Nebraska. We're mostly covering Nebraska up until these storms get to Kansas.
West options off these roads down
Not very well.
here. No, this is where are all these roads up north?
They weren't.
They weren't there this year.
Run them up a little bit.
What did we drop down to?
840.
It's a somebody know what the gritty was. Yeah, gritty is just a dance. It's very fantastic. We actually have a option now on our Cameo, like it's like a personalized videos platform, and now I have the option for gritty. Very, very fantastic. It's so dumb. It's this is by the way Brandon Kopic. He's live on Radar Omega and also on YouTube. Again, just very ominous skies where the storm is right now. That's a live shot. Big rain shaft, obviously. This is your hail core. Again, that's producing upwards of golf ball sized hail near Ravenna, Nebraska, moving down currently to the south and southeast. And if you are in this particular warning, continue to stay away from windows, as wind-driven hail does continue to remain a possibility. And that could go into windows and all that sort of jazz. So that's all still threats here. We get a Fortnite floss. You could, if you want. I mean, basically any realistic dance move I'll do for a cameo. I'm not doing that on stream today. I don't have enough room.
I'm gonna do this as quick as I can.
My camera doesn't zoom that much.
He's gonna die on me again once we.
This water just spilled all over me. That is fantastic. I feel like I just got a shower in here. That's better. Thank you, Storm Raven, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities.
Yes, now.
Hey to anybody that's become a member. Really does help out the page a lot. Let's go back to radar again. I don't know what they're doing exactly. This is the storm that we're talking about right now. That is, again, near Ravenna and Pleasanton in Nebraska. Again, it'll eventually be going towards Shelton, Gibbon, and Kearney, producing mostly a wind and hail threat. All the storms near Omaha, those are elevated, mostly just going to be hail events. If that, nothing really rotating over there. Back over in northwestern Kansas, we do have some storms here that are currently producing some large hail and damaging winds upwards of tennis ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Those are currently moving east and southeast. The Goodland storms are also starting to fire now. We got crazy outflow boundaries going over there. It's like outflow boundaries all across both Nebraska and even over in, Kansas. There's outflow boundaries basically everywhere. This storm activity is producing damaging winds up to 70 and quarter-sized hail. And then we have the storms that are back over in the Oklahoma and Texas panhandles back over into southwestern Kansas. These are mostly wind producers right now. They could produce some flash flooding, though, in localized areas near Route 54. Otherwise, the storm activity is basically confined to those areas. We've had warnings as far east as Maine today. We've had warnings as far west as Oregon in terms of severe thunderstorms, but this has really been the main storm today, and this is expected to be really the main area for storms as well. So it's continuing to be the main area to watch for. Go back to here. Oop, wrong screen. And they lost connection. Never mind. We'll go back to here. Back to here. Sorry, I have to keep transitioning. Low volume. All right, talking about Storm Runner Media. I don't even think they're talking. They're at a gas station right now. Lincoln, Nebraska will at least get some activity. Not a guarantee you'll see storms, but if you do get any severe weather, the main concern will probably be wind. The dew point skyrocketed in Lincoln. Yeah, there's a surge of very high dew points that are kind of going south to north. We touched base about this earlier in the stream, but we have a surge of moisture going south to north right now, and that's going to Lincoln now. So any storms in that environment will probably not be very elevated anymore. The storm that's right now back over to the northwest of Lincoln, this one's elevated. If it goes into that environment and the dew points are in like the mid-60s, it could become more surface-based, and if that happens, we could eventually see a tornado risk, but it's still low. Hook forming. There's been kind of a little hook on this for a while, but it still, for me, appears more of a wind threat. I think the tornado risk is dying on this storm quite a bit. But we'll see. I'd still give it a little bit of time before we can call it a very low to zero chance. Did we hit 283,000 subscribers? I don't even know. I can't really pull up that many tabs on this laptop, otherwise everything would die. Laptop is not very supportive of much. Omaha, mostly just elevated storms over there. The main concern will be wind and hail. I don't expect really any tornado risk there. If there is one, it's very low. Rotation of the north. Yeah, this storm over here, I think, is mostly wind too. Let's see. Yeah, that's mostly wind too. I don't see anything there either that looks like rotation. I'd say really if we had any tornado potential, it'd probably come out of this storm. Even then, it still appears more like a wind threat. Moving towards Gibbon, Shelton, and Wood River, Nebraska. Am I a soda guy? I do drink a lot of Diet Coke, so yes. How many subs until you have a gaming channel? I'm not making a gaming channel. We do, for members only though, if you're a member of the channel, we do some, we'll probably start doing some of that in the future, just kind of, you know, as extra content when the weather's quiet. Like, are you smarter than a 5th grader? Like, that's an example. But like, I'm not doing like a full-blown gaming channel. I mean, I could, but weather, I would much rather do weather. I'm not as passionate about gaming and whatnot. This is Storm Runner Media. They have a view of this storm again. Looks gnarly still. Thing's so circular. Weather simulator, absolutely. Somebody just said, how many subs for a grilling channel? I can barely cook a grilled cheese. What expects you to know that I'm gonna cook a good steak? Wow, Connor has a crazy view too. Look at the bottom right of your screen. This storm is still crazy looking. Very gnarly storm. Alright, we'll go back to Connor temporarily. Back to here. We'll go back to Connor full screen. This is Connor Croft, not Stormrunner Media. Beast of a storm still.
Chat. There we go.
Yeah, this storm's been crazy this entire time.
Jedi for the super chat. Thank you, chat.
Structurally, it's been crazy.
W's in the chat. W's in the chat for those guys. But look at this storm, everybody. Gorgeous storm. It's coming at us at a pretty good clip.
What's the risk in Nebraska tomorrow? I'm pretty sure there's no risk. If there is one, it's very low. I think it's mostly Kansas, Colorado, Missouri.
Tag, but I don't know. I think the tornado would be still rain wrapped, probably. Just a wild storm, guys.
That's just rain, by the way. Yeah, if there was a tornado, I'd be telling you. That's just rain. It's just a big rain shaft. And if there is a tornado, it would be rain wrapped, as Connor said. I just don't think there is one, personally. I just don't see any rotation, really, that would determine that there is one.
Just tuning in. You're on the severe warned storm.
Like a lawn mowing YouTube channel.
And this thing is a monster. Absolute chonkered.
Sirens will go off sometimes for severe thunderstorm warnings. It highly depends on your county, though. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for those over in just east of Eddyville, east of Sumner for Miller and Satoria. That's the storm just off to the north. It's the newer storm that developed. That is for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is again Connor Croft.
Just gorgeous as it comes right at us.
Right into the storm. It's a mothership right now of a supercell in Nebraska, going eventually in the direction of Wood River. Okay. That is loud.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in Kansas, and this is actually on the storm that is also producing apple-sized hail. That's east of Cody. So if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. That scared the crap out of me. This is just to the south of Hoaxie. So again, new tornado warning in Kansas. Again, just south of Hoaxie. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is pretty rural parts of Kansas. It's just to the west of Moreland. This storm is also producing hail up to the size of apples. My cat just straight up jumped. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for that to be so loud. Didn't realize it was that loud to begin with. But yeah, again, pretty strong rotation right now moving east. And that's going to be embedded in this storm that is just to the southeast of Hoaxie. We don't have great radar coverage on this, but that would be where the rotation is. Again, just southeast of Hoaxie, Kansas. Right along Route 24, eventually going towards Hill City. My dog is barking. Oh, goodness. We've let all the animals go crazy. My apologies. My apologies. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really see a whole lot of rotation here. I mean, there's some broad circulation. Like, this would be the main area, honestly, it'd be that. But it's pretty broad. Southeast of Hoaxie. But if you're in this warning, again, just make sure that you're seeking shelter just in case it drops a tornado. As it moves east, eventually going in the direction of Moreland. This also includes Tasco and Studley in Kansas. Those are the main two locations in the warning. Alright, well, while we wait for the next radar scan, which still appears broad on the latest scan. What time is it? Is it 8 or 7:18? Okay, so this is a minute old. We'll go back to Connor just for a brief moment until we get another radar scan. It loads. It might not load. Okay, cool. Try it again in a second. Okay, nice. Attempt 2 failed. Try it again in a moment. I just want to show you the full picture of the storm. That's back over in Nebraska. There you go. That's the full view of that supercell in Nebraska right now.
What the? Nope.
New radar scans coming in just a second, by the way.
Nope. Huh. Well, I guess we can't zoom. We'll have to get further away from it again, I guess, if we want to see the full thing again.
Absolutely stunning supercell still in Nebraska.
Subscribe to the channel when you're enjoying today's chase. Make sure to hit that subscribe button.
Yeah, the tornado warning in Kansas does look messy. I don't know. The rotation's pretty broad. I'm waiting for that new radar scan.
I'm not gonna lie, chat.
Oh, hey, never mind. It just spiked. Let's go back to radar. It looked pretty broad initially. This is the latest scan. That rotation definitely just strengthened quite a bit. It's kind of broad initially, but that has tightened. We could have a tornado on the ground. Just southeast of Hoaxie. On track for the Tasco area, just south of Route 24. Again, if you're in the pink polygon, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. It looked pretty weak initially, but it's definitely intensified on the latest scan. This definitely could drop a tornado. No debris signature, but definitely very strong rotation. It's a very rural part of Kansas, so hopefully it kind of stays away from most of the buildings and homes and whatnot. The main areas are right along Route 24. There's nothing really in this area. Let me zoom in. There's a few roads. There might be like some farmland here. But that rotation's definitely strong. Again, just southeast of Hoaxie, Kansas. Very strong rotation. Latest scan still showing strong rotation. There might be a tornado on the ground here. Again, nothing confirmed, but that rotation's strong enough for there to be a tornado. Choking on water. That's great. Just choked on water. Goodness gracious. I'm good. It's not a bug. Not a fly. Water going down the wrong way. I choke on air. I've actually done that a lot. Like, I did it one time during an exam. I tried to hold it in because everybody's taking their exam or whatever. Did not go well. Alright, I'm good. So yeah, if you're just tuning in, we are currently looking at the storm again that is currently tornado warned here in for that for a second. But this is the there's no new tornado warning, just an FYI. I know it's flashing. This is the tornado warning that we're talking about though currently in Kansas. The rotation again still on the stronger side of things. We don't have any debris signature as of right now, but there very well might be a tornado on the ground just southeast of Hoxie in Kansas. So west of Moreland, southeast of Hoxie. If you're in the warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building, as a tornado still remains very possible with this storm as it moves east. Now, after this, it'll eventually go towards St. Peter, Hill City, and Togo. So if you're in any of those locations, stay weather aware as this storm will be on track for those areas. Any live cameras? No. Not in this part of Kansas. Even if we had any, there would probably be along like Route 24 or something like that. It's such a rural area. And the warning just got updated. It is still radar indicated. So, nothing confirmed on this. Again, just radar indicated rotation. It's a large, broad area of circulation just southeast of Hoxie. It could be on the ground, though. Again, we just don't have any sort of, confirmation on that. Here's the storm that's back out to the north of Interstate 80 in Nebraska. They still have a tornado possible label on this, so we're still watching this storm as well. This one's going to be more impactful as it is going towards more populated areas near Interstate 80, just to the northeast of Kearney. So, again, if you're near Interstate 80, just stay vigilant between Kearney and Grand Island, as a pretty monstrous supercell is on the way to your area. Rotation still does not look very strong, but it definitely could produce something. Go back to the tornado warning in Kansas again. If we have a tornado here, it'd be southeast of Hoxie. It'd be somewhere in there. We have another radar scan coming in, so wait for that. A turkey walked across the road on Connor Stream and it made me think of you. What? What's that even mean? Here's the latest scan. Still a rotation. I mean, might not be tight or confined, but there's definitely still some level of rotation there. Southeast of Hoxie. Alright. But yeah, still enough rotation here for there to be a tornado as this moves east, going towards St. Peter and Moreland. So again, if you're in this pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. And Moreland and St. Peter will be next in line for this, so just stay weather aware if you're in those areas. We got a train intercept also in La Plata, Missouri. Again, that's not Kansas City, but it's La Plata. So we have a train intercept there as of right now. There's no tornado warning in Broken Bow. I don't think, at least. Let me go to Broken Bow again. There isn't any warning there right now. Let me just double check though. Yeah, that was earlier. There's no storm right now for Broken Bow. That's probably a report from earlier of there being a tornado warning. Because there was one earlier. These storms, again, they are very outflow driven. Usually when we have outflow dominant storms like this, they don't usually produce a tornado threat, but the outflow boundary is not like super in front of them. So if we can get that hook echo right along the outflow, we could get a tornado. We've had it happen frequently in like Texas, for example, last week. It's very, very possible, but nothing's guaranteed at this point. Here's Connor Croft. He's on the storm that's back over here just north of Gibbon in Nebraska. Still has a pretty solid curvature to it right now.
Here he goes. He's still moving. If that view weren't so
definitely still has the potential for a tornado, but I think it's more of a wind front still. Oh, large broad spin on this too.
Man for life. Yeah.
Okay.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have now 2 tornado warnings. We got the one in Kansas. Let me just check the rotation here real quick. This is for Buffalo. I don't know what. Let me turn this off real quick. Sorry. It should not be that loud. It's the same warning. But this is going to be the one that's actually north of Gibbon. So this storm north of Gibbon is actually now tornado warned. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Again, this is the one in Nebraska. Let me turn off the sound effects so it doesn't blare again, hopefully. My apologies. Here we go. So again, this is the storm right now that is north of Shelton, eventually going in the direction of Gibbon. Rotation is going to be located right here, so it's still not super strong, but it's trying to come together. That'll be the area of rotation. It's going to be on that hook right there. Let me go back. I think we have Storm Runner Media on this. Get him on here. Connor's shocked that it went tornado warn, just an FYI. Just hearing his audio. He is shocked. He is stunned. I'll tell you that. He is stunned. Alright, let's go back to... Put up Storm Runner Media on here. They are inside of this. I believe they're inside the hook. I don't think they're on the back side. I think they're inside the hook. The radar at the bottom left I don't think is updated. They had bad connection for quite a while. Just a lot of scud right now in this particular storm.
I mean, I don't know what to do. This thing is more and it's just gun is small.
Yeah, I saw Connor was looking at a spider.
Only for the zone that we just left, pretty much.
Let's go back to radar. I don't know. Looking at radar, it still appears to me as if it's just the wind, really. It's got mostly a wind surge here. Let's see. Reflectivity's updating. We'll see if this kind of shows us anything. This tornado warning, by the way, I don't know if it includes any towns. Let me check. It's the one in Nebraska. This is just north of Shelton? Yeah, it's 175 people. It's in between Poole and Shelton, Nebraska. So again, if we have a tornado, it would be in here somewhere. In that hook. I'm trying to see if the velocities can match up with that. And they really aren't. I mean, unless we got like some sort of, maybe something down here. It's possible here, just south of that hook, but it's not a super big chance. Let's go back to here. We might go back to Connor. He has a pretty good view of this. Storm Runner Media is having some signal issues. We'll go back to Connor here for the time being.
Darissa, welcome to the Bear's Cage.
I mean, this is the storm that's tornado warned.
Tornado would be back in there. Okay,
Can't believe
So,
it's
see if we
tornado
see
warning
anything.
again.
He's pretty much looking right into the
Wild call,
hook.
honestly.
Just a little bit south of it, but...
No, I didn't have time to set up the cameras today, guys. Sorry. I literally just didn't have time to set them up. I left.
Still a gnarly supercell has been this entire time.
And I got on a storm and it almost produced a tornado, so I went live and then, yeah.
By the way, if Connor's too quiet or loud, just let me know.
No visual of any tornado. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go another couple roads south. And get on it. Move this one over here.
As a reminder, we still have a tornado warning in Kansas that is going to include Sheridan and Graham County in Kansas. So if you're in that warning, stay in your safe place. That's for like Tasco, Kansas. This is the one in Nebraska that we're looking at. If this one can come together, I think it has a better chance at producing a tornado still. This has not yet done that.
Dang it. Can't go now either. Yeah, it was... That one tight scan, Dad, looked like contamination to me anyway. Here come more tour vans. Hey, we can finally go.
That's the storm right there that we're looking at. Again, I just don't... I'm looking at radar here. I mean, I just don't see it being really that much rotation. I mean, again, if we had a tornado, it's going to be probably in the hook. Could get something along the outflow, too. That sometimes does happen. So that's possible. We could get something down here just to the northwest of Shelton. Let's see. This is Brandon Kopic. He's live on YouTube and Radar Omega. I mean, maybe on the leading edge here on the left. Got some spin. I'm on the leading edge there. Some scud more than anything. We got, like, kind of a lowering over here. That's the storm structure in a general sense of things. And then the storm that's back over here, by the way, near Amherst, that now has a tornado possible label. Again, seeing mostly a wind threat there, but could produce an isolated tornado. Your outflow boundary is going to be right here. So really the best chance of a storm producing a tornado would be this one here. So that's the one that we're watching for the closest right now. Back to Connor Croft.
Don't see anything too suspicious in there, to be honest.
And this storm is in between Poole and Shelton in Nebraska. We'll eventually go towards Shelton, Gibbon, and Denman near Interstate 80.
Does not look like a tornado producer from this vantage point. There may be something wrapped back in there, but as of now, this does not strike me as a tornado producer. But it is tornado warned, so if you are in the path, you gotta take it seriously, as it could just be buried in the rain back there, and I just can't see it.
While we wait for that, this is, again, the storm back over near Studley. This is the one in Kansas that's tornado warned. This rotation's broadened, and it's also leaving the warning going towards St. Peter. Stay vigilant if you're in St. Peter. It looks like the greatest concern for a tornado would be south of the warning now, but if you're in the tornado warning, just continue to stay there for a few more minutes, just in case. But overall, the rotation's a bit further down to the south on that warning. And the one that we're mainly looking at right now is the one in Nebraska. This one is north of Gibbon and north of Shelton. And so again, that circulation, still a broad area of circulation. The main focus would be that right there, which is again still broad. We have a lot of gray colors there, representing some broad circulation. So again, eventually going towards Gibbon, Shelton, Denman, Lowell, Kennesaw in Nebraska will be the main locations in the track of this after. And this is Connor Croft in this storm right now.
right back in there.
Yeah, what Connor's looking at the very middle of your screen, that's the lowering, very middle bottom.
Still doesn't look like it's on the ground.
So that's the very large lowering to the ground. It's very, very low to the ground. See how elevated though the actual storm is. It is extremely elevated.
This tractor right here, we're gonna pass the tractor in a second. This poor tractor is probably just doing his daily route. And he's just like, why the heck are there so many people on my road? He's probably never seen this many people on his road in his life. Bro has not ever seen this many people.
Where's Brandon? Brandon is, let me go back to radar real quickly here. So this is again the map. This is where Connor is. He's just north of Gibbon. This is where Brandon is. So they're kind of in different positions. Connor's getting closer though. He's approaching it. Velocities on radar again do not look overly impressive. Brandon had a pretty solid view of the lowering. This is Brandon Kopic again live on YouTube and Radar Omega. Again, very solid lowering here. It doesn't look overly connected to the storm, but wow, that was a CG. I don't think you guys saw it. It was on the right side of your screen. Let's go back to Connor again. See what the velocity show too.
Really?
And again, if you're just tuning in, this is north of Shelton, Nebraska. It's going to be approaching Shelton, Gibbon, and Denman. Just in between Kearney and Grand Island. That's where this tornado warning currently resides.
Guys, both of the storm that's further
right now only
west,
includes 175 for a population. It's in between Poole and Shelton. Gibbon and Denman are not included in this warning right now.
About to get crushed by the dust here.
So you can see how elevated the storm is. Now there is a lowering, kind of back there on the right almost. That would be where presumably there would be a tornado. Because again, where we would get a tornado would be in there. It wouldn't be in the elevated stuff. It's too hard for a tornado to produce.
Oh, okay.
How elevated that storm is there. Just so high up.
Good to see you too. Let's get it. You too, man. Let's get it. Let's go. It's Mike. Mike and Freddie. It's Mike the Lang. Absolute legend.
All right, they have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to include Shelton and Gibbon. Let's go back to that real quick. This is the new warning. So they have issued a new warning, but it's not tornadic. It is going to be a normal severe thunderstorm warning for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Fun fact, there's not even a tornado warning on the, or the no tornado possible on this. So they might end up just altogether canceling that tornado warning, but we'll see. Again, there is a lowering. I don't know. It does not seem to be very strong rotation, at least on radar. You know, visually from what we were seeing, it looks like a lowering, but does not look super tornadic, at least for right now. Still looks like a broad area of circulation. That Kansas tornado warning for Sheridan and Graham County will probably expire, or be let to expire in 3 minutes. Again, this is the one in Nebraska. Let's go back to Connor for the time being. That's the kind of lowering that we have there in the middle of your screen. It's not really rotating much. Alpha is not, he's not live right now on Radar Omega. I'm not sure why, but he isn't. It might be because of his camera. I think one of his cameras was broken or something. Or he didn't set them up or something along those lines.
This thing's not playing around. It's still a beast.
Yeah, your app isn't broken, don't worry.
Somewhere back in there, chat.
You're good. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is the tornado warning storm just north of Gibbon, north of Shelton. It's Connor Croft on the storm live. He is closing in on a intercept of this tornadic cell, even though I think the rotation is really broad right now.
Trying to stay out ahead of it.
Still wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado. Can't rule it out quite yet. It is still discreet. Even if it doesn't produce when the tornado warning is going here, it could still produce down the road. Has already produced a brief tornado at one point.
Yeah, that's where it'd be. It'd be right
I'd say
there.
overall, this is probably the most favorable storm.
If there were actually a tornado, it'd be right there.
The tornado warning in Kansas goes for about a minute, and then this one goes for 16 more minutes, the one that we're looking at right now. Watermel's so hard to open.
Nothing on the ground now. Definitely a little less rain wrap, which I like. You can actually see what's going on.
And that warning was just canceled. The one in Kansas has just expired, so we have no tornado warnings anymore.
That keeps getting in the shot.
Let's get some confetti in the chat. No tornado warnings right now. Holy cow. Crazy stuff. But yeah, that one, again, it had a bit of a lowering, but it just wasn't really rotating, and even on radar, it's not really rotating. So, I mean, you know, to me, it looks more like it really looks outflow driven still, and I think it's going to be predominantly a wind threat for a little while. But we'll see. The storm back over in Kansas also, that one expired. That's not shocking, honestly. The storm near Amherst still has a bit of a hook, but it looks mostly like a wind threat too. Again, this is your outflow boundary. As long as this outflow boundary stays south of these supercells, that tornado threat should stay low. If this outflow boundary, for whatever reason, you know, kind of connects with these hooks, that threat will drastically increase. But as long as it just stays, these storms stay outflow driven, I don't see a substantial tornado threat really being in play. But we'll see. Again, we're kind of watching it here for a while. Go back to Connor here for the time being.
Think there's a wedding happening here or something.
Friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we do severe weather coverage all the time. Like the stream as well. And also, we go back to...
Hold on, we're not going to face...
Back to here. Also, I want to remind you guys that we have 2 hours left. That's it. 2 more hours until it's officially gone. Our limited release hat and t-shirt for hitting 250,000 subscribers. Again, this goes away in 2 hours and about 15 minutes or so. That's approximate, give or take like 30 minutes on that, maybe even up to an hour. So again, if you want to pick this up, shopmaxvelocity.net. You only have one more chance to do it before these go away forever. In addition to that, again, we have our tumbler, our wine tumbler, and as well as our pint glass. Our Drunknado merch has extended in terms of the line. Again, pick this up, shopmaxvelocity.net, and there's also now a tumbler for max hydration, and we also have some new max velocity stuff. So check it out, shopmaxvelocity.net. The link again is in the description, and it is also pinned in the chat, and I'll also be posting the link in the chat if you want to pick up any of that stuff. But again, you only got 2 more hours until that limited release 250k merch goes away forever, and then after that, it's gone forever. So don't, not buy it if you actually want it, because it'll never come back again. I do not have a twist top for a water bottle yet, but that'll be something we'll do in the future, more than likely. By the way, the mugs now, all of our mugs come in 11 ounce, 15 ounce, or 20 ounce. So we have 3 options now. It used to only be 11 ounce, so that's also expanded. All right. How's it going, Sam? Welcome back. All right. We should have a, let me go to Virtual Railfan real quick. Should have a pretty good live shot of this storm as it goes into Kearney here pretty soon. double check that. Wow, we do. This is the virtual railfan in Kearney. I don't know if there's a an operator in the chat. I don't know if they're here, but I don't know if this camera can go more right. Wow. That's the other way. So this is looking east. I'll go and manually turn it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm not sure if these ones can turn, but if they can, be sick. I also don't know if the operator's watching or not. I have no clue. Sometimes he is. Again, that's the leading edge of the storm activity, just north of Kearney. Wow. Crazy stuff. We're going to keep a close eye on that. We'll go back to it in a moment. But that's the storm right there, producing golf ball-sized hail going towards Kearney. That's the one. Okay. Shout out to the operator. Did he turn it? No, I don't think he did. Actually, I think we're gonna go back to Kearney. Let's do it. Might as well while we wait. I'm just gonna stay on this camera for a moment, because this storm's approaching pretty quickly. This is gonna be, I mean, this storm that's producing golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, all that stuff. This storm is gonna go right through downtown. Like, it's gonna go right through. So we should have a pretty good view of that. Oh, there's a new tornado warning in Kansas. Sorry. Let's go to that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I need to turn on these notifications again. All right, tornado warning now for Graham County in Kansas, just issued a moment ago. That's not the same storm that was tornado warning before. That's St. Peter County, Kansas. That's the rotation right there. Spiked a little bit here in the latest scan, so we could get another tornado. If you're in St. Peter, Kansas, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. And interior room of your home or building. This includes a population of 84. So, relatively rural area here, luckily. But it's a lot of farmland, I think, in this particular part of Kansas. So if you're in St. Peter, just get underground if you can. If you're in a mobile home, get to a sturdy structure, as a tornado does remain a possibility. Let me fix this audio real quick. Let's go to volume mixer. Let me turn down the audio. So you guys don't hear the Discord type sound effects. They're not Discord, that's just the alerts thing that I have. The hook on what storm? This storm doesn't really have a hook. This is just... It's just embedded in the rain. This could just be contamination, too, for the record. It might not even be a, a tornado. Might not even be rotation, but it's hard to tell with this sort of radar coverage. Here's the latest scan. Still strong rotation on the south side of St. Peter. This is back to the virtual railfan in Kearney, Nebraska. Again, I don't know if the operator's here, but if they are... I want to pan it a little bit right. This is right now live in Kearney. This is not tornado warning, by the way. Let me just take this off for the time being. I'm gonna stay on this until the next radar scan. This is kind of crazy. This is the storm rolling into Kearney right now. Bon appetit, thank you. I'm eating a quesadilla. This is my second quesadilla of the day. Bacon and cheese quesadilla. Same thing I ate at lunch. I'm not a picky eater, just what I felt like eating. Again, this is a live shot on Virtual Railfan in Kearney. This is not tornado warned, but this is a supercell producing golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Very impressive shelf cloud. And obviously very ominous skies. It should get very interesting here. Again, if you're in Kearney, I would stay away from windows, all that sort of stuff. Let's just go back to radar real quick. Again, this is a tornado warning in St. Peter, Kansas. If you're in the warning, seek shelter. If you know anybody there, make sure to let them know. Make sure they're getting to their safe place. This is the storm activity, though, back over here near Kearney that we're talking about. So, once again, we got a bit of a hook on this storm, but again, not really rotating. It's more of a hail and wind threat right now. Same thing with the Shelton storm. But this is what it looks like on radar, which might not justify what it actually looks like in real life, because in real life, this looks insane. We got a guy crossing the street, too. Hopefully there's not a whole lot of lightning with this. That's not really a safe thing to do. Hopefully he gets home pretty quickly. Hey, Cook. Well, yeah, it's outflow driven, so tornado threat's very low with that storm right now. It's not an imminent tornado threat, in my opinion. And this is a live virtual rail fan in Kearney, Nebraska. Looking west on the railroad here. And got a large shelf cloud right now, rolling right in. Very ominous skies. And what will be interesting to see is the wind and also the hail, because there's going to be both of those threats are going to roll right here into Kearney. Will definitely be interesting. The storm's been going for hours. It's been scary looking this entire time, so this is no exception. It's been like this the entire time. Just curious, what does it look like going eastbound? Yeah, look at the eastbound direction. This is looking east in Kearney. Nothing. It looks very nice. When it comes to ominous skies, the contrast is insane. You know, even though this storm has maybe only produced like one tornado for a few minutes, this has been unbelievable how it's been structurally this entire time. You got the birds flying right to left. You got birds flying away from the storm. This is quite literally one of the craziest sights that we've seen today. Even factoring the storm chasers. And it's just a stationary camera in Kearney, Nebraska with the virtual rail fan. It's quite impressive. And again, we'll probably start to see some hail and wind here pretty soon. It'd be pretty cool if we got a time lapse of this. Real quickly, just want to check in on that tornado warning for St. Peter, Kansas. This is in Graham County. Again, very relatively rural area here. Again, any rotation is going to be down here on the south side of St. Peter. Be weather aware if you're in Wakini, just in case this does go tornadic in that area, but that rotation still appears pretty broad to me, and there's a lot of contamination. So just keep that in mind. All right, let's go back to Kearney again. And by the way, this is the storm in Kearney. So again, we still got a hook, but obviously, again, it's outflow driven, so the tornado threat really very low to zero. Main concern right now is large to very large hail and damaging winds up to 60. Those are the main concerns right now. This is, again, the storm rolling into Kearney, Nebraska right now. We're about to get a train intercept, by the way. There's a train at the very end of the track there. There's gonna be a train and this storm at the same time. Unless it stops. There's a train coming. I think. I think. I can't really tell. Yeah, it's a train, right? I don't know if it's slowing down because there's a storm coming. Can't really tell. Will you do a live stream showing us your train collection? To be honest with you, I don't know anything about trains. So, I can't even tell if that's a train or that was just a car going by. I can't really tell. By the way, that tornado warning was just canceled in Kansas. So again, this is the Kearney storm in Nebraska. I think there is a train down there. I just don't think it's moving. All right, so this storm's moving to Kearney right now. This is, again, the virtual rail fan in Kearney. We're going to go back to it in a second. But again, this is the storm. And a big hail core on the northeast side of town. So we'll see if we can see any of that. RFD surge probably going to go right into Kearney. So we will at least have a view of the high winds, I think, with this camera. That's what we're basically waiting for. Because this will be right in the storm. A lot of the storm chasers staying away from it, obviously. That's kind of a smart thing to do. This camera can't move. It's stationary. So, yeah, right now we're about to probably see the RFD surge come right through Kearney. You can actually see the trees starting to sway a bit. So the wind's picking up. Very strong possibility that there could even be some power outages here in Kearney, Nebraska. This kind of, you know, rush hour almost. A lot of cars still on the roadway. I don't think Rita's chasing today. Or whoever asked. Alright, wind's picking up quickly. You can see the trees really swaying, especially on the left side of your screen. These small ones are swaying, you know, right to left. Wind's definitely picking up. So the RFD surge is coming through. We also have the east cam. This is the other way, looking eastbound. Which is also showing, you know, the wind and whatnot. Got some lightning there on the back left. You can see all those flashes. So definitely have some lightning here. The wind's picking up. Got lightning. All that sort of jazz right now in Kearney. RFD is rear flank downdraft. Yeah, I don't know what camera we want to stay on. I'm gonna go back to this one for now. We'll go back to this one. We'll stay on this one for now. Shows a bit more of the, you know, low level clouds. Connor has a view too. That's Connor's view. A little bit better. Oops, didn't mean to do that. I think I just messed it up. Alright. Yeah, wind's picking up quickly in Kearney. So again, wind really picking up. Definitely have some gusty winds. Should get some damaging wind gusts here in a minute. I'm eating a quesadilla. Oh, here you go. This is definitely wind right here. Look at that right there. This is the damaging winds that we're talking about. Big surge of wind now. This camera's now actually shaking. It wasn't shaking before. I think the initial wind was just the outflow boundary. So this would be the RFD surge that's now coming through. Got something in the air right there flying. Looked like maybe debris. I don't think that was a bird. And who in the world is this guy skateboarding right now? What's happening? Where are you going, buddy? Raining. Are you not watching the max velocity stream? Obviously not. What in the world's that guy doing? I mean, seriously. Where's that guy trying to go? I don't know what even is in town here. Alright, here comes the wind. So the wind's picking up now. And this is the virtual rail fan in Kearney. Hail's falling. Some hail is starting to fall at least. There's a CG right there in the middle. Trying to get home? I don't know where in the world he was coming from. I mean, hopefully stay safe. I don't know where in the world. I don't even know what's over here. Oh, there was some hail. Let me go back to the other camera here. You can see the hail falling on this camera. Wow, that's a lot of hail. Or is that rain? Can't tell. I think that's rain. There's like a roof right here on the right. You can't see it. There's a lot of water coming down. Breeze swaying. Again, this is in downtown Kearney, Nebraska right now. We're gonna go back to the other live shot. This one shows the wind a bit better. And there's an RFD surge here with wind upwards of 60 to 65 miles per hour. You got the crossbars here on the railroad swaying. A lot of water just falling down. This is all water. I haven't seen any actual legitimate hail yet. I think it was just all water coming off the roof. Not saying there isn't hail, but like in this particular part of the storm, it's all wind by the looks of it. This is the storm that we're talking about. I think the camera's somewhere in here. This is where the hail is. It's, the main core of the hail is a little bit northeast of Kearney. Go back to Kearney again. Wind's still really picking up, though. Still got a big RFD surge here. What was in the back of this guy's truck? What in the world? Anybody know what that was? Did not look really secure. This warning, by the way, there's a new warning, actually. So the storm west of Kearney is now producing damaging winds up to 60 and quarter-sized hail. That's a new warning there. What about Kansas City later tonight? Mostly a wind threat, isolated hail, and a tornado being possible, but still a low risk for those. I wouldn't be super concerned if you're in Kansas City. Just be prepared for all modes of severe weather, mainly a wind threat, though. We actually should have a new SPC outlook coming out here in a moment, if it hasn't already. Let me double check. It has come out. This is the latest SPC outlook for tonight in terms of severe weather. We do have a 2% tornado risk across Nebraska, northwestern Missouri, sliver of southwest Iowa, and then much of Kansas. And then our wind threat still remains elevated there from Nebraska back towards Kansas City. So again, be prepared for damaging winds. Hail risk is still elevated, all right? So again, large to very large hail still being a possibility near McCook, just east of Colby in Kansas and Nebraska. And then this is the storm again that's near Kearney. That still has a possibility of producing a tornado, but I think it's mostly outflow driven. I think the tornado risk should stay on the lower side of things. This is Brandon Kopic on Radar Omega and on YouTube. Just seeing if we see anything here. Very ominous skies, obviously. Very dark cloud cover. The storm is very high up into the atmosphere. I mean, we're talking about echo tops that are well over 40 to 50,000 feet up now. So it's a very tall thunderstorm, has been this entire time. Looks like we got a relatively significant hail core near Highway 30, moving towards Interstate 80. So there's no doubt in my mind that this storm is at least producing the threat for some large to very large hail. But, you know, within reason, this could also be, you know, producing some damaging winds as well, possibly up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. And there also could be some flooding rains, so that's also something to keep in mind. Looks like overall, at least in downtown Kearney, it was mostly wind. Had a little bit of hail. This is a live shot in Kearney still on the virtual rail fan. We'll go back to that. Still some wind here. SPC is Storm Prediction Center. Still windy right now. No doubt about that. Yeah, looks like it's calming down a little bit, at least in downtown Kearney. Oh, train intercept. So there was a train. Got a train intercept here in Kearney. Holy cow. But yeah, still a massive supercell, obviously, producing a lot of hail and wind. Should have another velocity scan coming in right now. Stormrunner Media has rotation. Check. Sure it's not the Taco Bell toilet. I don't see a whole lot of rotation on their screen, but we'll go to them. It's Connor.
Let's do south.
I'm trying. My phone can't capture looking up like that. I kind of want the overall, like...
No, a new warning.
View, you know, we have
Kennesaw and
overlays.
West of Hastings included in that.
Broadcasting to my personal channel
With
for
some hail and wind being possible, but that's a pretty impressive supercell still. That's from Stormrunner Media.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Because this thing is like...
This thing's like...
Are the storms becoming linear? Not quite yet, but they are starting to get to that point. Once they become linear, it's mostly wind. So, if the severe weather threat is mostly wind, we're not going to stay live through the entire thing, but we'll have to wait and see. Right now, this is the live radar. Let's go back to this. So right now, this is the live radar. So we got storms near Lincoln right now that are also producing damaging winds up to 60. These are still elevated, so the tornado threat pretty much zero right now with that activity. This is all going to become linear here pretty soon. As long as that happens, the tornado threat should be really low. For the time being, as long as they stay even just semi-discreet, which they are, there is still at least a low threat for a tornado. Elsewhere, we still have storms back over near Hayes, for example, in Kansas. Those are mostly hail and wind, maybe an isolated tornado threat with that activity as it goes towards Hayes and Russell. Really, the vast majority of the storms right now that are in Nebraska in particular, they are going to become linear probably here pretty soon. The HRRR model is really hinting at this being a really discrete event all the way until it got to Kansas City. This is definitely becoming more of a threat, though, when it comes to, tornadoes and such. It's becoming lower because of it being more linear. It's still not zero, though, because we still have some circulation right now with both the Kearney storm and also the one near Kennesaw. And as long as they stay semi-discreet, there will be a tornado risk. So at least for the next half an hour, we can at least expect a low tornado risk. It will obviously stay low all the way until probably at least midnight tonight. But this would be the chance where we could get an isolated tornado here. So still watching for that closely. Let's go back to Storm Runner Media. I think they might be back. Yeah, there you go.
We're gonna get this done.
Friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Click the bell icon down below so you're notified with the latest videos and live streams. As a friendly reminder, I will be gone from tomorrow until Friday. I'll be gone for almost a week. I will have a video tomorrow. I will not be live, though, anytime from Saturday until Friday. As I will be on vacation for its time and really forever.
We're not on the radar.
Just letting you know, if you're a frequent viewer, do not expect me to be live this upcoming week. It's time, literally ever, on our YouTube page that we've gone live. We've gone on vacation and not had an ability to go live. Crazy stuff. I will still have at least 1 or 2 videos though. One tomorrow and then possibly one during the week, maybe 2.
Well, it's crossing over us. That's
Unacceptable. Oh my goodness.
Your opportunity frustrations was before.
Oh no. I know, I'll miss you guys. Don't worry. I will miss you. I need at least some relaxation. This was planned over a year ago, by the way, so it wasn't like it was planned like out of nowhere. It's been planned for like a year. You're allowed to take breaks, apparently. It wasn't a thing up until now. Never a thing. I will be in Disney World.
Oh, it's forming into a big line.
I talked about it a lot at the beginning when nothing was really happening, but yeah, we'll be
Okay, well that was what was
in Florida. It's gonna be very hot. Need a month off. I'm not taking a month off. If I took a month off, I might go crazy.
Circulation got eaten up. This is still there.
I'd have to like travel the world to take a month off.
Whatever the heck this is.
I'm going to all the parks, so just day by day. I don't know. It kind of varies.
Jay, thank you for the super chat.
Hey, Cassia. Alright, we have a new radar scan coming in. Oop, didn't realize they were out. This is the latest radar scan. Just kind of watching this right here southeast of Kearney a little bit. See what the velocity show. I don't think it's rotation. I'm just looking at it. Still looks funny. See what the next velocity scan shows. By the way, friendly reminder, we are now 1 hour and about 40 minutes away from our limited release 250k merch being gone forever. So if you want to pick this up, it's the top link in the description below. It is shopmaxvelocity.net. Our hat and t-shirt will be going away officially in 1 hour and about 45 minutes, and it'll never return. It's a limited release, so if you want to pick it up now. And also, we have our Drunknado wine tumbler and pint glass. Again, the top link in the description below. It is also shopmaxvelocity.net, and it's also the link that's pinned in the chat. So make sure to check that out before it goes away officially forever in about 1 hour and 30 minutes. Yeah, rotation still looks pretty broad here. Brandon has a NATO. Is that actually a tornado? Or is that a land spout? I can't even tell what it is. Is it a dust NATO? This is again Brandon Kopic. He's on YouTube and Radar Omega. I can't even tell what that is. This is, I mean, if there is one, it would be like right here. Velocities haven't updated. I don't think it's a tornado, but I think it might be something else. It didn't look like it was spinning that much. Where's Storm Runner Media? Are they anywhere near this? I don't even know where they are anymore. No, they're kind of just to the south of this.
Starlink holder. I don't know if hail hit it or if wind got it.
It could be a... It's very hard. I couldn't really see it. It was kind of blurring out. And even if it is a tornado, it probably... I don't know. It didn't look like a tornado to me. It looked more like a dust NATO or something, or like a dust NATO. Yes, a dust NATO, but like something like a gust NATO or something like that. Because I mean, the only rotation that I'm seeing is this. I think he might have been looking at that, and that could be something, but I don't think it's a tornado. That's not even where the hook is. So it's not attached to the storm. It's not attached to like the cloud base, if you know what I mean. Where are the warnings? There we go.
Rather quickly. It's only moving at 30. We're moving at 70. So it's basically as if it was a stationary storm.
He's now in the rain, so I can't really see anything anymore. That's a video quote, just by the way.
Yeah, I figured.
Alright. If there was something going on in there, he was like right in the clear slot.
He's trying to. He probably thinks that there is. Until he finds out that.
I'm sure he knows.
It's probably why he's in there with Cooper.
Yeah, it's probably just trying to get him to see something.
Whenever you see me, I would go with him for the full 8 days. Until he goes to Europe.
Alpha, that's about correct. Probably like,
I don't know when he'll be. He says he's going to be.
yeah, probably like 11, maybe 10 or 11 up until like 2 a.m. for Eastern Kansas. Brandon saying it was a tornado. I don't know. It wasn't attached to a. I mean, from what I saw, I only saw it briefly. I don't know if there's something before it, but I didn't see it attached to a storm base or cloud base. I mean, so I really couldn't tell. It was just too brief and it was kind of blurry. At least on my end. But again, he might have saw something before that. But even then, like again, if we go back to radar here, the rotation that we're looking at right now would be this, and that's not attached again to the hook. Kind of a little out in front of the storm. You know, we got an outflow boundary, so it's very possible it was like a gust NATO or something. But I could be wrong. That's just my process here. There's a car stuck near the Kearney rail line. Is there? That's not good. Oh no, what happened to this car? What in the world is this car doing? What happened to this car? I got dogs in my room. This is just a disaster. Can you get out of here? Just sit. 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 Down. Thank you. Chill. Chill out. Sit down. No, no pause. Stop it. Sorry, I have a dog in here. It's fantastic. I don't know what happened to this car, though. I think it's actually stuck, though, legitimately. I don't know how in the world it even got down there, to be honest. How did it get down there? Sit down. No, stop pawing. Down. Lay down. Stop pawing. Goodness gracious. Show the dog? I really can't show the dog. I mean, like, what do you want? I don't know if I can show it. Or actually, I can probably just take this off. There you go. You're on camera. Congratulations. All right. All right, chill out. Can you sit and lay down, please? Lay down. Thank you. All right. Very distracting. Goodness gracious. I don't know what happened to this car, though. I really don't. I don't know why it's down there. I don't know if it, like, hydroplaned or something, but I can't really tell. I don't remember what we were talking about anymore after this dog came in here. Trying to make sure I don't hit it. Dog wants to be on camera. Here for the food. I wouldn't rule out a tornado with this, by the way. I would stay vigilant if you're near Minden or Hartwell or Norman. I don't think it's imminent, but there's at least 2 hail cores here. I got 3 different hail cores. Got hail all over the place now, south of Kearney. Brandon Kopic has his baby with him, and you have yours. Thanks. That's...
A new tornado warning.
Ignore
has been
that.
issued.
Ignore that. I did not mean to click that button. Whoops. My apologies. There's no tornado warning. False alarm. There is a tornado possible label in Kansas, but that's not a tornado warning. All right, let me go back to Overnight Media here. Why is it still red? Blue? Thank you. All right, we're good.
Borrow your driveway for 2 seconds.
All right, cool. Doesn't load. Nice. Let's try it again. Trying to go to Stormer Media. They had a view of something. There we go. That's the storm that has a circular base still. Even though it's becoming more linear. Still producing an isolated threat for a tornado.
Oh boy. Here it comes.
We've had one tornado this stream, at least from what we know. That was earlier. Thank you, Karen, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate your generosity.
Really, I can't even turn it any more left, like at all. Alright. Time for a quick parking lot fix, because that cord got wrapped around itself again. Unfortunately, I don't really have a fix for that.
Is it bat time yet? What time is it? Bat time's in 10 minutes. Yeah, I'll at least stay live until the bats happen. That'll be interesting.
Huh? No, I'm fixing my camera. Yeah, dude, I just got hungry.
Yeah, my plan right now is probably to be live for like the next 25 minutes. If needed, we can stay live longer, but I need a pack.
So much dust.
Sun's setting here too soon, and so storm chaser feeds will become much darker in nature. I don't be honest with you, I don't know if there's gonna be much weather to watch next week anyway. I mean, tomorrow maybe. Sunday looks kind of quiet. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday look active, but it's like the Gulf Coast, and most of those days probably won't be severe weather. So, like, I wouldn't be too concerned right now about any outbreaks. It's possible, but it's a low chance with this current weather pattern. There's a better chance of significant severe weather next weekend, but I will be back for that. So just make sure you subscribe to the channel. But I don't think there's gonna be anything too crazy this week. Hopefully. I mean, if there's anything crazy, I'm going to be very sad because, you know, I like being live. Thank you, Jess, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate your generosity. Thank you.
What the hell is that?
Get the generosity.
Just like 2 seconds.
Sometimes we shut off hands. You thought we were stopping here for food.
I think these two storms are merging right now.
God, there's so
just
much
kinda
dust in my eyes.
Combining together. That's what it looks like on live radar. Kind of combining together right now, just north of Minden. Kind of surging together. We'll see what happens there. That little clear slot, though, of rain is just kind of clearing. Thank you, Heather, for the $10 super chat. I probably won't, unless it's like an emergency sort of situation. I'm not going to be live for that. I would be, but like, it's pretty late. Yeah, unless there's like an emergency sort of thing, I'm not going to go live for that. It's just too late, and I have to get up early tomorrow morning, so to go on vacation. I don't even know when I'm getting up tomorrow. I'm getting up at like 7 or 8. But yeah, we'll go live if needed. It's gonna be on an if needed sort of thing. Should be mostly wind though in Kansas City. It looks like it's gonna be really late tonight. Here's the latest radar scan. Still got a big hail core right now west of Kennesaw near Hartwell. So lots of hail falling here. There's actually a big CC signature there showing tons of hail falling. See what the velocities show as well here in just a moment. Yeah, I think as these storms both kind of merge together more, I think that wind, it's going to continue to produce damaging winds, but that rotation's kind of dying out here. Hopefully that just kind of continues as mostly a wind threat as this moves down to the southeast. When I mean emergency, by the way, I don't mean tornado emergency. I'm just talking about like an emergency situation, like either really significant damaging winds, really huge hail, or there being some sort of tornado. That would be technically a emergency sort of, you know, situation. Technically. So, yeah, bats take off, I think, in about 6 minutes or so in Texas, so we should have that here in a few minutes. As a reminder, again, we have our limited release 250,000 subscriber merch on shopmaxvelocity.net. Both the hat and the t-shirt will be going away in literally an hour and a half. So if you want to pick that up, again, top link in the description below or the pinned link in the chat. I'm not going to have any more reminders probably, so if you want to pick that up, again, you got literally less than 90 minutes to pick it up on shopmaxvelocity.net for either the hat or the t-shirt. I'll have the link in the chat too. But it'll never be back again, so if you want it, gotta get it now. Bats are boarding at gate 34B. That'd be something. Would be something. We actually have more storms firing up here, just to the south of Kearney. A couple of cells here. These don't look as if they're going to be mergers or anything like that. I mean, they might merge down this direction, but like, it doesn't appear as if it's anything substantial right now. Just something to watch for there. You know, the radar site north of Red Cloud. Why did you decide to do away with it? It was a limited release. Yeah, I mean, the 250,000 subscriber merch is just a limited release. It always has been. It never changed. The only thing that changed is that we extended this merch by a day because we had technical issues a couple nights ago with our website. So, I mean, it's going to go away at 10 o'clock tonight Central Time, so an hour and a half. But that stuff was always supposed to be limited release. It was only a 2-week long sort of thing. We have a new warning for Kearney, Franklin, Adams, and Webster County here in Nebraska. That is for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, 2-inch sized hail. Should be here, I think. It hasn't popped up yet. I think. Or is this a different area? Oh, yep, yeah, there you go. There you go. There's your warning. Look at that. We got our warning almost 30 seconds before. Our warning system is so quick, it's crazy. Yeah, rotation doesn't look really that concerning, but we do have a pretty significant hail core right now moving south towards Upland and Campbell here in Nebraska. So just continue to stay away from windows, all that sort of jazz. Just stay weather aware, stay vigilant if you are in that particular area. What do you do on your downtime from your channel? Do more weather. I don't really have a whole lot of downtime, honestly, right now. I've been literally working 10 plus hours most days. Very, very limited downtime for the most part. At least over the last couple months. it's been a very busy severe weather season. We've had over 60 live streams now since April, so it's been very busy. We haven't really had many breaks. Yeah. A quick reminder also, just a heads up, if you want to get a personalized video for Father's Day for me, you can go to our Cameo. The link will be in the chat, and it's also down in the description. So just a reminder there as well. That's a new thing that we've kind of added on to our collection of links, basically. Links in the chat. It's also in the description. Doing Father's Day stuff or happy birthday, whatever the occasion might be, I can make personalized videos now. Yippee. Just added that recently. Now, for the record, if you do want anything that has to do with like anything, like if you get a Cameo, it's going to be made in Disney more than likely. If you get it within the next couple of days, that's fine. Just letting you know ahead of time, it's not going to be in a studio or anything like that. So if you have like any sort of specific needs that you want, like me clicking a tornado warning button, I have no ability to do that. So just letting you know. But the cameos have actually been very high demand, which is kind of shocking. Pretty cool stuff, though. Anything for Southeast Texas this week or next week? Honestly, Texas will be active, I think, Sunday through Wednesday, or at least late Sunday through Wednesday. But I wouldn't say it's anything out of the ordinary, just typical sort of stuff. You know, ordinary storms for this time of the year. We're not doing a Dognado t-shirt. Oh my goodness. That'd be hot. That'd be horrible. Alright, real quickly, let's go to Texas. I don't know if the bats have started yet. Oh, bats are just starting. That right there. That's the explosion of the bats. Okay, we gotta come back down here in a couple minutes. Bats are starting. They're taking off. Only have a little signature on the radar there, but should have a clear signal here soon. Somebody actually did a cameo, and they wanted me to talk about bats. It's pretty funny. That was one of the things that somebody sent me. If you're watching, you know who you are, because I think only one person talked to. I think it's only one person. There might be more now. I don't know. All because we looked at bats on or batnados here on radar. Who keeps adding me on Discord? Yeah, don't ping me on Discord, by the way, unless you have like something like urgent that I don't already know. By the way, if you want to join our Discord server, click the link in the description. Also, just want to remind you, follow me on Twitter or on Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. The links are down below. If you want to stay updated with my vacation, I'll probably post some updates on there. Just nothing crazy, but just a few updates here and there. If there's any significant severe weather or anything like that, I might also post an update there. But I'm probably going to turn off most weather notifications for the week. So I'm probably not going to have a whole lot of a clue what's happening unless I make like a video. So just letting you guys know ahead of time. I'm going to be turning off most notifications. All right, bats are now really getting going. Here you go. That's the bats. They're taking off again near the Cocan area of Texas. Thank you, Zombie, for the $10 super chat. No problem at all. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you for your generosity. And that bat explosion happening on radar right now. I'll have to give it probably another radar scan or two for it to actually be more resemblant. Came back just in time. We've been live 4 of the last 5 nights for bats, which is kind of crazy to say. I almost went live yesterday. There was a tornado warning in Orlando. I almost went live for that, but the rotation was pretty broad on radar. I thought about going live for it, but it wasn't really that strong. I think there was a funnel cloud with that. I could be wrong. It says you're unavailable on Cameo. Have that many people requested cameos? Seriously? How many cameo requests did I get? I might have to up my number. Oh god. Fan requests unavailable. That's something. Okay, well, it's available now. I didn't realize how many people kept requesting it. Wow. Okay, well, they're back. If you want a cameo, I didn't realize how many people keep getting them. Goodness gracious. Hit a cap number or something. Alright, put the link back in chat for anybody that try to get one. Thank you, Holly, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Or another train. Does not surprise me. Hope you enjoy your vacation of doing cameos. Oh my god, I know. A lot of these are due within like 4 days. Like that's like the limit that you get, unless somebody does it within 24 hours. So like, I already know it's gonna be a, you know, it's gonna be something. Doing them from a hotel room or doing them from like a park, that'll be something. Yeah, at least you get an experience though. It's different from the studio, I guess. Can I post a link to that shelter? Yes, I can put. I'll put it in the chat for you. I'm guessing you're talking about our sponsor, espshelter.com. But I'll put it in the chat. All right, let's go back to the bats again. Again, we're not gonna be live for too much longer, just an FYI. Unless something really pops up here. I'll have another radar scan here in a second on the bats. Just as a reminder, again, I don't know, I was gonna remind you of, never mind, forgot. Here go the bats. It's actually a thick area of bats tonight near Kokan, or Kokan. Or Concan, Texas. Yellow is popping up here on the reflectivity. Lots of bats flying right now. They said 7 confirmed tornadoes in Maryland. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. And we actually talked about that earlier. There's like 5 EF1s and I think 2 EF0s. That number could go up, by the way. I mean, it's not done, but I think that's probably going to be the number. If not, it might go up by like 1. We had definitely we had a little over half a dozen tornadoes. We had, I think, 2 or 3 in Ohio. We had 2 in Michigan. We had a tornado outbreak on a 2% risk day, which is interesting. Turn off everything. That's the plan. That's the hope. 4 in Ohio? Wow, that's actually a bit more than I thought. I thought it was only like 2 or 3, but 4. So we had 4 plus 7 plus 2. So we had probably about 13 total tornadoes. Or we had the one in Alabama, so like 14. We at least had 14 tornadoes, I believe. Back on whatever day it was. Wednesday? So. Friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. I do want to remind you, I'll probably do it one more time before the stream ends, but I just want to remind you, again, we only got about an hour left if you want to pick up any of the limited release items on our store, either the shirt or hat. Again, shopmaxvelocity.net, top link in the description. We also have a new Drunk NATO wine tumbler and pint glass. A lot of people were asking for stuff like this, so that's there as well. Got some new max hydration stuff as well. Bunch of new merch. All high quality stuff. You can check it out. Top link in the description below if you want to pick it up. Again, an hour left though on the limited release stuff. Everything else will stay there. But the limited release stuff is gone in about an hour. We need bat merch. I'm probably not gonna, I don't know. We might do like a bat NATO thing, but that'd be pretty cool, I think, if we did that. It'd have to be a pretty good design. If we do anything like that, it might be a little while, because I'll be on vacation. And I'm doing most of the designing. The pint glasses are not limited. No, nothing on there is limited aside from the shirt and the hat. Obviously, all that stuff could go away at any time, but, like, you know, it's not, like, going away today or anything like that. Alright, what time is it? 8:43. Okay, so let's go back down to check out the bats again. How big and round the circle's getting. I have a donut hole here in a second on this bat explosion over near Cocan, Texas. We need a bat emoji. That's actually a good idea. I didn't think of that. Next radar scan will probably be in a moment. We'll give it another radar scan and then we'll probably be done. I can go pack. Or the bat velocities. Oh, goodness. Yes, Robert. ESP shelters. If you look it up on Google, you'll find it. Jeanette, I don't know what you just said. I don't know what that means. I'm gonna be honest with you. To appreciate whatever you said, though. I don't know what that means. Just tuned in. Yeah, it's a very interesting time. Getting close to the end of the live stream, and we're watching bats, and that's about it. You're gonna miss us? I know. I will. Don't worry. Weather should hopefully stay a bit quieter, though, than it has been recently. No organized troughs, really. I mean, it's a lot of small-scale stuff that'll happen over the next few days. Like, today's a pretty small-scale event. I mean, obviously, it looks pretty large-scale, but it's a small-scale feature that's creating all these storms and whatnot. That's what it's been, really, for the last several days. The only event that wasn't really like that was the Maryland event that we had. That came from a large-scale trough with a warm front and whatnot. That came from, Canada. That was a pretty strong trough, but the warm front really created a lot of shear. Created that tornado threat. Warm fronts can never be trusted. Haven't bats always been here? Yeah, they've been here for, I don't know how long. I'm not a historian, but I think these bats have been here at least for this year. I think there's like a bat cave or something here. That's bats exploding here on radar. Very common at this time of night. Again, it's sunset in Texas, so stuff like this happens actually quite frequently. At least in Texas. Bat historian? Now that's a specialized field. That is a very niche-y field at the bare minimum. Alrighty, well, that's gonna do it for today's stream. I do appreciate everybody tuning in. Again, if we go live again, it would be for like something urgent, but other than that, I'm not gonna go back live because I need a pack and I'll be on vacation. Again, I will not be here from Saturday until next Friday, so again, just make sure you're staying weather aware. Again, no big outbreaks right now in the forecast between now and, next Friday, but we always could get some sort of tornado threat. It's just overall most of these days will be low, so nothing too crazy. As a final reminder, this is your last chance. Again, I'm not going to put any more reminders out there. I might do something quickly on Twitter or Facebook, but like nothing crazy. And if you want to pick this up, either the limited release 250,000 subscriber hat or t-shirt, you can go to shopmaxvelocity.net. It's that top link in the description below. This is your last chance to get it. If you really want it, I'd do it now because you're never going to be able to see this again after about an hour from now. After that, it's gone forever. In addition to that, we have our wine tumbler and pint glass. Again, just added for the Drunk NATO collection. And on shopmaxvelocity.net. The link will be in the description. It's also going to be posted into the chat a few times. It's also pinned in the chat. All that sort of stuff. Make sure to check it out. If you really want to get one, you can go check it out. Again, I'm not telling you to. I'm just letting you know. That's the last chance. It's been a very high demand shirt and hat, so I'm just letting you know. If it wasn't really that high a demand, I probably wouldn't say much about it, but a lot of people want it, so just letting you know one last time. In addition to that, if you want to get a personalized video for Father's Day or anything like that, we do have Cameo. The link's in the description. It will also be posted in the chat. I just opened it up so anybody can make a request again. I didn't realize we had a maximum. Other than that, we'll see you guys all again probably the next time. I mean, I'll have a video probably tomorrow morning, but the next time I'll see you will probably not be until at least Friday. I might have a video out sometime during the week, but don't know. We'll see. No live streams, though, between now, unless we have something big in the next, couple hours. No live streams at all between now up until Friday. So pretty much a week off. All right. We'll see you guys all again soon. Stay safe. Have a great rest of your weekend and hopefully week. I will see you guys tomorrow in the video if I don't go live again tonight. And again, just the last reminder, click the top link in the description, shopmaxvelocity.net if you want to pick up any of the limited release merch, as it is going away officially in 1 hour. And it'll be gone forever. So, all right, we'll see you guys all again soon. Have a great night. If I go live again, it's only going to be for something urgent. So, I'll see you guys all again soon. Have a great night. And we'll see you guys all again in the next one.